Okay. Oh, there we go. Nice and big. Oh, actually, I think I gotta get this too big. Oop. There we go. Oh, hello. You've just caught me in the middle of my preparations for the 35th anniversary of Warhammer. And of course, there's some crackpots out there who say that it's not going to be the announcement of 10th edition. But I'm afraid to say those people are liars. And they're fools as well. They think that Games Workshop wouldn't utilize the 35th anniversary to announce the biggest announcement ever? Not at all. What, they're gonna do it on like the 36th anniversary of Warhammer? I don't think so. That's not an even number. Anyway, I hope you all have a little bit of fun with me, because today we're gonna be watching along with the Games Workshop stream. The Games Workshop will be streaming a 35th anniversary announcement, and it is 100%, no doubt in my mind, going to be 10th edition Warhammer. I've even brought along some grimdark balloons to keep me company. So let's have a little bit of fun today, guys. Let's celebrate Warhammer. Well, it was like a really pathetic noise. I should have tested these. I should have prepared better. It was a bit better. I gotta put a little bit more effort in. It's very early in the morning for me, I'll be honest. That's why today I'm going to have, in order to celebrate Warhammer's 35th anniversary, some contemporary soda. I don't know where this came from, but it's very warm, and I did just find it. It's the original football special. What flavor is a football special? I have no idea, but I'm assured that it's contemporary with Warhammer 1st edition, so that's what we're drinking, because it's themed. You know, it's themed. It's a themed day. All right. Narc says it is starting in about 90 minutes, right? Exactly. It is starting in about 90 minutes. The actual announcement will be. But I figure we could hang out. We could get everything prepared. We could have a little bit of a party because, you know, like what is an announcement of a new anniversary without a little bit of a party, you know? I know for Americans out, oh Jesus Christ, this has not been prepared at all. Okay, I know that Americans out there, it's very early for you, but just open a drink anyway. Just have a drink, you know? You're never alone with the phone, so I'm just saying, like, they can't get you on that one anymore. You can drink whenever you want. You're an adult, you can stop them, and if you're not, you know, well, I won't tell. So, how's it going, everybody? Animus says, I bet Monopoly Money GW announces 10th edition. That is a good bet, I think. I think you've got probably, I would estimate around 99.9% odds. So, I'm not going to say 100% odds. I'm not going to be that arrogant. I think that we're pretty much almost a certainty, like as certain as you can in reality be, but physics prevents us from being any more certain. So, you know, if we can get rid of physics, then I would say 100%. Good morning to you, Joseph Goldbaum. How's it going? Silvis says, straight to 11th edition. Gotta distance itself from 9th edition. That's a pretty savvy political move right there. That's very savvy. Are you a politician? Do you inform politicians, you know? I think that's really savvy. You could be onto something. It's so crazy, it might just work. Now, let's test this bad boy. Let's see what this is the football special. And on the back of it, it is the flavor of a passion for sport. So, really, it could be anything. So, let's find out. Oh, what is that? Oh, I don't even know what that is. That's a wild. What is that? It's not cola. It's like a weird blend of flavor. I actually don't even know what the hell flavor that is. It's like a fruit. It's like a cola fruit. Does cola come from a fruit? Maybe it's like I mean, it could be because it's from 1983. But I don't know. Like, I hope not. Oh, no. I don't know about that. But we're gonna party anyway, and I guess I'll continue to drink that because that's all I brought to drink. Well, that and some cheap champagne, which we will obviously be drinking on the announcement of 10th edition, obviously. Joseph Bookany says, I hope they will call the 10th edition Warhammer X. Oh, I like that. How about Warhammer in space? Just like, you know, Warhammer X has like a real ring to it though. It's like, it's very like hack and slash kind of style, you know, like by the 10th movie, they've just given up. They've just given up by the 10th movie. I kind of like that. I'm a big fan of that. Spartaner says, Cola X fruit. So that's how cool it's made. Thanks a lot. Thanks for letting me know. Hey there, Wawunga Kevin. Good morning, Discourse. That soda is as old as me. Yeah, I mean, they say that it's out of date, but I don't believe in that big government lies. I don't believe in that big government lies. I think that it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Carl Pena says, can you shout out Freezer Baker's name, but add master, like Freezer Master Baker? I can shout that out. I can shout that out. How about, shout out to Freezer Master Baker. Freezer Master Baker. That was a little bit of Freudian slip. Am I getting clipped? Is that getting clipped or something? Doobie says this part like it's 1999 or something. I remember the year 1999. I had a little snowman. You clicked the back of him and he said, welcome to the year 2000. And he like would count down, 10, 9, 8, 7. And when he got to 1, he would say, welcome to the year 2000. And I was so excited about this. I practiced for days trying to get it right on time. And when we came to the crunch, I misjudged the time of it, and I was off by about 2 seconds, which was a real bummer. Pretty much ruined my life. I think it set me on my course to where I am right now, in a very healthy place, as you can see. Ian says, I like the tinfoil hat. Thank you very much. It's to prevent the Games Workshop bookworms getting into my brain, Because they might try and fill me with, like, mad ideas, like, there's not going to be a 10th edition, it's almost a year early, or there's still 2 codices left to release, it can't be 10th edition, or even something even more crazy, like, I don't know, it's probably only going to be Made to Order starter set like they did a year ago. I don't think so, bookworms. You can't get to me that easily. John Holloway says, are you going to do a recap video for this? I might crap out on you. It's early for me, says John. Yeah, I probably will. I mean, it depends what the announcement is. If it's 10th edition, I've got a video coming out tomorrow. If it's not 10th edition, there's no chance of that. And also, I do have a video coming out for you tomorrow because it was already put in place. I just presume that it's 10th edition. I think that that's probably the reasonable assumption to make, all things considered. Carl says, ha 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 ha. Oh, thank you, Carl. I'm glad that you're having a bit of fun. Someone's already on the champagne. Alex Neal says, the Frasier content doesn't seem as in-depth now. The Frasier content, obviously, it took a little bit of a backseat. There hasn't been a lot of new content, but let me assure you, whenever the new Frasier seasons come out, I think we can all look forward to a little bit more Frasier in our lives, for sure, including on this channel. I've been looking to transition the channel into something more general, and by general, I mean Frasier-oriented. I figured general equals Frasier, right? If you're going to cover anything, it's going to be Frasier. I remember the TV station doing the countdown out to static as a Y2K gag says iconoplast. Okay, that's awesome. I don't remember that much, honestly. I think there was just some BBC giant Millennium Ball or something like that was like falling from the sky. I don't know. It's hazy memories. Obviously, it's not as big as today. Today's the 35th anniversary, and you cannot get bigger than the 35th anniversary. What is that? Is it like a diamond? Is it diamonds that you're meant to get on the 35th anniversary? Is that what you're meant to get, or is it wood? Is 35th the wood anniversary? Slacker at large says 10th edition will ruin us all, but I'm excited. That's kind of how I feel about a lot of things. I'm sort of vaguely excited about this, but I know it's going to be the death of me. It's going to be fun. Spartaner says 10th edition sale when? 25% off on everything, says Spartan. I don't think we'll ever see another sale on Games Workshop. I think we saw a sale at the end of COVID because they were trying to get rid of all their COVID stock, and that was it. That was like the sale done. Oh, God. Why did I buy this? Why didn't I test it before? Why is this the only thing I can drink? Are we just going to open the champagne now? I don't really want to. It's very early, but hey, why not? We're going to 10th edition. We're going straight to 20th edition, says Woo2 Bear. Okay, I like the cut of your jib. I like these audacious, very audacious predictions. Because why go low when you can go high? That's what I always say. Why take the low road when you can take the high road? And I am renowned for the high road, I think. Warhammer 40k End Times rebranded the Age of the Emperor so they can release first edition in a decade's time after massive backlash. And that's a really interesting idea. So do we ever think, okay, this is gonna be the stream today, okay? So firstly we're gonna speculate. Secondly, we're gonna talk about things like this. So like, imagine you're at a party, we're at the Warhammer party. Like, it's like Die Hard, the beginning of Die Hard, right? We're like in the first 20 minutes of Die Hard, one of us is like off doing cocaine in another room, like someone else is trying to bang another person, and I'll be like Mr. Takada, keeping everything in line. Okay, so, right. All right, so what do we reckon? Do we think that there will ever be like a refresh of Warhammer 40k, like fantasy? Because Warhammer Fantasies, for those who don't know, was a very specific moment in time. Basically, it wasn't selling, and that's what really prompted Games Workshop to do the big twist. But with Warhammer 40k, while it's selling really well, I feel like as a system, Games Workshop feel like it's antiquated in some way, and they do definitely feel like they're trying to push the setting on to a different context, which I find interesting. While I don't like the actual direction it's going, I think it's interesting, right? Like it's interesting from an outside perspective to be like, okay. And I think we could see, so I'm in two minds, right? Because they've got the Horus Heresy game now, which is all about the Primarchs and stuff. But I could see Warhammer 40k becoming increasingly about the Primarchs. Like, I think we're going to see Dorn or somebody like that for 10th edition. In fact, we're probably going to see Dorn today then. Way, okay. Oh, God. Rogue Trader 2, says Frozen Throg. Well, Rogue Trader 2 would be like a smaller version of like Warhammer 40k, which some people would argue that's Warhammer 40k right now. 40k Rise of the Primarch, says partner. I think that honestly, the first thing we'll see about 40k will probably be like Dorn. I think will be like the first thing. And he'll probably be in the starter set, which is probably what we're going to see today. We're probably going to see the starter set. If not, just, I guess, a 9.5 starter set. But don't let the doubts enter your mind. This is 10th edition all day, all the way. Hi, I am Ed, says, the setting became stagnant is ironic from a lore perspective, not gonna lie. Well, that is, because the whole point of the setting was that it was stagnant, that it was a dark age, right? This is what was really interesting about Warhammer to me. Most sci-fi settings are about pushing forward into the future, right? Even the most dystopian sci-fi is all about technology progressing, about mankind's reaching out into the stars, right? Even in like cyberpunk settings where everything is awful and it's basically the real world, but in the future, even there, at least like, you know, you've got a smartphone or like a suicide booth you can go to end your misery. But in Warhammer 40k, there's no new technology. It's basically what we're actually degrading ourselves. We find old technology that's like way better, but we're in the dark ages, you know, like, or as people imagine in popular culture what the dark ages were like. Dark ages actually had tons of technological developments, but in Warhammer 40k we were in like the true sci-fi dark ages, and that's what was really interesting. Science and technology had all this mysticism around it. But as we've gone on, now we have the Primaris sort of really spoiled the setting in a lot of ways to me, because they represented this great leap forward in technology, which felt like it was the antithesis of what I liked about Warhammer, really. And I understand, I get the need for the Primaris, I get the need for trying to push the setting forward, because like people were like, I'm bored of the sandbox. But I like the sandbox. I like the sandbox because the stories I wanted to tell were about my own armies. What do you guys think? 40k, the Great Reset. Jesus. Okay, right, we're going to be one of those streams. I mean, I guess I can't be surprised. Dingo, hello there, Dingo. How's it going? Are you keeping well? Sorry, I haven't got back to your email, but I will at some stage. I've just been like, you know, I've been making all these grimdark balloons, so they've really taken up a lot of time trying to make all these grimdark balloons. I'm hoping for more Imperium factions, other than Space Marines for 10, says Awonga Kevin. Really? You think the Imperium needs more factions? Is that the thing that the Imperium needs? More factions? I don't know about that. I'm sort of against it. Oh, God. I spilled some of my soccer juice. Honestly, I'm sort of against the idea of adding more factions. I oscillate between we need to purge some factions and, oh God, I don't want anybody to like lose use of their collection. That I kind of oscillate between those two, because I don't like the idea of people not being able to utilize their collections in a game, right? I think the Legends idea is necessary, but I don't like the idea of pruning, because people will like have spent loads of time on miniatures and then they lose access to them. Oh, thank you very much for the donation there, Dingo. Games Workshop has no heart, mate. It's about the game. It's not about the game, it's about the money. Stay real. Well, thank you very much, Dingo. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So, I mean, look, ultimately, Games Workshop are indeed, as a company... Okay, Games Workshop are indeed, as a company, based on the money, right? Like, they 100% want to make money. Like, that is their goal. That is their goal. And if they can move the setting forward, and that makes them more money, then they'll do it. Like, I think that Primarch models will sell really well, right? We already see this from the Space Marines. Like, Games Workshop are really interesting because they believe themselves as a niche hobby. That's how they perceive themselves. In all of their kind of internal guidance, because somebody might have some of their internal documentation. But in all of their internal documentation, they refer to their company, to their corporate capitalist company, as a niche hobby. That's what they are. Warhammer is a niche hobby, is what they say, and therefore they'll never have like mass market appeal. They're not gonna be like appealing to like loads and loads of people. So what that means is they need to exploit the people who are into Warhammer as much as possible, because otherwise it's not a viable business, according to Games Workshop. Now I disagree. This is like a fundamental philosophical, like ideological difference that I have with the Games Workshop, and I think it's where all of our, it's why whenever I'm like, why are Games Workshop behaving so wild here? This is why, right? Because Games Workshop think that their market growth is really limited. Now, I think the last like 5-10 years has vindicated my perspective. I think that my perspective that Games Workshop, that basically Warhammer and Wargaming generally could have much more appeal. It could be way more popular than Games Workshop believe. I think has been relatively vindicated by the expansion of the Warhammer IPs into other areas, and you've seen the excitement that people get from those. And I think that, I mean, because I base this on my own behavior and my own knowledge of my friend groups. I know like at least 5 or 6 people that sincerely would get into Warhammer, but for the fact that it's too expensive. And in fact, yesterday I was speaking to somebody who was like, because we were talking about the Magic the Gathering cards, and they were saying that they would get into Warhammer 40k tomorrow if it was actually affordable, but they know how much of a black pit, like a money pit it is. So I think that Games Workshop obviously are focused too much on trying to exploit existing customers and not enough on getting new customers. They do obviously have outreach, but I don't think that that's their focus, because if that was their focus, they'd be like lowering prices, they'd be like doing sales, they'd be trying to get more people in, making it easier to get into the game. And that's where I disagree with Games Workshop. And I think that that's kind of like, I don't think the Games Workshop will ever really change their mind, which is why I don't think that they're a great custodian for the wargame hobby, right? That's why I get frustrated with them, because they arbitrarily raise the actual, like, the gateway. You gotta like hop over this fence to get in. It's called the Games Workshop pricing. Hey Burgotti says, hey birthday homie, when does Games Workshop start their stream? They're gonna start their stream in about an hour. In about an hour is when their stream starts. So we've got an hour to reminisce about the olden days. I actually picked up some, I think it was second edition books that I never had, because I never played second edition. So I'm a newbie. I came in 2004. I'm a little bit of a newbie here. He's not in the Magic the Gathering. Alexis, he is in to Magic the Gathering on Tabletop Simulator, which is a very specific thing. He will not play Magic the Gathering outside of Tabletop Simulator, which I do not fault him for. I have like 2 Magic the Gathering sets, and that's only because, or like decks, and that's because I bought the starter set to try the game out, basically. And I don't know, like the new Commander set. So Magic the Gathering have done like a Warhammer Magic crossover, and that looks interesting. It has also made so much money. Like the amount of people I've seen like talking about these sets. Firstly, the Commander sets that they released in are like very accessible for new people, because they're just like literally you buy a deck and then that's it. That's your deck. There's no like customization or anything. Well, you can customize it, but it's like a full deck, right? It's like 100 cards. That's your deck. Off you pop. So it means that you don't need to have like a large library or cards in your collection already. You can just buy this, and away you pop. You can play games with it. And it's kind of got a fun little, like, you've got a hero like card that's always out and things like that. It's a fun little like casual game for me. And I think that's like a really interesting, accessible product for new people. In fact, it's kind of something that Games Workshop kind of lack, right? Like Kill Team would probably be the closest thing, where it's just this, you buy the box and then you've got everything you need and then off you play. And I think that's actually probably where the Kill Team box sets come from, with Games Workshop trying to make that game essentially a demo miniatures, like you might like miniature wargaming. I just think that they put the price point like far too high for that, because Commander is relatively cheap, although like for me it's too expensive. Like I couldn't buy into it. I was like, £40, no thanks. £40, I can't I'm not gonna pay 40 quid for like 100 cards. I'm sorry. I recently bought the new Arkham Horror expansion, which is like a living card game, and I got like, I think it was like 300 cards for about that price, but those cards to me are more like applicable to the game and things like that. So it's horses for courses. Hi Ahmed says MTG is also a money pit. Yeah, no, for sure. And here's the crazy thing, right? So Hasbro the other day said that they wanna increase their profits by 50% over the next like 2-3 years, which is just wild. Like they're making like billions of dollars, and now they wanna they're just like making like, oh yeah, we're just gonna increase our profits by like 50%. That's our goal. Like when does it end? Never is the answer. Never. Until we're all drinking 35-year-old's football special lemonade. Then we'll see. Jesus. Eric Bond says, oh man, Magic the Gathering is so much more predatory than Games Workshop. See, I'm not like super involved in Magic the Gathering. I've had a few friends. I've actually had one friend who played professionally. He actually, I think, came second for Northern Ireland. Connor Kerr was his name. But this was like 20 years ago. So like a very, very long time ago. Magic looked very, very different back then. The thing is, like, fun fact, you can get all of the cards for Magic the Gathering on Tabletop Simulator. You can't get it if you look for it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, guys. You can play all these games for free. Now, I will say, there is a huge physical difference between playing a miniature war game or a card game on Tabletop Simulator and physically, right? I think it's funner physically. It's why I don't honestly worry for like tabletop games if people are like playing their games on Tabletop Simulator. I'm like, dude, like this is just getting people this is wetting the whistle. This is getting people interested in the game. They'll buy the actual physical products. Unless they're like my friend and can't afford to, because you've raised the price too high. In which case, that's kind of the company's fault, in my opinion. I think if you make your product too expensive for people to buy, you can't really complain whenever they find other ways to play it, because they want to play it. And honestly, I don't care. I think go for it, dude. Like play the game. Like I worry for indies, right? I don't worry for like Hasbro or like Games Workshop. I'm not worried about people playing their games for free. All right, those aren't the companies I'm worried about. I'm worried about like indie TTRPGs. That's who I'm worried about. FPT says Underworlds is the better one by to be done. That's probably fair, actually. Yeah, and they've got like the sort of card game aspect of it. I gotta hasten out. I've never played Underworlds before. I've never played it. There's something about the combination of Warhammer and a card game that makes me really wary of it. I'm like, oh no, because I do like collecting. I like collecting, right? This is like something I think most people have not reckoned with. They really enjoy collecting. I think most people just enjoy collecting things for the sake of it, just to have it. And I think that's true for card games. I think that's true for miniature games. And I haven't looked at the most recent Great Wargaming survey, but in the last year's Great Wargaming survey, I think collecting was like number 3. I think it went gaming, or it went painting, gaming, collecting was how it went, you know, in terms of like what people prefer in the hobby. So collecting was like a really big one. This is something that people don't reckon on a lot of the times. But it's why Games Workshop released these Primaris Captains, right? That, and I think they make new sculptors sculpt a Primaris Captain as like their rite of passage. And so those things just get released into the wild. But we get to see that. Dingo Dundee says, still wearing the hot helmet shield, man. Yes, there's obviously the shield to keep the Games Workshop bookworms out. We wouldn't want them to get inside. We want them to get inside. Orc Inquisitor says, hi, what did I miss? Well, what you missed was, we're talking about what we're going to see today. So obviously, I've hitched my wagon to 10th edition. I think that's what we're going to see in the stream. I've gone all in on the 10th edition train, with good reason, because of my wild speculation and like very, very tenuous facts. But aside from that, I guess what we could also see, maybe, I guess, if we don't see 10th edition, which I think again is like a 99.9% chance we're going to see 10th edition, we're probably going to see something like a 9.5, maybe. Although I will say that 9.5 is coming pretty late in the lifespan of the game. I saw some people were saying that 10th edition is too early. This is it, I'm afraid to say. Like, this is the cycle. A new Warhammer edition now lasts 3 years. That's it. You get 3 years. They release a bunch of codices, and then they get a new... Because there's no year where a new edition of a game can't be coming out. There's no year. Like, every year has to have a new edition. Games Workshop have said explicitly that the years where they release Games Workshop release a new Warhammer game, a new Warhammer edition, are their most profitable years. So obviously they're trying to limit the... And this is different from Dungeons and Dragons, right? So you might see Dungeons and Dragons are like releasing a new edition like once every 10 years. It's like 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons was out in 2000, I don't even know. I can't even remember, like 2014 or something. Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition came out, and now it's like 2022 and they're only coming out with a new edition of Dungeons and Dragons. For Dungeons and Dragons, a new edition is a bad thing, right? Because there's not a lot to buy to play Dungeons and Dragons or play a new edition of Dungeons and Dragons yet. This will change with 1D&D, but for now, all you need to do is like buy a book. And most people don't even buy the book, okay? Most people don't even buy it. They let their DM buy the book. So all new editions serve to do is maybe make a bit more money, but they also split the community. They split the community because Dungeons & Dragons is so cooperative. You need everybody to be on the same page, and it splits the community. With between 3rd edition Dungeons & Dragons and 4th edition, a bunch of people went off and played a 3.5 edition Dungeons & Dragons. They played Pathfinder, or between 4th and 5th, right? There was this big split up. So I don't think Wizards of the Coast like to do new editions of Dungeons & Dragons. This is not true for Warhammer. With Warhammer, new editions only make money. They don't split the new edition because, typically speaking, Games Workshop has already trained their customer base to behave like they're on a living service, right? Where they buy into Warhammer, and then there's like a new data slate every quarter, and there's a new codex like every month, every 2 months, every 3 months. There's like more codices coming out. There's constant updates to them. They've just embraced the season model. So people are trained to try and keep up with the latest and greatest. And that is the Warhammer like culture. That's the culture of Warhammer, which means that whenever they bring out a new edition, usually the last edition, by the time that the new edition's coming out, has so many problems with it. It has busted armies, or there's like issues, there's problems. And they buy in. And also Games Workshop they have a flexibility in that they can sell value starter sets. You'll see that every single time there's a new edition, they will sell a big starter set that is value, right? That's what everybody will say. They'll say it's a value starter set. There's loads of Space Marines, way more Space Marines if you buy them separately. Now, the reason why this is done is because Games Workshop have a huge margin on their products. So they can decide to sell them for way cheaper than they do right now. Like, they could just decide to do that tomorrow. They'd still be making profits. They could decide to, like, basically reduce the prices by about, I would say, about 50%. And they would be still making, like, a huge amount of profit. But what they do is they do reduce the price by a pretty substantial amount, but they put that in a big bundle, and they bundle that with the new edition. So you've got to buy into the new edition in order to get this value. And because Games Workshop have purposefully gone after a small segment of the population at large, it means that if they get enough buy-in, it's actually quite easy to get a critical mass of people buying into the new product and getting. And then the community doesn't really split, because the only benefit that Warhammer has, beyond its, I would say, really strong IP, because the Warhammer setting is really fun, and the really beautiful models, because Games Workshop are really good at making miniatures. They've kind of, I think the last couple of years, they've taken a wee bit of a dive, but, you know, they traditionally are very good. They create very high definition miniatures. They're very, what would be the word for it? They're very precise in their miniatures. Because of those are like their main benefits of Warhammer. Gameplay, not one of them, right? Like, gameplay, not a strength of Warhammer. I find Warhammer 40k fun. People might be surprised by this. I find Warhammer 40k fun, but generally speaking, in wargaming, it's like a middling wargame, right? Like, it's as far as the settings go. I think the funnest part of Warhammer is building your list. So, and building the background to your army, and building like the fluff. For me personally, this is all for me personally. And, but the other big, massive, huge benefit, like the main one, is that everyone else is playing Warhammer. So if you want to play with your miniatures, if you want to play a war game, you have to play Warhammer. You have to play Warhammer 40k. Otherwise, it's really hard. Unless you've got like a really good like local community, right? So everyone buys into the new edition because everybody wants to keep up at the same pace because everyone else is buying the new edition. You know, like, how many people are running around playing 4th edition these days? Like, how many people? Not a lot, I would warn. Conan says, afternoon, lovelies, excited for the 10th edition announcement. 100%, so am I, Conan. Doobie says, rulebook in the box, because you might as well buy if you want the rules. Yeah, no, exactly. They make it, like, too much of a value proposition, because you're used to, like, buying a box of Space Marines for 35 quid, or, like, $50, and then they bundle, like, 4 of those in a box, and it's like 90 quid. You're like, oh, damn, like, that's like 50% off. Holy shit, you know? I gotta buy this. It comes with the rules. Well, it's not like 90 quid. It's more like a $300 box set, and they've bundled like 2 army starts in it. So you're like, oh, I guess I gotta buy the army I want and the Space Marine army. or for most people, that's for me. For most people, it's like, I gotta buy the Space Marine army and the other thing, the Necron. Ugh. Who cares about those losers? Oh, God. Jackie or Doda says, I think the best Warhammer starter game is Blitz Bowl. Fewer rules and rules, random open mission, objective, hijinks, and violence. All profiles in the box, as far as I know. What is not to love? Blitz Ball? Blitz Ball? We're Blood Bowl. We're Blood Bowl. You can't just tell people to play a different company's miniature game and be like, that's a good start for Warhammer. That's how we get genericization. Brian says, 5th was the best edition, hands down. Nah, I don't really remember, like, to be honest, like, looking back in my mind, because I played a lot of editions to Warhammer, I don't really remember a huge amount of difference between 4th and 5th. I don't really. The best adult dating site, gotta remove that. Because I can still see it on my side, but no, you guys can't. So obviously, I want to be on the best adult dating site, and I don't want all you lot, you rackmaroles, to get onto the best adult dating site and like gum up the wheels. Come on, guys, hide it, yeah, hit it. Thank you, Chat69. Dingo Dundee says, imagine if 40k went skirmish and it's not kill team 20 figures each. You know, like I'm not the biggest fan of the new kill team. I gotta say, I played a lot of missions between I haven't played any of the Compendium forces, though I got burned on the Compendium because I bought the Compendium, and I feel like a real rube. I picked up the starter box, which had the Imperial Guard, and it had the Orcs in it. They were fun to paint. I actually enjoyed painting my Imperial Guard. I've got them all painted up, and I played a bunch of games between my Orcs and stuff. My problem was that the campaign setting really let that game down. It really, really, really let that game down. Dark Elder and Catacon, says Conan Lucas. Ooh. Second was the best edition, 2 box sets, and you're done, says David Brecken. So I have the 3rd edition rulebook lying around somewhere. The thing I always loved about the 3rd edition book is that it came with all the stats. People don't remember this. It came with all the stats in the actual 3rd edition rulebook. That's what I like to see. Okay, so I mean, I've got a video coming out on like what 10th edition needs to do to save Warhammer 9th, like what it has to do to save Warhammer. So that'll be coming out tomorrow. And that'll be coming out tomorrow. Hi, I'm Ed. Says Discourse doesn't want us to visit adult dating sites. I'm afraid not, guys. Like there'll be nothing but pain on those places. Nothing but pain. Is it your B-Day? Says Cothcraft. Well, thank you very much for the donation. So I appreciate that. It sort of is in the sense that it's Warhammer's 35th anniversary, which is their birthday. So you know we're celebrating in style. We're celebrating some Warhammer here. Oh dear. All right, so Jackie, 1-page rules is the best edition, says Fran. Now that is spicy. So 1-page rules is basically like a very playable Warhammer experience, I would say, for sure. Like 1-page rules, it's kind of interesting, right? 1-page rules came out of nowhere. It has really filled a gap that was in the hobby, which was basically, imagine Warhammer 40k. Thank you, Cothcraft. Imagine Warhammer 40k, but playable. Imagine you didn't need to do a bunch of background reading. Imagine you could just literally, it was like designed from the very get-go to be as accessible and playable as possible. And that was really missing. Because to be frank, okay, and I don't want to appear rude here, but the vast majority of what I would call casual kind of wargamers get into Warhammer, right? Because Warhammer is the most accessible game in the sense that you can walk into a store and there is a man with a sort of like a t-shirt on that says Games Workshop on it, and he will tell you what to buy, right? It's also on the high street, so you can actually walk into a store and speak to somebody about it, you know? So if you're isolated, like you're on a farm in the middle of nowhere and there's nothing but wolves, you can go to that store and you can talk to somebody. And, you know, it has a huge IP, and everyone talks about it, right? And everybody's playing it. So you can, like, Google Wargaming. The first thing you're going to find is Warhammer. So it's like the surface of Wargaming. So you've got to, like, most people plunge through the surface. Some people, obviously, they dig a hole in the sand and they come out and under and they just never reach the surface at all because they're like, I got into Wargaming through Malifaux. And you're like, okay, well, you're very rare. Congratulations. Most people get into Wargaming through Warhammer, right? So most casuals, most of the people who have got like the least, I guess, investment in Wargaming, get into Warhammer. And Warhammer as a game asks a lot of you. It really does. It's like, hey, you want to play Space Marines? And you're like, oh boy, yeah. And they're like, okay, well, time for you to basically buy this massive rulebook, buy this codex, and buy this supplement book as well. And also there's rules for every unit. They've all got like very specific rules, and there's these big list of stratagems. Here you go. Here's 100 stratagems. Remember those. Like, memorize those. And there aren't all of them, by the way. They're just the ones that are relevant for you. You might run into some guy who has even more. Okay, what sub-faction do you want to play as? Okay, now, listen, here's the thing. You probably played Star of Space Marines. Oh, yeah, I did. Well, I'm afraid to say, there's going to be like 100 different models here that you're going to have to decide which one to go for. And you will have no idea what's good or what's bad, apart from when you can Google search. So go off and have fun. And to a lot of people, it's not a very easy game to get into, Warhammer. It's actually very hard. And Games Workshop's desire to try and emulate, to systematize absolutely everything, they have made a game that's very unwieldy. People call it bloat, right? And this is like a big argument in the community. The Warhammer is too bloated. It's like a massive thing in the community. And a lot of that is because there's tons of casual players who just want to fucking play a game of Warhammer. They want to buy a packet of... They want some pretzels. They want some pretzels. They want some beer. And they just want to play some fucking Warhammer. That's all they want to do. They want to go Friday night and play some Warhammer. They're sitting here with like 4 different books going, okay, hold on, let's see what my basic troop does. Hold on, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my basic troop does. Let me double check this. Like, that's not what people want. So one-page rules comes out. It's like, hey, we've got like a single page and that's all you need to know. People are like, bam, give me it. And that's why one-page rules is like exploded onto the scene like so crazily, because it's just a very playable, accessible product. And on top of that, it's kind of enmeshed itself very well into the 3D printer world. It's basically, if you got a 3D printer, like you're going to come across the one-page rules models, and they do create miniatures that basically take the place of a lot of 40K miniatures, and they look really good too. So it found itself a niche in the hobby that turns out to have been a massive niche. There was a huge outcry for this type of game, and they identified it and found it. So I think that yeah, Fran says One Piece Rules is the best edition. I think a lot of people would agree with you, because a lot of people view One Piece Rules as simply an extension of their games of Warhammer. No, I don't think so. I think One Piece Rules is good enough to stand on its own. And I actually like the fact that they are kind of stepping away from Warhammer, right? They're making their own factions. They're making them visually distinct. I've talked about this a lot on the channel. I think that's like good. I think that's good, right? Creating more variety in the content is really good. But I think 100%, there's lots of people who are alienated Warhammer players who just could not get into the game, because they like the idea of Space Marines, but the actual act of playing with them on the table wasn't that fun, wasn't that hot. It was very complicated. So, 100%. Dingo Dundee says, I'm older than Warhammer. I used to watch black and white TV. Well, that's pretty wild. Is it true that, like, the Wizard of Oz was the first color movie? Because then it goes, like, black and white, and then it goes into color. How wild would that have been? I started playing 40K 1 year after first edition started, says David. Wow, congratulations. So, here you go. Like, this is the one for the homies out there. Vinny says, whatever happened to the Inquisitor 54mm game? So, people like to say the Games Workshop, like, that all that matters is for miniatures to be, like, paintable and things like that. But I think that 54mm kind of shows that it's not, honestly. I think that 54 Inquisitor, I can't remember exactly what happened to it. To be honest, I was never into it. The miniatures were just too big, too unwieldy. But it kind of collapsed in bursts. This wasn't a kind of this size of community to buy that amount of miniatures. Like, even Necromunda today, that's a 28mm/30mm scale, they are bought up all the time for like Warhammer and stuff. Like, you look at the terrain and things like that for that game gets sold all the time to Warhammer players. You look at the walls, the Zone Mortalis walls, loads of Warhammer players bought those up. You look at the market stalls, loads of Warhammer players bought those for like terrain. If you put Necromunda at 54mm, I'm not sure if it would be economically viable for Games Workshop. I'll say it, like, for an indie miniature war game, they'd be like, holy shit, we sold how many models? They'd be like loving it, right? But Games Workshop's like, I'm afraid to say the numbers just don't add up. What do you mean? We're only making $100 million this year. I don't think so, right? The boys in accounting don't like it. So yeah, like, things are judged to be viable in much different circumstances to everybody else. Whenever you're like part of this massive corporation, you got shareholders that you have to answer to, and also you're basically, your purpose as an executive is not to like make the best products. It is to manage the growth of the company so that it grows as much as possible, which means you'll cut off limbs, right? You'll cut off limbs. You'll get rid of things, including whole departments of people, if you have to. And by have to, I mean you're economically incentivized to do so. Manisha says 1994 is when I started, when a Games Workshop opened in my city. Is there a lot of Americans here today? Because I, like, in the UK, like, to me, a Games Workshop store is like eternal. It's like absolutely eternal to me. But I imagine that like it could have started after after I was born. But to me, like Games Workshop was always around. But for Americans, I think that's not the case, right? Obviously for older people in the UK as well, that won't have been the case. Blackbird says, when does the GW stream start? It starts in 50 minutes. Starts in 50 minutes. Oh yeah. Dingo says some one-page rules minis are better than GW figures. I actually don't disagree at all. I don't disagree with that at all. I actually really like a lot of one-page rules minis. Here's the thing, right? So what I like in a mini is actually quite a lot different from what other people like in the minis. That's why I said earlier that I think that the Games Workshop sculpts have been going down. This is subjective, right? This is for me. I think they've been going down. The Games Workshop miniatures have become more they've been more pernickety to kind of build. They've also become a lot more specific in what they are, and also I think that a lot of them are designed to take up a lot of time on the painting table and also look really good as Instagram models. They're designed to be a photograph taken up close and look really good, because that's what sells. Because the Warhammer community page shows you the miniature and it's like zoomed right up to your face like this. You're like, oh my god, look at the fidelity. I'm not going to say that about this model. This is a Mordor orc, okay? I'll never say look at the fidelity of this model. But like here, I'm like, look at the fidelity of this model, right? But this is like a Mordor orc. There's going to be like 10,000 of these guys on the table. I'm going to be looking at them like, not like this. I'm going to be looking at them over there. And actually, whenever you're looking at something far away, what you really want are big, bold patches of color in order to distinguish them. But what Games Workshop do is they overload their models. Now, these actually aren't too bad, but here's the Horns of Hashut, for example. These models are overloaded with details. Now, these are probably some of the best models for Games Workshop that aren't overloaded with detail, but they've just got so much going on, it's just too much. You look at it from a distance, and it's just a blob of colors. And if you look at, say, the demon models, a lot of their kind of centerpiece models really suffer for this, because their centerpiece models are really expensive, and so in order to justify the cost, they have to be a higher fidelity. But the only way to be a higher fidelity is just to add more details, because you can only get so sharp on the details and things like that. So they just add more and more and more. Now, I get that's kind of good for some people. Some people enjoy that. It also is fitting with kind of like the kind of Blanche art style. Oh my god, Chat69, you're back. How do I hide user on this channel? There we go, hide him. And that's cool and all, but I kind of dig models that are game pieces, right? I like models that are big, bold, like kind of big patches of color. It means if at a distance, I can actually look at this model and go, oh, that's Persephone. That's my model Persephone. Why? Because she's like the big purple one. She's got the purple pants, you know? Hello, I am from Jerusalem, says Larbeard. Cool, very cool. GW equal insta model. Matt says over detailed. They're way too over detailed. I agree. Like, cause I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to build, like, I like horde armies. I'm trying to build like all my horde. And like they've all got all these details. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I just want to get through this. I just want to get through it. Matt says one of the better aspects of 30k are the Marines are fairly simple to paint in comparison. That's totally fair. Here's the thing, guys. Everybody out there who's like, I want more high detailed models. Here's the thing, right? The vast majority of people get into Space Marines because they're easy to paint. Because they're like one color and you can pop off on your way. Like, look at a Space Marine. It is the most easy to paint model in the world. The moment you start adding tab arts and stuff because of Black Templar, that's when it gets wild. You're like, oh no, it's like too complicated. I don't want to do this. I don't think that I'm in the minority. I just think that it's a very casual perspective. That most people who engage like YouTube, Warhammer and stuff like that are going to be more hardcore players. They're going to be people who are like really into like painting and stuff like that. But I've met so many people who are just like really bad painters, like me. And they're just like, I can't paint this thing. And they get intimidated by those models. Why? I think it's a bit of a mistake. Now, I think that high fidelity models should exist, but I'm not sure if it should be like every single model. You know what I mean? Like maybe for like hero characters and stuff, but even then, it's just visually as an art style, it's very messy and it blends into the table. Scython, thank you very much, says here's a tip so that you can buy more cream soda. Also, I got my champagne ready and cold in the fridge. Cheers for Warhammer X1 microchipped models. I love it, Scython. Yes, there we go. Warhammer 10th edition, microchipped models. That way Games Workshop can track you at all times. I love it. I love it. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Morning from Canada. Not disappointed in the tinfoil hat, says Time Gnome. Thank you very much, Time Gnome, or Chromie for short. Oriana says, all the monopose dynamic models nowadays means that the conversions are much harder now. Yeah, for the people who like to actually convert models, they are a ton harder. I don't like all my models looking the same. I just don't like that. And if they do look the same, right, because... Don't get me wrong, Warhammer 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, they have tons of monopose models. There was loads of them. Mostly they were made out of metal. It was like, the problem with metal was that they were all monopose. That and, you know, having to, like, actually glue them together was kind of a nightmare. But... the monopose was not a strength of the models at the time. And when they were monopose, they often had very generic, neutral kind of poses. And that looked a lot better for an army game, in my opinion. I'm okay with bespoke poses when it's like a skirmish game and it's like a named character. I'm actually okay with that because there'd only be like one on the table, maybe. And I'm okay with that. Although sometimes I still think they go too far. Like, if you look at the Faramir model in the new Games Workshop, like Lord of the Rings box, I think those poses are too much. Not every single character in a game needs to be like leaping over a fence or like standing on a rock. Sometimes it's fine for people to have neutral poses. Some of the coolest models, in my opinion, are just neutrally posed. They're just like hanging out. Oh my god, chat 69, I told you to get out of here. Put user on timeout. There we go. Hi, man, says 5G models to get us to buy more stuff. That's what the hat's for, prevent that. Matt Lumley says, what's everyone's take on Moonbreaker? A video game where you play and paint digital models. Feels interesting, feels like a scary sign to come. Warhammer 1 when? So, like, look, so Dawn of War used to have this function where you could paint your models, you paint your army, basically, and that was really cool. I don't mind the idea of you being able to paint digitally. I think that's neat, but yeah, monetization is going to be crazy, and it's kind of wild. It's so sad to say, but video games really have been, they've basically been like very, very, very mask off, haven't they? Like, I don't know what happened, but it feels like every single sort of hobby or like basically behavior these days gets monetized to such an aggressive extent. They want more money, and what they've realized is that people will accept this. This is like a big problem for me at the minute. I kind of, it's a little bit depressing because I'm not sure what we can do as consumers in order to combat a lot of these elements, because ultimately we can't vote with our wallets. Like me not buying anything has never stopped the Games Workshop from releasing bad things, right? I don't buy the big massive box sets. It doesn't matter. Games Workshop are still going to make them because there's a huge amount of people who want to buy them. So what can we do? Because boycotts don't really work. Like, they just don't really work very well. It's like a really tough one. I don't know. I think I have some ideas, but I'm gonna probably commit them to a video. I want to think about them some more because they're pretty gnarly. Honestly, they're pretty gnarly and they make me a little bit uncomfortable. But maybe that's the best way you want to be. Maybe you want to be a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe that's how you have the most fun. Doobieman says tinfoil underpants. That's a strong look. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. This thing's like a little bit of a delay, doesn't it, this donation bot? The Duke says, tired of everyone being on one foot, especially when we stop doing slaughters. Yeah, right? Everybody's on one foot these days. Yeah! Do you ever notice how Space Marines are always pointing? They're always pointing? Do you ever notice that? That's wild. Imagine just pointing all the time. I like to play a game now where you go through the codex and you try and find all the duplicate models, and it's really easy and they're everywhere. It used to be that, like, you'd have to go looking for them, but now there are duplicate models everywhere because they've all got specific poses. Zombie Dad says, where did Warcry go? Well, Warcry just got released there last week, did it not? Or this week. They finally released the rulebook outside of a $200 box set. To me, that's the release of a game. The game didn't release yet. And Minishaw says, video games with loot boxes aren't seen. It's gambling for kids. Well, you say that, Minishaw. That's kind of the fun thing, though, isn't it? Because loot boxes are, like, old school now. I remember when loot boxes came out, everyone lost their fucking minds. But, like, now, it's battle passes these days, brother. Now, you gotta pay money to have the possibility of potentially getting something that you want. Woo! Also, it's like a ladder system, so you buy in, you pay money, and then you get to earn new cosmetics by playing the game more, which means that you're now being incentivized directly to keep logging into the game and playing, creating a player base that actively plays the game. It's really, I don't know, there should be like a word for this. I don't know what the word would be. It's like insidious or something. It's like, but it's really clever, you know? It's like they have created a machine that will grind out the maximum amount of gristle in the shortest period of time. It's like very clever, but they're feeding people into this machine. And so it's like, well, it's a little bit, you know, it's kind of horrendous. horrendous. It's kind of horrific. It's kind of awful. But on the other hand, I admire that it works so efficiently, so effectively, it's so optimized, you know? And, like, this has been, it feels like the last 10 years of, like, certainly video games has been basically executives trying to work out more efficient means to extract money from people. And I'm really worried that all these lessons are starting to go into these hobbies, you know? Dungeons and Dragons, like, 100%. I got a lot of people saying, oh, well, one D&D, the virtual tabletop system in it is you can decide to play it or not. Not really, because what will happen is that it will be normalized. The actual behavior of playing on virtual tabletop will be normalized. And sure, there will be groups out there consistent of, like, say, I play with my friends. I have a small closed group with my friends. I will not be using the virtual tabletop Dungeons and Dragons. On the other hand, however, I also play as part of pickup groups for a Dungeons and Dragons community in Northern Ireland. Okay, I'm an admin of a server that basically hooks people up to play Dungeons and Dragons, which means, therefore, I'm going to have to play virtual tabletop. I'm going to have to, because there will be people who insist upon it. There will be DMs who insist upon it. There will be people who have the book, who purchased all the books, but on the virtual tabletop. And they will want to play it, and they will have characters, and you want to play Adventurers League. And this is all to consolidate people into this shared platform so that you can then be sold to. And I used to work on a boat, okay? I used to work on a boat, and it was like a ferry that would take people from one place to another, and it was like a 2.5-hour journey, okay? It was a short journey, and you know what on that boat was? They had all these different stores, they had all these different shops, and the prices were outrageous. The prices were absolutely outrageous. You'd be, normally say you'd pay $1 for a bottle of, say it's a banana, right? How much it's gonna cost? $5, right? So say you were buying a banana, it cost you $1 on the boat. $1 in the world, on shore, on the land, for the landlubbers. On the boat, it would cost you $5. Why? Because they were a captive audience. If you don't want to buy the banana on the boat, you got nowhere else to go. We sell the bananas. We're the banana people. You have to buy the banana from us. If you want a banana, too bad. You got to buy from us. So you got to buy for $5. And people would pay that price because there's no other option. This is Dungeons and Dragons. Now, right now, there's a lot of different virtual tabletops out there. There's a lot of virtual tabletops you can go to. You can go to like Fantasy Grounds, for example. There's like loads of options. They will all die. They will all fall to the virtual tabletop of one D&D. 100% they will die. Of course they will, because with one D&D, you buy the DM's handbook. You're going to get the PDF version on the virtual tabletop. Boom. Why would you ever go on to the other systems anymore? They're functional. This one is functional. It works. You can play your adventure in there. You bought the adventure. You can play it. It's done. It's done. That's the end. They're going to monopolize the digital space. Now, I'm really glad that Games Workshop have never gotten into 3D printing for exactly this reason. Because Games Workshop, they would only do it if they could get something like a DRM system they could apply on to your printing, right? I'm talking like 2050, Games Workshop own 3D printing, and you've got one Space Marine. You buy a Space Marine, you can print it once. Boom, there you go. Cost you $10. Well, probably in today's money. Cost you like $10. You got yourself one space. You're like, oh boy, this is awesome. You had to use your own resin. You had to and you had to do a bit of the work. But it's kind of more accessible. You can buy it straight from the Games Workshop store. It's a branded product. People will buy it for the brand. They will buy it for the brand. Jacobachi says, don't buy the boat banana. 100%. 100%. Meteor Freak, thank you so much for the donation. Says, I feel like a hypocrite because I agree that GW models are too expensive, but I can afford to splurge once in a while and not buy a limited edition model because the FOMO is real. I totally get you. I myself am the same. Here I am at the 35th anniversary of Warhammer with my superheroes, because this one's for the Space Marines, the superhero birthday, and this one's for me. Because I like Gene Stealer cults. Thank you very much for the donation, Dingo. Thank you very much. So I totally get you. I feel FOMO too. In fact, a lot of the things that I criticize on this channel, I fall victim to them all the time. That's why I talk about them. That's why I talk about them so much, because I fall for these things all the time. And there was a stage where I realized that no one else was talking about these things in this way. And to be honest, I've witnessed it happen in everything, in absolutely everything. It's not only wargaming, it's happening in like things like the card games, like Magic the Gathering. You got 4 booster sets. Magic the Gathering are like more advanced than Games Workshop. They recently just sold 4 booster sets for $1,000. $1,000 for 4 booster sets. If Games Workshop could charge those prices, which I think they could, they will. And they think they will. Honest to God, they're only worried about the bad press from it. But so, like, I wholly get you, Meteor Freak. These things work. Like, the reason why companies do these things is because they work. They extract more money, which is where the problems come in. Because, like, how do we combat this as a community? Like, how do we stand up against this? Dingo says, mate, if it's not another 50 new Sisters of Battle figures or a set of rules that don't suck, then GW no press is for me. You drinking beer, sweet. I'm drinking Football Special, which is contemporary with Warhammer First Edition, the original Football Special from those days. And it tastes, I'm gonna be honest, really bad. Really bad. Just like you would expect something from 1987 to taste. Oh my God. Oh! I also didn't refrigerate it, which is kind of a bad thing as well, I think. So I don't think we're gonna see 50 new Sisters of Battle figures. I was so disappointed when the Sisters of Battle, I was gonna say the Fisters of Battle, nice. I was so disappointed when the Sisters of Battle came out, because they were, my problem, like, I started with the first, like, the metal miniatures back in, like, 2004, and they're all monopose, and then the new Sisters of Battle came out, and they were all monopose, and I was like, god damn, like, I wanted them to be like Imperial Guard, where I could, like, move their arms and stuff. DM Wiggly says, I host my games on Foundry, and sadly I think they won't survive. I don't think so either. I don't think they have a chance. They don't have a chance against Wizards of the Coast. The amount of money that they're going to pump into it. And here's the thing. There's going to be lots of people who want to buy new coats. There's going to be lots of people who want to buy new Kobold packs on their service. Because they can afford it and they just kind of enjoy it. They like it. They like the idea that, oh, I can buy like my cosmetics for me. And it's special because I paid $10 for this purple jacket. Right? There's lots of people who are like that. There's lots of people who really want to engage in games that way. That's how this works. That's how this works. And what you'll find is at first everyone will be really annoyed about it, but in 5 years, 10 years time, the line will have been pushed. These companies are always trying to push it further and further and further. These new army boxes, where did they come from? What, Sisters of Battle did it once as a commemorative thing? Oh, it's big, it's special. Sisters of Battle are after like all these years. Okay, fine. Then the Black Templar get an army box. Like, why the Black Templar? Now the Votan are getting an army box. Like, now it's just becoming normalized. Now we're starting to be pressured into thinking these army boxes where they release like a bunch of miniatures on a special codex for a couple of hundred quid, early access at a limited edition to try and get everyone to buy into this new army because it's a limited time. They rely on FOMO. That's becoming normal now. Like, when did that happen? I'm not in favor of it. Like, did anyone really want that? Like, surely it would be better for them to release a bundle alongside the release of the miniatures, right? Like, surely that's the better way, just to release models when they're done. Am I wrong here? Jackie Moore, Duda, thank you very much for the donation, says, the only acceptable one-oppose army is about 100 slam pose. Menacingly standing perfectly sideways. Bonus, no assembly required. I totally agree. I totally agree. Oh, God, yeah. And I think it's appropriate today that we're talking about these kind of monetization elements on today, the day of Warhammer 10th edition 100%. I think it's appropriate because really 10th edition to me is a chance for a clean slate. It's a chance to change things. So I'm interested to see how they change things. And I'm interested to see what the starter set will look like. So for those who don't know, there's been a lot of teasing about a starter set. So this is where my, some would say tinfoil, hot, mad, clutching at straws, induced. I say clutching at these little glow stick thingies. I say clutching at those things. But people would say that these are, that this ramblings of a mad person, that they're based on nothing. But they are based on something, these ramblings, these absurd claims of 10th edition coming out, okay? Let's pull this bad boy up. Let's pull this bad boy up. Okay. Woo, there we go. Okay, it worked. Holy awesome. And let us, okay, hold on 1 second. Let me just quickly see what is the overlay. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna boop. Whoa, there we go. So we got the chat now. We got the chat on this. Okay. So this is based on all the art for this preview event, which will be starting in half an hour. It's showing us starter sets. Look at all these starter sets. Look, you got your second, your third, your fourth, your fifth, your sixth. You know, there's the Black Templar 3rd edition box set. You know, and Dominus has been shown in the trailer and things. So it really looks like what we're gonna get today is at the very least something to do with starter sets. Now, of course, that means 10th edition. Obviously, that means 10th edition. What other starter set could there be? Now, some other people have speculated, and let me know what your thoughts are on this one, guys. Some people have speculated that it's going to instead be simply made-to-order starter sets. If you remember last year, they did a starter set of, it was the 3rd edition with the Dark Eldar and the Space Marines. They did that starter set made to order. There was no book or no anything, no terrain either, which was really disappointing. They did that, so are they going to do a similar thing for the 35 years of Warhammer 40k? Are they going to do a new kind of made-to-order starter set? Or is it going to be a, oh my god, Blackbeard says Warhammer Plus starter set. Oh dear sweet god, no, please don't. Or is it going to be a 9.5 starter set, where they kind of clean up 9th edition, they fix it in some way, they do a new Space Marine Codex, obviously, and then they, like, bundle together, like, a Space Marine versus another army. Is that going to be the case? No, says I. No! That's too little. That's wild. That's too little. It's gonna be 10th edition. It's gonna be 100% 10th edition. Yeah, 100%. I tell you what, if it's not 10th edition, let's make a promise. Let's do a thing. If it's not 10th edition, okay? If it's not 10th edition, I will. Okay, let's make an absurd promise. I will. If it's not 10th edition, something that I can do. I will. I will. Oh shit! I just spilled 35-year-old cola everywhere. Or it's not even cola. It's like passion fruit or something. I will buy, and paint and build, 2,000 points of Space Marines, an army I have never collected, have no interest in whatsoever. I will buy, paint, and build 2,000 points worth of Space Marines, and do it in a video. I will do like a 24-hour build, paint. 24 hours of 2,000 points of Space Marines, and it'll be a real army. It's not going to be like 5 dreadnoughts or whatever. It's going to be like a real army, full 2,000 points. Probably a chapter that I like. 2,000 points, and I'll do it all. I'll do it all in a single video. That's what I'll do. If it's not 10th edition. If it's not 10th edition, because that is how much I believe is going to be 10th edition. Oh my god, make it Ultramarines, Blackbeard says. That is too much. No, you can't make me do it. I'm going to do it. If it's not 10th edition. This is how confident I am in it being 10th edition. Look at this. I bought Grimdark balloons. Look, bolt gun metal. In honor of Warhammer for 35 years. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I will buy and paint and build 2,000 points worth of Space Marines. 100%. All right, I'll do it. I'll make this promise right now, because there is no chance in hell that it's not a 10th edition. There's no chance in hell that it's not a 10th edition starter set. So it's gonna be the announcement. We're gonna see the starter set details. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, guys. I have never played, in all of my 20 years of being a Warhammer player, I have never played a Space Marine army. I've never played. I have a friend who has a bunch of 3rd edition models. I've never played a Space Marine army. I've never started a Space Marine army. I've touched a codex. I will admit to having done that. I've been a little bit curious sometimes here and there. I've touched a codex. But apart from that, I've never actually done anything with them. So, clipped and shipped, says Quothcraft. Yep. You can clip this out. Let's make it happen. This is how confident I am. But don't worry, guys, it's not gonna happen. We're gonna get 10th edition today. We're gonna get it. Tobias says, 35 years is such an unnecessary number to celebrate. It's got to be a new edition. Exactly! Why else would you celebrate 35 years? And it's not like they're gonna do it on the 36th year. It'd be wild. Frankenstein says, I like to see Discourse Salamanders. Oh, it's gotta be. Scython says, I hereby object to forcing her to paint Ultramarines. That would be too cruel. Make it cruel, baby. Make it cruel, because this is gonna go down. Never. In like some other alternative reality where I was wrong, but that can't be today. Alright, so Matt says, this is what happens when you've had too much cola, folks. This isn't even cola. This is football special. The flavor of a passion for sport. That is what the football special flavor is. It says underneath it, mixed flavor soft drink with sugar and sweeteners. I don't know what this means. Erotica Buddha says, Black Templar Discourse Army confirmed. Hi, Matt says, don't worry, everyone has their Space Marine phase at least once in their life. Nothing to be ashamed about. I did pick up a thing, so, but I did not intend on having 2,000 points. 2,000 points would be too wild Far too wild. 2,000 points would be a lot of money as well, is the thing. Good, that says, oh, Matt Ward, flavored Ultramarines, live the true dream. Oh, Jesus, you want me to make Ultramarines for, like, 5th edition? Alex says, the correct punishment chapter is 2,000 points of Imperial Fists. Chris Boyne says, I'm hereby riveted. Strong, confident bet. Not born of madness at all, okay? Dark Angels Army? The passion of sport sounds like sweat and defeat. Perfect grimdark flavor. That's exactly what I'm drinking it for. Exactly what, it's from 1987, and also is the grimdarkest flavor of drink, the football special. It looks contemporary to Warhammer First Edition. Like, look at this logo, like, and branding on here. Come on. I think that means you're supposed to mix it with water. I have not been mixing this with water. Am I meant to mix this with water? Oh my god, no wonder it's tasted so awful. I don't know, it doesn't say. It says, please open slowly and handle with care. As if it's like some sort of bomb or something. Apparently it was originally designed for celebrating winning sporting events by filling the cup. With an exciting but non-alcoholic beverage, we use only the finest Irish water and our secret mixed fruit formula to produce the unique foamy head. Very nice. Why don't you celebrate too and watch the magic unfold as you pour the winning taste of football special? This is like the most bizarre drink I've ever had in my entire life. And I've drank a lot of weird things. Vinny says, flirt with chaos, play Dark Angels. 1987 is a good year for passion drink squeeze from sport fans. It is indeed, Kevin. Tinko says, what Space Marine faction are you going to choose me at? Never bet unless you're prepared to lose. To be perfectly frank, guys, I'm going to be honest. If it's just pure punishment, it would be Ultramarines, because that's like the least one I've got the interest in. But if I were to pick, based on like what I think would be bearable, it would be Black Templars. Because I've already cheated a little bit. I've already got like a little Black Templars combat patrol, but that wasn't for me. So I could start from there. I could start from a combat patrol, and I could figure out like a 2,000 point army list. I think would be the plan. 2,000 points, but it doesn't matter. Like, this isn't going to happen. But it would be Black Templar, I think. Dingo. I think it would be Black Templar. Because Black Templar are honestly just the funnest Space Marines. Isn't that drink expired, says Paulo. Yes, would be the answer. Phil says, Blood Bowl Special. Yeah! Although, in fairness, this would be alcoholic if it was for Blood Bowl. Kenneth says, hey, how do you shut off slow mode? I'm not sure, Kenneth. I don't know. Is you click little gear down at the bottom. Although, if you are listening to this in slow mode, have you got it fixed now? Frankenstein says, Foamy Head was my nickname in high school. Very okay. You got up to some business for sure then. Jackie says, the secret ingredient is probably money or crime. Best of both. BT, Black Templar are expensive as fuck, says Matt. Okay, I don't like the sound of that. Secret formula equal contain 0.00001 fruit matter. 100%. Oh, okay. So we're being told that there's emails. It's Warhammer Day. Reveals inside. Let's see. Let's have a gander. Let's have a gander. Okay. Let's see. So there are some silhouettes. I'm gonna open this. Open link. All right. Let me open it up here in the. Okay. Let's see. How do I open up the image? Because I don't want you all to see my own personal. Watch now, apparently. Oh, okay. So we're maybe getting... Let's do this. Okay. All right. So I'm going to need you guys to tell me about the audio. We're doing a little quick audio test here. Make sure everything sounds good for the stream. Let's see. All right. So, where's my headphones? Oh, God. Have I forgotten them? Oh, here they are. Okay. So I'm going to need to hear this because obviously I need to hear the stream as well as you guys. So I got to put this on. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm gonna have to take off my tinfoil hat, but don't worry, there's aluminium in these headphones, so I should be protected. Or let's see if we can fit it on. Okay, we gotta be quick. We gotta be quick before they get into our brain, because they're gonna try to. They're gonna try to. Okay, let's do that. All right, and then can we? Oh, there we go. It's fine. Got it. Nailed it. All right. Okay, so here we are. We are going to. We're going here. Here we go. And let's see here. We're gonna let's test it on a quick stream because it hasn't gone live yet. So let's test it on a stream. And let me hear from you guys. Tell me if the audio sounds good or if it sounds like too much. It's too much audio. And I'll be turning the overlay off, by the way, for whenever we actually go. So let's. Okay. How does this sound, guys? Is the somebody testing 1, 2, 3? Is the audio too loud? Is it too quiet? This is, by the way, this is how you can tell that I'm obviously very professional. You can tell, obviously. Oh, okay. This isn't it, by the way. It's like something else. Can you guys hear the audio okay, or is it not great?
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Papa John's? Sounds good here. Does this sound okay? I just keep hearing Papa John's over and over again. Alright. So let's flip it in. Okay, so this sound good. It's quiet. People are saying it's quiet. What do I feel like? Oh my god, okay. Right, I see now what's going on. I was getting like double audio there, but I've realized now why. Wait, no, I don't know why. Why the hell was I getting double audio there? No, okay, says Dingo. Okay, too quiet, inaudible. Okay. Don't worry, we got plenty of time, guys. We're gonna fix it. Let's pick up somebody here. Let's go into the Warhammer section. Let's see. Let's just click into one of them. Watching Warhammer. And, full screen this bad boy.
Better ingredients, better pizza.
Okay. The thing is, I can't tell if it's the stream that's wild or just me. It's definitely not me. Oh god, I don't know why the hell I picked this. I really don't.
Here.
All right.
Person, and I'm not going to let what has happened to my family change that.
Here we go.
I still believe there is so much hope in the world.
Okay, how about this then? Is this audio better?
It's because the only thing I've seen that's like kept my hope alive.
Oh, this isn't Warhammer. Damn. Okay.
And they went, look, here's one cassock.
And then we get on the Warhammer. Warhammer pizza, yeah. I kind of want pizza now too, to be honest. I kind of want pizza now too. To be honest, today, I have not been up long, guys. I have not been up long at all. What are you drinking? I'm drinking the football special. The football special. So I just need to get onto the Warhammer channel. Here we go. We're here. It's Warhammer's 35th birthday. So let's go to Warhammer the channel. We're gonna pick it up. Still quiet. Don't worry, we're gonna jump onto it now. Oh my god, hold on. Sorry, everybody. I need to get to the... How the hell do I get to the Warhammer, like, channel, you know? Like, how do I get there? Okay. Here we go. This. Excellent. So it's not live yet. Won't be live for like another 20 minutes. We're just like setting this up so that we can do a watch along and get it obviously herald my...
Hey everybody, welcome to the US Open
awesome.
2022 event in Chicago, USA. Today we
How does this sound, guys?
250
Does this sound okay?
Warhammer 40K tournament.
That's better. Does this sound like a more reasonable amount? So I think this is going to be the levels that we're going to have it on for the stream.
I'm great. I'm so
We don't want
excited
to have to
be
do
here.
all
The
this at
room
the
is
beginning. We don't want to have to do all this while we're actually looking forward to something.
This tournament.
Does it sound
This is
okay?
actually part of the whole
Can you
US
hear me
Open
okay?
series. This
Can
is
you
the
hear them
fourth event
okay?
for
Are they talking
This
all right?
is for...
This will be the level that I'm
this is
hoping
our
to...
third event. It is our 6th overall, if I count correctly, which I'm not great at, but I believe it's our 6th one overall since we started doing these last year with
God.
our inaugural event in
Here we
Orlando,
go. Putting more juice in.
That's super exciting.
Sounds good.
Yeah, they get better and
Up
better
20%.
It's
sure
so
do.
exciting.
I'm being
You have not
told.
made it out
Up
to some of these US Open
20%,
events.
so-
they have so many different things going on. It's not just a Warhammer 40K tournament. There's Age of Sigmar. There's hobby
Up
events.
40%,
there's,
huh?
Warhammer
I think I can
40K
do that. I
roleplays,
think I can
which
do that.
am
I open volume
exceptional
mixer. Let's do
You
that.
should be
say
good
so
at it by
And,
now, Nick.
one would
You've had
think
enough
so.
practice.
We're actually in the middle of round one. The players
How about
are
that? Does that
already
sound good?
underway. I think they're in their first turn.
A little bit more?
Some nurglings and the pipes and all that, so we're just getting
Okay,
a little
so
bit
this is
start.
the audio here.
Let's get to our
This
tables.
is what I'm
going to
settle on.
this. We have a couple awesome matches for you. First, we have
They are a little quiet. Thank you very much, being told nice hat, says Spider-Lord. Thank you very much, Spider-Lord.
Playing Tyranids, really exciting match there. And on the other table, we got.
And then what I'll do is I'll pop that off while we're streaming. I'll pop that off while we're streaming. Does this look good?
Players in the world that are just randomly playing.
Yeah, dude, this is really exciting parts of tournament play for me.
God.
Here? Oh, which
That's fine. Okay, awesome. So this is what we're gonna go on. This is what we're gonna go on. All right, cool. So I just wanted to double check, wanted to make sure that that looks all good, because we didn't want to have to mess around with this, basically. So we're gonna, as soon as it goes live, guys, you're gonna see it here. I will pop it up. I will pop it up, and it will be right here, available. Because this is what the screen looks like right now. So it's coming, 2 p.m. BST. Whoa, here we go. So they have it starting in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, starting in 15 minutes. I'm just gonna mute it for now. Here we go. Oh, dear. So get your bets in now, ladies and gentlemen. 10th edition. Get your bets in now. Where can I get a bottle of football special, says Gigabachi. You can get it from a place called Ardine in Belfast. So, good luck. One of the most deprived socioeconomic places in all of Europe, which is where I come from. Orc pizzas would always be mushrooms, says Samuel Roberts. Yeah, I think so. It would be excess fungi matter, please, on my slice of cheese. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, obviously, okay, so we got ourselves some Imperial Guard. So, also, by the way, guys, I think today we're going to be saying some Imperial Guard announcements, too. I think we're going to see a bunch of new Imperial Guard models, which is interesting because as much as I have bet that I will start a 2,000 point Space Marine army, I would really like to play some Imperial Guard again. I have an old all-infantry Imperial Guard army, basically with heavy weapon teams. And admittedly a couple of Chimera, because I did eventually break. At the time, veterans in Chimera shooting melted guns from outside them was like really strong, so I did eventually break, and I did end up playing up a little bit like that. So I've still got that old I still haven't painted most of them because I'm really bad at painting. I really have to try that the Zenithal paint, the slap chop, right? The slap chop as popularized by the Honest Wargamer Rob. Logan Chankle says clown suit plus tinfoil hat times red solo cup 10th edition. Oh man, we got more than that. We got matchmakers, which is classic. You get those to celebrate. We got grimdark. We got grimdark balloons, right? Bolt gun metal, classic paint. What else we got? We got some whirly gigs, for doing that. What else we got? We got some celebrations too. We got some. That's for whenever it comes out. We're gonna be really celebrating then. Basically, is the plan. That's gonna be big. I can't wait for that. Okay, that's gonna be going down. We got all sorts of things. We got all sorts of things, and of course, for when the big announcement happens. We got ourselves a little champagne glass for champagne. I got cooling over there in an ice box. So we're going all in on this one, guys. We're going all in on this one today. Please, 10th edition, don't suck, says Dingo. I think that it'll be good at first. I think that we're gonna see a big starter set that has a bunch of value in it, and I think from there it'll be a slow downhill. There's a lot of changes, though, I think could be made. I really do hope that 10th edition does not suck. So I think we're going to see a bunch of new Imperial Guard sculpts today. Or maybe not new, right? Because we've seen a bunch of them already. We're going to see the official announcement of the Imperial Guard. And what else, really? I think we're going to see a starter box. For sure. If it's made to order, or if it's a 9.5, or it's a 10th edition. Wait, what flavors of matchmakers are they? They are the invisible flavor. Also known as Cool Mint, and you've got a green screen. Also known as that. I've got mead, says LC. Very nice. Get that mead going. Woo! All right. Whoa, wait. Has 40k always had a 3-year edition cycle, seen as it's 30-odd years coming up to the 10th edition, or was there a period of very short edition cycles? So it actually used to be longer. There was like 6 years between, I think 5th and 6th, or then there was an edition. I think it might have been, was it 7th? That was literally just a year. It was like 2 years, I remember. Wasn't that? Yeah, so which member of the squad from the Warhammer plush show Angel Death joined the Death Watch? Spoilers! What the hell, guys? There's total spoilers here. It's just going spoilers. You can tell not a lot of people are going to get that answer, though. Okay, so Spy-Lord says, nope, they're getting faster. They are getting faster, but I think 3 years is kind of like is where they have to identify the sweet point. It makes them a lot of money. What was the original name of the ship that became the Gallowdark? Jesus. I actually think I like the name Void Screamer, but I don't know. I've not been paying attention to the lore of the Gallowdark, to be perfectly frank, guys. I have not been paying attention. I love the idea of the of the sort of like the Space Hulks. I love the idea of them, but I haven't really been following the Kill Team stuff. To be honest, I'm not convinced that the gameplay of Into the Dark is very good. Like, the idea of it is neat, that you're going down all these tight corridors, but actually, tight corridors, they kind of mean that you're just limited in mobility and that your gameplay opportunities are kind of limited. So I don't know. I'm not convinced that it'll be a lot of fun. Ian Lawrence says, we need a Space Marine bundle. That's what we need, right? I think that's what the game's missing. I think it's missing Space Marines. 100%. The cycle is getting faster and faster as GW try to appease the mighty stockholders. I mean, yeah. And what we've seen is other games have rose in order to kind of make sure there's always a new edition every single year. I did a video about this. There's a new edition of Horus Heresy. There's a new edition of Age of Sigmar. Then there's a new edition of 40k. And soon enough, we're going to have a new edition of the Old World. Although the Old World is being very slow. Do we think we're going to hear anything about the Old World today? I would love to see something about the Old World, but I don't think we're going to hear anything about the Old World at all. Today, I think we're going to have a little bit of a nostalgic look back over old starter boxes, and if the naysayers who say there's no 10th edition, if we start getting made-to-order starter boxes, then, okay, we're probably not going to see 10th. Which Black Crusade saw Abaddon join the Iron Warriors in an invasion of Medusa, homeworld of the Iron Hands. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, Black Crusade wasn't the 10th one, was the one where the orcs came over and hit him in the balls, wasn't it? Wasn't that the 10th edition? That was the Eye of Terror campaign, where the players got to determine what happened in it, and what happened was the orcs were doing really well. Oh no, that was a different one. Wasn't that a previous one, actually? Jeez, it's all melded together in my head now. It's all melded together. Oh god, the football special. Sweet baby Jesus. Matt Jones says, Old World in 2025 for 40th year anniversary. Yes. 100%. Honestly, I do actually think, so as much as I would love I'm looking forward to the Old World, but in a very, like, I don't know, you're like looking forward to the birth of a child who's been prophesized to kill you. You know, like I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a father, you know, I'm gonna be a mother, I'm gonna be like a parent of some kind. Because it was always kings that this happened to. It was always kings. So they're looking forward to that. But then on the other hand, the downside is, obviously, it's going to kill me. So for me, I'm looking forward to the Old World, but I'm really worried about the price point of it. I think it's going to be really high. I think it's going to be like Horus Heresy before plastic, you know? And that, I can't buy into that. I can't buy into that. Also, I've seen the redesign of the new Empire models. I don't like the redesign at all. I am not a fan of it. I hate it. In fact, I would actively say that it's ruining the Empire. You know, like, there's a lot of, like, hyperbole, right? There's a lot of hyperbole in the world. Whenever I say it's ruining it and it's killing all my interest in the Empire, I truly mean that. I do not like the new redesigns at all. It's actively making me not like them. It would be like you took the army of the Empire from Warhammer Fantasy and you transform them into something out of like Might and Magic. It's like, this is not the same design ethos. These look totally different. This isn't what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. Jace Count says 10th edition confirmed. Hints. More wheel. It's wheels within wheels. There's more hints coming up. Oh yeah. Here it comes. Get some. Let's do it. Every single time you guys say 10th, I'm gonna say. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I already got updated RTB01 Beakies, Rogue Trader Radar, and the Lego Galaxy Explorer. Been a good year so far, says Chris. That's awesome, dude. I got my hands on the second edition rulebook and a Chaos Codex as well from the time. I haven't got them yet, but they're on their way. I can't wait to pick them up. I'm going to be picking them up. Jacob Brunsky says, Empire redesign. Well, so the cities of Sigmar and Age of Sigmar are getting a big re-entry refresh. And what's coming with that is a redesign of the sculpts. They're being updated to modern day. And I've seen the new guns, the new weapons, and oh, it's not a celebration for me. It's not a celebration for me. Dango says there's a GW stockholder building a Space Marine army today. He may be the CEO. Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe so. Do we think we're gonna see new Space Marines today? Like, are they gonna, like, apart from the commemorative model, right? There's a new commemorative model of some fella, which the Black Templars was the last to die during the Battle of Hell's Reach. Can't you buy veterans of Hell's Reach? Are they all just like cosplaying as veterans of Hell's Reach? I gotta say, I don't know, honestly. Bayard. Sure, Bayard. He's the model, isn't he? He's the commemorative model, Bayard. I honestly don't know. Oh, it's Artarian. Sorry, Artarian died defending Reclusiar Grimaldus, only moments before the Temple of the Emperor Ascendant collapses. So I actually quite like the Grimaldus model. Specifically the servitors that follow him around. I think that's really cool. I think I picked that out as my favorite Space Marine model, actually. I honestly don't know what they'll do if the old world says Luddite. There are so many great games they're competing with. They have to do something spectacular. I think that Rank and Flank is going to be a hard sell to a lot of people. I think Rank and Flank is going to be a really hard sell. I actually don't think that the sort of modern wargame sensibilities are really into Rank and Flank games. I really don't think so. Because Kings of War is a really good Rank and Flank game. But I just don't think that it's, like, trendy right now. I think that, like, they're kind of out, you know? Like, these things are cycles. Like, they might come back. But I don't think so. Although, if anyone could do it, I think it is the old world. Because there's a huge player base of Total War Warhammer 3 players who would be so into a game with that setting, right? So many of them. Andrew says 10th edition with the 10th Legion Primarch. Oh, hey, who's the 10th Legion Primarch? Who's the 10th one? I've never committed that to memory. David Bull says the Imperium may not change, even though this is impossible, even in a fancy world, but the real world has changed a lot in 35 years. True, very true. Very true. We're on our, like, over here in the UK, we're on our, like, 14th recession or whatever, so huzzah, which is something Games Workshop have to remember, that we're in a cost of living crisis. Which of these weapons can be found amongst the Farstalker kin ban from Kill Team Into the Dark? What's all these questions about? It's like, oh, have you bought enough of our products yet? Have you bought Where's the questions on Blood Ravens from the 2004 hit game Dawn of War, huh? Where's all the things I can answer? That's the lore I've committed to memory. Like, I do actually read a lot of codices, but I'll be honest, guys, like, they're kind of in one ear and out the other a lot of the time. Like, I read them, I go, okay. I actually really liked the Chaos Codex. I really enjoyed the new Chaos lore. Iron Hands apparently is the 10th. Iron Hands are cool. I actually like the Iron Hands. I think they're kind of neat. Alexis says, I don't know. Charge before move is good. Still play the 9th edition sometimes. Like a 9th age sometimes. I get you. Like I enjoy. So I like it. But I'll just say this much. Like Oathmark, I think is probably the game I would play if I was looking for a rank and flank game. Just because you get to build your own duchy. I think that's really cool. I really dig the metamat system of Oathmark. I think that's really awesome. You build your own duchy, and based on what you build, you can actually, like, bring new units to your army. I just don't think that game is selling very well because Joe McCullough has not been adding to it. So I suspect that it has not been super popular. Oathmark, which is kind of a pity because I think it's like a really cool game. Ferris was decapitated, says Siphon. Oh my goodness. What's the maximum number of Space Marines that could be carried with a single Thunderhawk transporter? Dude, I don't know. Ask me some more basic questions here, like how many Space Marines are in a chapter? It could carry a Spartan transport. What? While the Thunderhawk transporter itself could carry 15 Space Marines, it could also carry a Spartan transport containing an additional 25. Right, okay. But surely the space that the Spartan transport takes, or does it, like, it carries it underneath it, right? Is that the one, are they the ones that carry the vehicles, like, in their, like, in their claws? Like the claw in Toy Story. Is it like that? 40's the answer. Nice one, guys. I'm really showing my lore credentials today. I'm really showing my lore credentials. I play a lot of games, not all of them Warhammer. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, God. Okay. I can't believe I bought this goddamn football special. I don't know the answers to any of these questions either, David. I've been playing Warhammer for like 20 years. I don't know any of the answers to these. They're very obscure. What was the name of the hill occupied during the Battle at the Farm? Now, that's a classic. The first Rogue Trader scenario ever printed. God, it wasn't Tooth's Crag, was it? I recognize that. I recognize that. Toof's Crag. Both his rise. Oh, jeez. I actually don't know. I've read that article as well, the White Dwarf one. Or at least it was like one that happened like 10 years after it was a White Dwarf article on it. Quothgod says if you buy this extremely expensive transport, you can make it even better by buying this other extremely expensive transport. Dwargam's Bluff. Ooh, Amit says, Rulums. Balthaz's Rise! The latest episode of Battle Report Warhammer Plus revisits Balthaz's Rise in this legendary mission from the early days of Warhammer 40k. Oh, so I'm like trying to remember like the White Dwarf that was published in 2003. These guys are like, Warhammer Plus was like the most recent thing. Like, damn. That old sofa made of sport is going to feel bad later. Because savor it slowly. Yeah. That old soda, yeah. It is going to feel bad later, actually. You're probably really right. I should really slow down on this. But I can't help it. I'm getting excited. Ooh, oh, is this it? Oh, here we go. Let me know about the audio, by the way, guys. If it's bad. Ooh, okay. I'm loving this. I got my soda. I got my old school soda. Woo! Yes! I think it is a Warhammer Plus ad. Oh, yeah, I remember the time. I remember that book. Oh, I remember that too. Hell yeah, I remember that book. That was the one I started on. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, give me some of that classic art. Okay, here we go. Let's do it, boys. Oh, man, yes. Yeah, show me those old rubbish Dark Eldar. That's the Orc Codex. I got that Codex. Imperial Knights. Bah, boo, boo. I don't like Imperial Knights. No, we're going too far. We're going too far. Go back. Oh, there we go. Here we are. See, I don't have nostalgia for this stuff. This stuff is just recent. There's Greyfax. We got, ooh, that's, yep. Oh, there's Rubbit. Oh, we really lost. Oh, no. No, go back. Go back to the high saturation and massive contrast. It's all too real now. It's too real. You're making me feel old. The very problematic Space Marine trailer. I remember this. This was the 9th edition trailer. It was very, very problematic. Hey, it's the most useless thing in the game. Oh, there's a chess piece. And, oh, there's the, they copied StarCraft. I remember that. Yes, go back, go back, go back. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they heard me. Yeah, why do they keep using music that's so out of touch with the tone? I don't know, dude.
Hello everybody and welcome to this very special Warhammer preview online. It is Warhammer Day and we are bringing you a Warhammer 40,000 preview online. My name is Adam Troke and I'm joined
Show
by
me
Eddie
10th!
Nichols.
Show me 10th!
To be here as always. Very excited to talk about Warhammer 40,000 for an hour or so with you, Adam.
You and me
It's just
both.
the background from
Warhammer Day.
Happy
Chapter
Warhammer
Master
Day.
Warhammer Day to all
Valrak
of you.
streams.
And we hope over the next hour or so you will enjoy seeing some cool stuff that maybe you haven't seen before. And
Show me the cool
learn a bit
stuff.
About it. Whew. So, where do we begin? Well, over the next
I'll tell you what I
hour or
haven't
so,
seen
as I
before,
said,
10th
I'm gonna show
edition.
you lots of cool things. Before we do, let's get bedded in. There is a question I always ask. Mr. Lamatastic has his answer primed and ready to go. We are joined by thousands of you around the world. Where are you joining us on this Warhammer Day from?
So
Let us know
this
in
is
the chat,
classic
and then I can see
streamer,
it just explode
you know, activity
immediately
here, asking
with
where people are
Glasgow,
from. I did it
with
earlier. It's
Scotland.
brilliant. It's
Scotland's
a
had a-
brilliant idea. Gets loads of
Scotland's been
engagement.
with early
Tons,
start,
tons, tons.
but here we
Let's
go.
look.
It's
Let's
from,
peer behind. Let's peer
Taunton,
behind the
UK,
looking grass here.
USA,
I don't like mechs
Belgium,
either.
21,
Walkers are silly. The legs would be targeted easily. Yeah, mechs are a little bit ridiculous. I think if there's any setting it could work in, though, it's Warhammer.
Sweden, New York, thank you
A bit
wherever
louder.
you
You
are
guys want it a bit
joining us.
louder?
Thank you for
Okay.
spending a little bit of time
I get it a bit
talking
louder.
about
How about this?
Our amazing hobby.
That's one of the cool things about these previews is that we get
How's
to
this
share
sound?
it with hobbyists around the world.
Is that good?
You know, me and Adam are always excited about 40k.
Pretty much constantly.
Pretty much always,
yes.
but it's nice to be able to talk to all of you guys at home.
Does this sound a little bit better,
when you're
guys?
Excited too, hopefully, and we've got some very exciting stuff to show you. We're also
Let me know if
before we
that
kick off,
sounds
gonna have
okay.
A little retrospective, maybe a little look back
I would
on,
like
on
a
the last
retrospective.
35 years.
You're from
of
But
40K,
Slovakia,
while we're
says
kind of waiting
Amit.
for other
Very
people
nice.
to turn up in
Very
the
nice.
chat, because it's been a pretty busy 35 years for Warhammer 40,000.
Fuck, it's been
has.
busy.
So
It
take
has
your
been busy
mind back,
indeed.
Eddie, before
Wow.
we jump into this, what was your first Warhammer 40,000 model?
So my first
first Warhammer 40K model. My one was an Inquisitor.
Like a relatively by the numbers Space Marine.
Yeah.
Like really,
A really bad
like,
Inquisitor
RTBO
that I
one.
painted just like
no, it
straight
would've-
from the
would've
bottle. It
been
was
the ones
beautiful.
just after them. The ones
Okay.
just, so it would have been a tactical.
Fourth
Space
edition!
Marine with kind of
Very
really
good.
classic Space Marine
Are
helmet.
you a child
You
of
got,
second
yeah,
edition?
Paul.
I'm a
This is
child
like
of
a
second
party
edition,
stream.
yeah.
This is
So
like
I have
us.
my, cardboard
We're all sitting around the
dreadnoughts and my
sofa
Force
watching like the
Resurrection
new
with limited
episode
poses. The most
of
well-behaved
geez, I don't even know
Warhammer 40,000's ever seen.
of
I love them with the
High
little
School
pointy
Musical.
hats
We're
and
all
the-
sitting around being like,
The
yeah,
big,
let's show me the money.
Weapons of the Dark Millennium box with the million billion
I am
various Wargate
drinking,
cards and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
soda
Yeah,
called
You're a first edition.
Football
I am,
Special
yes,
that
yeah,
is
so
contemporary
I've
to
been with it for
Warhammer
about
40k first
33
edition.
of the 34
That's what I'm
years.
drinking. It's
Yeah,
totally
so
out of date.
and my first ever model
And I think I'm gonna regret it
stick.
because I've been blasting through this thing and it tastes
a
absolutely
couple of-
awful.
Will they ever come
But
back
because
to
I'm
very
talking
rare
a lot, it means
little
my throat gets really
Space
sore.
Marines. So, and then I really.
Mine was a
took
blister
into it
pack
in a
of
big
3
way
Mad Boy,
in
says Gorkat. Very
second
nice.
edition. That
Came in
was
a second
even
edition,
though
says
we
Amit.
did first edition.
Good morning, what have you
the
missed,
first
Eric?
book I
Nothing.
ever purchased was
Ooh.
the Angels of Death Codex.
That's
which at
some
the
beautiful
time, I
artwork
was like,
right
this
there.
book looks great.
I
Keep
love the
bought it.
old
I didn't have
school
the
art.
core
I really do. I love it.
rule,
I love it.
any of
It's
the
just
numbered
it's so
meds. I just
it's so
like the
wild,
artwork
dude.
and
Like
that
there's like
went
there's
over
like a
all the
style.
world,
It's
and then that
stylized.
stuck
I
me
really
and
like
I've
that.
had
I much
some
prefer it to the
flavour of Angels
digital
of Death
art that
Army
we
ever
get
since.
today.
I
Although
love it.
the
So,
Chaos Codex
talking
was
about,
filled with
like,
really
that
cool
first
art.
edition,
I
this
really
is
like the Chaos
seminal
Codex.
piece of artwork that was the cover of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, sometime in the now's first edition. If
Duma
this
says
was
it's
your
been
edition that
busy. You
jumped
nearly
in on,
killed
let us
Auspex
know in the
Tactics
chat.
with all the
I'm really
changes.
curious to
Oh,
see
Auspex, don't worry
if
about
this is where
Auspex
you jumped
Tactics.
on
He has a
board.
team. He has a
This was,
team.
of course,
Like he
more
has
like
a
role-playing
he has
game in
he's
some ways
people
than the
behind him
mass
for sure.
battle game
It was
that we're familiar
100%.
with now.
Like there is
And included some
his
properly
videos are really
rules
interesting because they're very much designed to
really
be
set the
very
sort of
easy
tone
to
of that
produce,
grim
right? Because he
darkness of
doesn't even
40,000
cut
that
images or
you know
anything.
Yeah, obviously
It's been very
depicting a glorious
clever, very
victory by the forces of the
economical.
orcs over
Patrick,
the,
thank you very much for the donation. Says
contemptuous,
if no tent, maybe we all do delicious
I
shots
spent
of
many
green
hours
3D
looking
printer
at this
resin.
picture,
It's the
and,
Fresh Maker.
a
No,
lot of
do not
it.
drink the
All right,
resin. Do not drink the resin, Patrick. No, 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 no.
Right in the nostalgia.
If it's not 10th edition, I have promised
Yeah, what
that
else
I
is
will
they
buy,
produced
paint,
making
and
floor
build
stands ever since.
a
second edition. However,
entire
a
2,000
step
points worth
change,
of
I think
Space
it's
Marines.
fair to say for
Yeah,
Warhammer.
I have
think I had all
said,
those
I've
books.
basically, I have confirmed that I will
the
do
Yellow
that.
one particularly,
2K
was
points
incredible,
worth
I
of
think.
Space Marine Army.
Remember getting that book
I
and
will also
absolutely
play a
absorbing
game of.
all
I will
the
also
lore
play a
about the
game of them. I'll
Avatar
maybe
and
stream
the,
that.
the different aspects
Because
and
there's
the
no way
art
it's not
back
going to be
then
10th
was
edition.
so, like, iconic.
Look at
It's-
this,
it's still
guys.
kind of
Look how
relevant
beautiful
today.
this looks.
really
The
does.
color.
So,
It's just.
the-
These
my
are like my.
codex
These are like looking at my
basically was the
thumbnails.
army
Holy
I was
shit!
playing
Like
with
wow,
was-
whoa! You're like whoa! What's going on
I
there?
had an extremely big
Saturation
power
up,
game,
boys!
nothing
Very
like the one I
nice.
play nowadays, I promise.
I have a bunch of the.
It
I've got a
was-
Chaos
it was
Codex from
awesome.
this time coming to
And
me. I
these
can't wait.
codexes,
I'm really
they
looking forward to
really,
it.
Sort of allowed just the writers and for the background, like
Oh,
like
dear.
Davis Johnson and Andy Chambers and Rick Priestley and so on, to really dive into the background of these
Joseph
books
says,
and
third edition,
bring it to life, as you
Drazier.
say, Angels of
Ooh,
Death,
very nice.
Changed my life when I get into
Silence says,
yours
yes,
too.
that is real art.
Well,
Certainly drawn.
of course it didn't
Certainly
stop
drawn.
There. This was
Oh
the-
my
this was
God,
the
look at this.
Contents of that. The first one.
Look at the minis you used to get.
I suppose.
Look how many minis you got. You used to get 2D terrain as well. I actually don't mind that kind of terrain. Because a lot of it's so playable.
I don't
It's so
think
playable as a
there's
game
any,
experience. It's so
piece
playable.
of cardboard
The
that I've never used
standee
in my
though, I
life
think,
than
is
the,
is wild. The
The
standee.
scenery, the Dreadnought certainly has been on a few battlefields.
You would
but
never
the
imagine that
scenery, I
today.
think, stuck
You would
with me
never
about
imagine that
20 years
today.
Yep.
In my terrain collection from this, it's looking a bit random.
Discourse
So-
which
so
chapter? I don't know. Spider or probably Black Templar though.
in
To be
this
honest, because I'll probably try and
quite
pick
far into third
my
edition,
favorite.
because
That's
I just
Black
thought
Templar are
it
my
was really
favorite
cool
Space
to
Marine
get
chapter.
If this
So
was
it'll
your
probably be
edition,
those
if you were a
guys.
second edition,
Although I've heard they're really like
shout
not
us
good
out
at all at
in
the
chat.
minute, so that's kind of a bummer. But you know,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
You go. I'm a
Yeah.
casual player. I pick what I think looks
Sustained
cool.
fire nice, watching things blow up. Of
Oh
course,
no, I remember that. I
second
remember that
edition
starter set.
was,
I had a
you know,
my
replaces the
friend.
movement of time
That's
and
where they
along with
started,
third
and they
edition,
have all
which
those
was
models.
Incredible, massive fan of third edition.
And
So,
they
good
remember that
G-Men
fondly,
games. Introduced
and they have shown me a lot of their
the Dark
miniatures,
Eldar,
and they're really
Yakari,
cool.
You know them now as a faction.
Look at those old
Space
Space Marine
Marines
skulls.
were really
Damn.
changed those
The
The
days.
Dark Eldar are
Multiverse
very
was first,
elfin
like,
back
really,
then. Like,
really
but I mean like
multiple
elfin, not
archetypes
like Lord of the
where
Rings
you could
elf.
do all
I mean
sorts of
more
cool
like
and wonderful, weird things with them.
like Christmas
I
elf.
had a huge Dark Eldar army at the time.
Squat
I had a
and
9 Raider flying
pointy
host
hats.
of those Dark Eldar.
The chat is flying along. I'm sorry if I can't possibly keep pace with all your wonderful comments. There's more than 20,000 of you in there. Somebody in the chat said, "Is the
Matt says back when you
cardboard
actually
not
got
still a
decent
valid
value to
unit?"
GW stock.
If
That
you
Toy
wanted to play
Codex or
this
that
movie, I
Necrons
wouldn't
Codex,
say
I remember
no,
that.
because
I had
it
that. I
hit
used to
in
collect the
nostalgia, but
Necron
I'm
army.
not sure how you'd fare
The
it
Toy
for
Codex, I
inside
remember
the
that
box.
Codex as well.
Of course,
Jeez,
loads
yeah.
of codexes, loads of new factions.
I like those old
I
Necrons. The
still-
old Necrons
I'm
were
old
really
enough, I still
cool.
still think
I really
Warhammer's
dug them. You used to get these little
These are the new
green
guys, right? These are the
little
new guys. They've been
tubes
around
that
for
you would put
25
in
years
after
now.
you've painted the models.
Um,
It was
so
really
Dark
awesome.
Eldar, the Tau,
And
the
we haven't
Necrons.
seen anything really
Necrons
quite
did
like that
get
for
a little
troops
bit
I
ever
had
again.
a metal
Second
model
edition.
from a White Dwarf.
Yep.
That
We
came
played
out.
Oh man, oh nostalgia is
Battlefield and we
washes
went
over me
around,
like a
moved
cool
all
wave.
around, and one of them
Washed over
was
me
the
like a cool
surprise
wave.
land. The GM would move that, and eventually we revealed it as an Necron. Anyway, if third edition is your thing, I want a third ed in the chat. Let us know if you are a.
I had
third
that
edition
Necrons
sort of
Codex.
starter.
I
Or
love
was
the
it the
Tau
one
yeah.
after?
I
Was it
like
the fourth? Did
straight
they
in on that
reuse the
one.
art
Change
for the
world.
fourth edition
Change
Codex?
the world. Oh, loads and loads.
Oh,
of
there it
things.
is.
My goodness.
The
this is
eye,
great
the
to
eye
see.
of terror.
Oh, and then this fella turned up, and it
Yeah.
all got a bit feisty.
Right at the very
there's
end
some
of third
big
edition,
fights,
this
some,
occurred. I remember
This is one of
this.
the first times
I came
the,
in just after
story
this.
for 40k moved a bit, because up until this point it was
Yep.
always it was always a setting.
Back, this
really,
is
rather
when
than
Games
a
Workshop were
moving
going to move the
Some of this
story,
stuff,
but they
has
used the
kind
strength
rolled
of the
back a little bit
system.
and, like,
They
been
made it a
reinterpreted, but
multi-massive
fundamentally this was
campaign
the
where everyone
war
in the
for
world would
Arcadia
play
one.
games.
It really
They would
was.
tally up who was winning and
Wonderful.
losing, and
Arcadia's doing
whoever
alright,
was
so
winning
I'll
would
check
push
that
the
out.
story
I'm sure
on
it'll be fine.
in their way.
We've
Oh
seen,
god, we'll skip
of
forward to
course, some
2010.
serious, revisions and range refreshes.
Oh
along
my
the way. A
god,
lot of
this
people
was
know
the
this
most.
is the
I
greatest
bought
story.
I think
Dark
this
Eldar
is
at
the
this stage
best
because
range
these
re-release,
are still to this day the best
ever,
models
basically,
Games Workshop
because
have ever produced. I will die on this hill.
The Drakari were always
The-
like, they were quite cool. They were like the kind of
These
space
are the
pirate
coolest
vibe.
models Games
When
Workshop
this
have ever
range
made,
came out and they had
and
the
they're
new
also
Raiders
the most
and the new
poseable
Warriors and the new
and
Witches and
beautiful
all the
for the
stuff,
posing.
peripheral stuff that came
I
along
think
with
that this
it.
was peak
Absolutely
Warhammer.
went from
Really was. It
kind
was
of,
peak
you know,
Warhammer model making for sure.
quite a cool
100%.
army to pretty much the best
They've
you can
never
have
quite
for
matched
40K
these, in my
Such a
opinion.
cool reinvention.
Totally
And
agree.
the
So
other
good.
one I'd put up there maybe would be
Nostalgia
the,
Canada,
for me,
25%
the
says
Jinx
Lincoln,
Adult
100%.
in recent years.
Oh, I'd
It's a
overlooked them completely.
pretty sweet
I was going to
update.
make a strong argument for the.
But we skipped like
which
way ahead. This happened in
the
2010.
Original design aesthetic completely.
Yep.
but
What the
just
hell? We've
let
skipped
it
my
go.
edition.
There's been some doozies. Yeah,
But
yeah.
the
And
Jinx
of
We
course,
skipped my
there's
edition. We
about
skipped
that.
fourth
Jinx
edition.
Adult
I'm
might be
fifth.
the winner.
We've gone straight
And
into
then
like
Knights,
2010. What the
the
hell?
arrival of Knights and super heavies generally was
Suspicious.
massive.
The scale of Warhammer
Where's Black
40,000
Reach?
has increased, hasn't
Ah,
it,
where's
in
Assault
time?
on
And what I
Black
mean by
Reach?
that
Come
is,
on, guys.
Like, the number of cool big things. Back when
Scython says, I
started,
stand beside you on this hill with my
little
Cowboys and
orc
Archons.
head
Hell
that was
yeah.
maybe,
Hell
I
yeah.
don't know, the length of my
Love those Dark
index.
Eldar. Yeah, they're so good.
Was like a big
Jess Goodwin's
dominating
finest
tabletop,
hour,
whereas now
says
in
Spider
Imperial
Lord,
Knight
100%.
stands like a Goliath over the army.
611
It's
Hornet
amazing.
says, I remember the
Yeah,
Eye of
even
Terror
these days,
campaign.
if
That's
you've
when I
got
got
one,
it. I came in at the. I
didn't
wish I
want
had have been there for it. It looks so
Right, I
cool.
can take out one.
Fifth edition, best edition, says Brian. I
Incredible.
can agree with that.
Speaking
Wow,
of
we're
big
skipping a
guys,
lot
I
of.
think, somebody said, wait, these aren't in fourth edition. I believe we have jumped through the bounds of time. So at this point, we are like firmly in
The Cicatrix
that-
Maledictum's really messed up the
that seventh,
timeline.
eighth
Yeah.
category.
Yeah.
So if you want to give me a fourth, fifth, or sixth edition shout out, fun fact: I helped write the how to
We're
play
just-
guide for
We're
fourth
just
edition.
skipping the
There you go.
best
It was
editions.
the
What the hell,
Battle of
guys?
Kraken. It was
Oh
the
my god, the
Black
disrespect.
with the orcs
So if you weren't very good at
The
fourth edition,
disrespect.
that's Adam's fault for not teaching you.
But if you
Oh
were
my
great
God.
at fourth edition, then you're welcome.
Okay.
There you go.
Makes
No
me think about
problem.
Jesus.
Definitely
My
does.
nostalgia blobs
There
are
you go. Some people are giving fourth
are
field,
busting. Me too.
Oh, don't say it.
Me too, 100%.
Of
Where
course,
is Slanesh, says Dave?
We've seen
I
some
don't
of
know.
the sort of the mega stars of Warhammer
Hey,
40,000.
cool damage. Some Lemonade called football special from 1987.
Key example of
You
that
see what I
was
mean,
Warhammer
guys? Like, you can
with
look at the models now, and you start to see just very intense increase in
Yeah, and
details.
Magnus as well.
I think it's very, very obvious that there was like a huge increase in details. And I don't think it was all good,
So
honestly.
I think when Magnus returned,
Like, these
that
models
was the first
conceptually
time
look really
that
cool, but
was
look at that
changed,
sight.
wasn't it, when we went,
I think
hang
it's
on
too
a minute,
much.
This isn't just like messing around with the peripheries
Come on,
of
boys.
the timeline. This is really like the movers and shakers are returning.
Let's do
to
it.
the thing.
Praise the
Even
Omnissiah.
Fenrir
Praise the
ripping the
Omnissiah,
place
guys. This is why I'm
out. Omen
drinking
returned
35-year-old
and Galaxy
lemonade
ripped it off and
wearing
Warhammer
this
came back.
hat.
It's a pretty exciting
And
time to be
I'm
following
speaking
the
like a robot.
main timeline of 40K.
This is it.
Yeah, and speaking of that timeline, you're seeing
Praise the
Warhammer
Omnissiah.
40,000 move forward in a way that it really has never done.
Discord
in
Zeno
like
is confirmed.
previous.
Every
I
time,
think the
Tim.
first
Every time.
10
I always get
years
found out
of
at least
my
once.
experience with it. It was sort of static immovable, always placed at sort of 2 minutes to midnight, and now the clock is moving. And
The
not
audio
only
will
the
fix
Imperium's
itself.
ever
It will
been
be
more
fixed in a
dangerous,
moment.
but also that spark of hope thanks to the return of Gilliman.
Roger.
Maybe just a little bit of hope.
No, they're still doomed.
They're all doomed.
The only thing to decide really is exactly how doomed. There they are, Adam. The reinvention for the Sisters Battle. This was a huge moment a few years ago when, after a fairly
do remember
long
this.
Sisters
I
Battle
do remember
returned
this.
with multi-part plastic kits and a full reinvention of
Oh,
pretty much
wow.
the entire miniature range, including some
You know, I used
brand new
to-
things you hadn't
when I
seen before.
first
but also
started with
platforms like
Warhammer.
Entertensions and Seraphim and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
I used to hit the
how
the
like,
dreadnoughts.
main
Oh god, what are they
battle
called?
so
The
battle squad
is
looks.
I'm back. Am I back?
essentially exactly
Okay,
the
cool.
same
Thank you very
as
much,
it
guys.
did,
I'm back.
but also
Woohoo!
has evolved
You know, he's trying to
into
shut me down, but they'll
some,
never shut down the clown.
craft
It's always
that
here.
sort of
It's never going away.
increased in the
Guys, I'm getting a little bit
technology
nervous. There's been no
and so
talk
they-
of 10th
it's not
edition
the
yet.
same, but I love it.
I'm liking
Really
this
do. I think
nostalgia
they're
look
absolute
though,
pieces
because
of
it really is
art.
making
I
me
bought loads,
nostalgic.
and then they just
It really
haven't
is. I miss a
come
lot
to
of
me
those
back.
old Warhammer stuff.
One day.
So this is talking about the timeline of
Space map.
Warhammer 40,000. Yeah, space map. This is that enormous great rip across the middle of the galaxy. There is the Cicatrix Maledictum, which is the Great Rift. That is the
an
galaxy
interesting
being torn
move,
in
I
half
think.
by various calamities that happened.
I don't mind the
across
galaxy
it.
being split in
Everything
half. What do you
from
guys think
the
about
events
that?
of Fenris all the way through to the fall of the Cadian Gate
Oh,
and other
God.
various disasters that have befallen it all the way along there. And at the moment,
God,
in
this
Warhammer
is
40,000, if you want to
starting to
get
get to
from
me,
one
this
side of the
lemonade.
galaxy to the other, you have to
Keep it
go
away
through
from the mic.
basically demon-infested
Keep it away from
waters,
the mic, okay.
Of that massive
I'll try.
tearing reality,
I'll
which is
try.
bleeding warp magic across the galaxy, basically.
Yeah, and just try not to be on the nihilist side if you can.
Yeah, if you're on the top,
Just try and be
if you're in the
lucky.
top bit, unless you happen to be in
Oh, no.
in golden armor or have a Space Marine chapter with you, you're probably doomed.
Oh, and then I guess this brings us right up to where we
That was
currently
close.
are with Indomitus.
Yeah,
there's the
Necrons
Indomitus
have been
box.
waking up across
Actually,
the
no, this is
galaxy
like I
and,
never picked up this
certainly
box.
in the various
I
different
just
pockets,
I
primarily
wasn't
where
really
the
interested in the
Silent Kingdom
Necrons
was saying
anymore because
they've
I
been
didn't
up
like
to
the
all sorts of
change.
nefarious things, including
Ever
trying
since
to
they
make
changed
the
them, I've never been a big
Pariah
fan of the
Nexus, which is
Necrons.
a bit of the galaxy where they've turned the warp off, which is almost as awful as where they've turned
Yeah,
the
Dingo,
warp
people do
on
pay money for
extra.
that.
So
The fools,
you
the
can
suckers.
choose your doom depending on whereabouts in the galaxy you want to go to, but pretty much it's apocalypse.
You're saying my mic sounds like it's not properly plugged
There's
in.
Still nowhere. Oh, and then
Does my audio
most
not sound good,
recent, I
guys?
guess, big news.
Still in the middle of being released.
are
Still in the middle of being
essentially
released.
reimagining
Yeah,
the
that's one
classic,
word for it.
Warhammer
That,
40,000
that's one way to
faction,
put it,
my first ever
for
Warhammer
sure.
40,000
The Votan are kind of wild
with
because
the
they
leads
very
of
much are the
Votan,
full
various
new
different,
model.
Nicknames
They
around
are
the
the full
galaxy,
new model.
but actually a kindred of sort of ancient.
Just early
Terran
access
civilization
release. You
that
buy an
sort of
army box,
drifted
you
off into
commit
the
to the
galactic
army,
area.
you get a limited
These were
edition
legendary when I
codex.
started playing. I think there's some notes in my codex
And
that
it
said I could take
builds
25%
FOMO. It
of
builds
my army
FOMO,
and
and
swap that
it
out.
creates
What-
record sales. You know.
What are they?
And it's really interesting because Games Factory were very quick to balance the army after release or after this release, because the entire
Gotta love it.
conversation about
Well,
the
that's our
army was
faces.
being dominated by discussions of
so
like
that's-
people saying they weren't going to
that's
play
the
against
history.
Votan players
It was
anymore.
great.
I think it was really hurting
Do you know what?
sales.
I
I
get-
actually
I
think
get
that
quite
was
excited,
really hurting
and the
sales.
chat has, had
Thanks,
all
Tim.
sorts
Thank you for letting me know
of
the
fun
mic
as well,
sounds
some
fine. Thank you very much.
speculating on what they might see today.
Juka says they just made
I
Rift to
couldn't
redo Marines
say
as more Marines.
which
Yeah, I mean, like,
edition
look,
got the
taking
biggest
on
shout-out,
itself, I think it's
but,
actually cool. The
what I'd
idea
like to
that
do
the
is
galaxy has
right
been like
now,
split in two and
whatever your
stuff.
first edition was, bang the number in the chat. I'm really curious to see. I think fourth had it, but I'm genuinely.
Right, you guys go as well. How about you guys do this as well? Bang the
Like,
number
as
in
it
the
flies
chat.
by, there's a
The
lot of
edition that
ninth
you started
edition,
with.
which
Let
actually-
me know which
Welcome.
edition you started with. Just
Yeah,
hit the number.
welcome to play. Whoa, Ace just had a
1 to
full
9
screen of
or
Ace.
10 if you're
This
waiting
is
for 10th
exciting.
edition to come out
Um,
today in
I'll
order
tell you
to
what
do
there
so.
is.
Just bang the number
There's
into chat. Let me know.
35
I'm actually kind of really
years
interested to see what kind of
Warhammer
cross section it is
hobbyists
because there's a lot of
in
people who were
our
saying
stream.
earlier that they started
So
like
whether you
first or
are
second.
a grey-bearded
So I want to
old
see. And how many people
Warhammer
started in
fan
fourth
like
and things?
myself, or
Oh, I'm curious.
fresh-faced
I think
and,
most people
new,
started
welcome
at like
to
ninth,
Warhammer
I would
40,000.
say.
Welcome to the
8th and
stream.
9th. I think most
Happy
people
Warhammer
like who are
Day.
playing
I think
Warhammer
we're
today
about
started in
ready.
like the most recent
Oh, yeah.
edition,
We had
but
a
I'm really
shameless
curious.
plug before we
Whoa,
jump.
okay, so we got a lot
Go,
of
plug away.
1, 1, 2, 6, 5,
Hang on.
first, third, second, third, first.
Raph,
Ooh, a lot of
Raph,
ones, a lot of ones.
Shameless
Wow,
plug.
okay.
Shameless
And it's
plug.
actually one of the most exciting things about
Second
Warhammer.
edition.
Before we take it
Before
away.
we
3,
dive into the
9,
previews, just a
wow.
quick reminder that
11th
today
edition
is
is
Warhammer
Frankenstein.
Day,
Wow,
and,
okay. That's
every year,
he's from
we
the
have a day
future.
to celebrate
7th.
Warhammer.
Not a
This
lot of
year's theme is
7ths.
35 years
Not a lot of
Warhammer
7th
40,000,
editions. A lot of
and we
ones,
have a special
surprisingly a
edition
lot of
to
ones.
commemorate
Fourth,
the occasion. It is Black
5th,
Templars,
yeah,
Bayard's Revenge,
second,
which,
8th,
shows a Black
9th,
Templar Emperor's champion.
7th
stabbing
says the
an
Lonely
unfortunate
Bolter.
orc,
Wow,
which I
okay.
feel like
Not a
it's
lot of
something
7th
that you
edition.
can-
I think he's
A lot
exactly
more
what he
first
deserves
edition
in
I
than
mean,
7th
he
edition.
wants
It's kind
to
of
die in
wild.
battle. He's having
9th edition,
but
2nd
a
edition,
really,
2nd
really
edition.
cool,
A lot less 4th editions
kind
than
of
I thought as well. Huh. I guess I came in at a very unique time.
Kind of diorama piece, really, to celebrate Warhammer Day. And if you can pick
A lot
up
of
this on
thirds.
pre-order
Seeing a
from
lot of
GameStop.com
thirds as
right
well.
now, and it'll also be available in
It's not a
stores
huge amount of
from
fourths,
next
fifths.
Super. So if you want to
6th or
celebrate
7th.
Warhammer
A little
by
bit of
buying
6th. A
awesome
couple
new
people in
model,
6th.
That is how.
You have the 9th core book. Haven't played yet, says Grape Chew. Well, I hope you enjoy. I hope you do enjoy it. I hope you do enjoy it.
You can.
Do a poll.
but
Oh, yeah, I can do
we
that.
are
Oh, I
about to
can't.
dive into the first of our
Yeah, let's see some
previews.
new stuff.
Raph, take it away.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Warhammer 4th edition, 40k. Okay, 10th edition. Come on, it's gonna be 10th edition. I'm gonna get ready. Oh my God! In the army set. Look. Oh no! Oh, I knew it every time. Here you go. Here's your Arcadian command squad. Oh no. Oh no, every time. Oh god, they're doing an army box again. Oh god, I knew it! This is it! This is the new release model. Fuck. Right. That's pretty, that looks cool. I like that. Field Ordnance Battery. That looks kind of neat. I'm a fan of that. That's like a heavy weapon team on steroids. That's pretty sweet. New heavy weapon teams. I like the armor. I do like the armor. Definitely you can see a lot more detail on them. Oh, the commissar. Why did it change to there? Okay, the commissar looks cool. Okay, now we got a new sentinel. Sold separately. Jesus, what the fuck does that mean? Sold separately. Aren't they all sold separately? Why aren't they all sold separately? What do you mean sold separately? Oh no. Oh, they're going all in on the army set. Oh no! Why? Why don't they just sell the models? Oh god. Those models looked cool, but you know what? This business model fucking sucks. For real. It's an army box. That's all they're advertising. An army box. And then they have the audacity to be like Sentinel sold separately.
So there is a new army box set, and there is a range of other
really
coming alongside it. But let's have a look at the box set first.
So good.
so this is much as we've seen recently with things
oh
like
man,
the,
that is
League
so
of Votann,
lame.
The
I really
relaunch
love
of
the new
Astronaut
models.
Arm,
I will say the
including,
new models look
pretty
really
much
cool.
fundamentally
I'm liking
reinvention
this
of the
big
infantry range.
auto
Starts with,
cannon here.
An army launch set, and this is what you get in that set.
I'm
So it's
really
the
liking the
Kadia
new
stand
auto
sets. You get
cannon.
two
I'm
squads
liking this.
of,
This is really neat.
Kadia
This is actually what I love about
You
Guard.
get
I'm actually a
Sentinel,
huge
which you
fan
build
of
up as
these.
an armored or Scout Sentinel. You get a command squad,
But
and you get two new artillery pieces.
why is
which
it
a
an
brand new
army
unit
box?
For the Astra Militarum,
Why isn't it just
which you can
the
build in a variety
Imperial
of different
Guard?
ways. The other thing you get in the army set is the first access to the Codex,
The hell?
which has got all the new rules for your army, for all the new units that are joining your army, and for the various different ways you can put an Astra
So you get
Militarum
two
army
squads
together.
of
It's
Kidians.
probably fair to say
They're like worth
that, Imperial Guard
nothing.
Militarum fans have been waiting for their army for quite a
Oh
long
god,
time.
I remember
Pretty
when
much last
Gideons
up
used to
of the
buy
existing
like
armies for
20
this
of them
edition,
for
but one of the
£15.
reasons is that they it's worth the wait.
Oh,
basically.
man.
There's a huge
And then they
amount of
just
stuff
cut
going
the
on.
box in half, and here we are,
So
like
there's loads and loads of really cool
15
stuff
years
that is
later,
your-
and they're
that's your
selling
launch set, so you get to
£120
kick off your
box
new,
set for 10.
Kidian force. So
Oh,
I think we can
Jesus fuck.
Have a look at some of
Some
the
of the details?
Some of the details, absolutely.
Oh, so here you can see
like the models look.
Canadian
Why is he
troops. They
pointing?
are
Oh
the
my god, he's like a
backbone of
fucking
the
space
Canadian
marine.
regiments, of
They're
course.
always pointing
This
every
possessed since
time.
their
They're always
World Handler
pointing.
incident.
Oh, like
as
why
we
is this a
learn,
FOMO box,
whether the
guys? Like
Canadians
why
standing
is this a
in
FOMO
Acadia
box?
remains. And so, incredible new plastic multi.
This is not a celebration moment.
Gorgeous options. Talk
I've
us
been
through
waiting
what you
so
see.
long
Yeah,
for new
absolutely.
guardsmen
It's
sculpts.
a 10 model kit, but you can build them in loads
I like
of
this
different
guy
ways.
running,
You've
but
had
he's
to
gonna
play
look
with
very
things like the
samey when
new,
you've got 300 of them.
Death Corps range or any of
10
the
models for
recent
50
squads like that.
euros.
You get an idea of like the flexibility and the range of different options.
Not
There's
cool.
loads and loads of variety.
I
in
like the
kit.
sculpts.
You
The
can
sculpts are
see
cool. They're
already
classic
if you've got any of the old
Cadians. And
Cadians
I don't
that
mind that
come
it's
up, the
Cadians again,
level
honestly.
of
I like the
detail on these
Cadians.
new miniatures is like a real step up. This is like a
Jesus.
much improved kit with loads of options. There's a few things.
Well,
that
I
are
hope there's loads of
calling out
options.
about
They're
the
saying
set.
there's loads of options, so I hope
one of
that's
the
true.
things that, you
It's a
might
FOMO
notice
box
about
after your
is
own
that
heart.
It has multiple special weapons in, but it doesn't have a heavy weapon squads. One of the things about the new Cadian Shock Troop unit is that you've got a choice in how you want to use those miniatures in your games. You can either use them as an infantry squad, in which
Okay.
case you can add on a heavy weapon,
Yep.
or you can use them as a dedicated Cadian Shock Troop unit. The Cadians
Cadian shock troops.
have
Huh,
got
okay.
years of experience as shock troops fighting against chaos incursions, so they favour a more mobile
It's like
style
vets.
of
Is this
play.
like the replacement
So you
for
can
vets
use them
then?
if you want to, instead of having a heavy weapon, you can use them as specific shock troops, and they get multiple special weapons and some extra rules to represent their unique abilities.
Underworld
as
Zombie,
shock
thank you very
troops.
much for the donation.
Awesome. And as you
Says,
can
good
see,
morning,
there's a
Discourse. Can you
host
give me a
of,
little recap of what I've missed? Just woke up,
options
doing a long
within
Hungry Open
the,
Live.
the
Also,
new
what's in the
squad.
cup?
Got Flamer,
Honestly, this is
Got
the first
Husband,
release
Big
here.
Brother,
We've
Got
seen
Hot
an
Chocolate,
Astra Militarum
loads of
army
poses,
box,
loads of
unfortunately. The
options,
sculpts look
it's gonna
nice.
be
We're just
very
going through the
fun
new
if you
sculpts
want
now.
to build squads.
And
There's
that's
no
it, really. You
medium
haven't really
legs
missed
in the
anything
kit, of
else.
course,
And I'm drinking
because-
Fruit Ball
Is that because
Special, which is a
Cadians?
That's 'cause
juice
Cadians
from
have
1987.
So
That is very out of date.
And a lot of
And it
love
does
for
not
these in
taste
the
very
chat.
good at all.
We are not done with the Cadian
I like
fight
the
images.
command
This is the
squad. I've always been a big fan of command squads, and I hope they're now a squad
everything
instead of
you'd
just you
expect,
buy the
obviously,
commander
veteran
and then you have to
sergeant,
get the
Vox
squad
Cast,
separately. I didn't like that at
standard
all.
bearer, and a medic. The medic's my favourite. Literally just stood there chilling.
This is Games Workshop all over
I
it. The
think
sculpts look
probably when
really
the battle
nice,
starts, he's going to have a pretty rough
but
afternoon of it.
like the release model sucks.
Right now,
The commercial side of this really is a bollocks.
He's not having the worst
A
day.
fucking
But
army
again,
box, guys.
it
Like,
adds
for
loads
real.
more options and
Like,
bits to your kit
why
as
don't-
well, so
why
can
don't you
mix
just
and match
release
this
the-
to some extent
just
between
release
the other
them?
Cadians, so heads and things are interchangeable.
I'm trying to hold my
The
breath.
detail
I'm
on
kind
them
of
is
holding on to a
lovely.
little bit
You've
of hope
got,
here.
sculpted
I'm hoping
banners
that
on
like
there and things like that.
it's gonna be
There's
like
the
months
power
ahead.
fist, the guy
Like,
with
we
the
don't even know
power
when the
fist
rest of
that
the
you can just
Votan are
about make out
releasing.
they've got a cigar,
I
which
was
is like a
saying
pretty
about this
classic
earlier
Cadian thing.
today.
There's-
Remember when the
Logo
army
for
boxes
Battle
were
Heart
special?
and
It's like the
Absolutely, yeah.
Sisters of
You're allowed to
Battle
have
come
cigar
out
stuff.
to like
Yeah,
20
I really like
years,
the,
and they're like,
the
okay,
box guy at the top.
army
He's got like
box,
a mix of
and then
weird future
then the
tech and also
Templar,
like printing
and then the
out-
Votan, now the
It's sort of
Guardsman. It's gonna be
printing out
everything.
those stuff.
Every single in the future.
Artillery
Like this is it.
bombardment.
This is how new armies
The
release.
commander's really cool.
This
as
is gonna
well.
be
He's
it
got
now.
A power sword there.
Anytime there's
He's got a
any
holding
amount of
helmet
range
pose,
refresh,
and he clearly
refresh,
been through the
they're gonna
war
try
as
and get
well,
their
he's got a
money
huge
box,
scar across
their
the
money
top of
back
his face.
on those
But
sculpts
really
by releasing
character
army
pull,
boxes
almost, again,
because
a
they sell really
diorama
well because they
sort of
rely on
unit,
FOMO. This is
to
their
show off
answer.
your painting
I hate
skills,
it.
'cause, you know, you might have quite a lot of them.
I hate it.
army, but
Towards
you
your
can get your time
black
on these guys,
Templar army,
to
mate
kind of
says
show
Dingo.
it.
No.
Really, really
I still
cool
holding up hope.
character.
We're still getting 10th edition. We're still getting 10th edition.
Amazing.
This is just
That's
the
cultural
this is just the
intelligence.
foreplay.
If you are
This
like
is
me,
just the
you can't
foreplay.
save your life. Absolute
We're
winner.
gonna get 10th
This is
edition,
my
guys. Don't worry,
favourite
don't
thing in
worry.
the set. I suspect.
Okay,
much of the
right.
chat
So
will
low
agree.
key,
The
these
field
look fucking
ordnance
amazing.
batteries,
I love
two of
these.
these in
These
the
look
set,
incredible.
and the options you can
These look
build
absolutely
are, he
fantastic.
says,
I
and
love
he
these.
gasps in
I really do.
as he scrolls to get the names. Right. 'Cause the last thing I
This
wanna
is
do
what I always
is
wanted from
mislead the
Guardsmen.
chat.
I want to be
But
all
you
infantry,
have
and this looks like some heavy
last
weapon
gun, that's
infantry.
front
I'm
and
loving this.
Then you
These
have
are bigger than heavy weapons. I'm actually a really big fan of this. I really like this. Okay, I'm really excited about this. This is low key got me like. This makes I want to buy these. Like I want to buy these separately. I want to buy these models specifically separately. I want to be able to buy these to add to my existing army. Right? I don't want to buy an army box. I want to buy these. These look incredible.
Of course. Perfect.
I really like
They
these.
do some different things.
I really like
As
these.
you'd imagine, these are like artillery pieces. You park them at the back of
Like
your
these are really cool.
army,
I'm just
and
a
blast them
sucker
really
for
far
heavy
away.
weapons. What can I say? This
They've
is
all
just
got
like
pretty hefty
I'm
range. They
a
shoot
girl who likes
48
her
inches,
goddamn
and the choices
her
you've got
heavy
basically
weapon
are
ordnance.
That rocket
What
launcher on
can
the
I
top left,
say?
that is just a vast amount of hits on something. So you point.
Yeah,
that
the
at
knee
something you want to
pads,
load
dude.
hits
People are
against, like
pointing out the
infantry
knee
wrecker.
pads.
The heavy
They
las
do
cannon
look
does
a
what you'd
little
expect.
weird,
It's
don't
a
they?
las
They
cannon
do
plus,
look a little
so
weird. They're like
it
very small. They're
does
little
more
balls
damage
on their
than a regular
knees.
las
Las
cannon.
cannon
It's a big heavy las cannon. It kind of you could probably even guess the stats if you took a go.
Matt says
And
also
then
sells
the
Codex
bomb
leaks
blast
online
at
by
the top
packaging as a
right,
value included in
is
the army box
basically,
/ price
if you think about
inflator.
it as like a slightly smaller.
I think you're
shaped
totally
cannon,
right.
So you can
But
shoot
as I
stuff
said,
you
I think the
can't
book's
see,
gonna get like
inches
like
out, you know,
almost immediately.
multiple blast,
I really
two
do.
shots.
I think it's gonna
So
get
you
leaked
can
almost
park that
immediately.
behind a big
I
building
think
or
the Games
something
Workshop
out line of
really
sight and,
detest the leaks.
Pummel away at the enemy in relative safety.
Canadian heavy weapons are worthwhile. I think I want an excuse to crack out my heavy weapon teams again, and I would love to add these to an army. Because I've got 2 Lehman Russ tanks. I would love to replace those Lehman Russ with these. I would love to do that. Oh god, look at the autocannon. Oh god, look at it. Look at the autocannon. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. This is what I always wanted. When I first got started back in the day, this is what I always wanted. These look so good, guys. Oh god, I love these models. Why are they in an army box? Why are they in an army box? Oh no. See, this is what happens though, because now I really want these, and I have to weigh up. Do I want to buy 2 heavily inflated guardsman squads?
Myself, I think the
Yeah, I just think any field gun that's big enough that you could put your head down the barrel. You know.
Oh no.
That's where it is.
That
it's,
sucks.
It's not just
More firepower, Eddie.
absolutely. It's not just the army set. So a company.
So now you get
with the
5.
army
How
set
much
soon
we
after
how much we
those
reckon this is going to be
kits will
priced at?
available
What's the
individually,
price of this
and
one?
they'll
Do
be
you
backed
think?
up by a range of other things. So one of the things that is a staple.
I do love
almost
this though. I
essential,
do like this.
of
This is
Astrometer
very
are the heavy
classic.
weapon
This
teams.
looks exactly
You've got
like
a
the
few
old
options of
ones,
how you
except
use
I
these.
like
You can either
the
put them together
the
as a
poses
squad
on these
and
guys
use them
looks
as
a lot more natural. So
triple
the old
squad
guardsmen
of,
heavy
you
weapon
know,
squads, like
up to 10
everyone will
men,
have their
up
like
to 10 whatever
knees
you need,
down, like a
or
very
you can
specific
add
way,
a
like this
little bit of
guy
heavy firepower
here.
to your infantry squads,
But these
and
ones
they
look a
can
little
have
bit more
missiles
natural,
or
like oh
something
god,
to
like they're
back
yelling
them
into the
up in,
walkie-talkie. I
killing
like that.
stuff
I think
they
that's
might
really
otherwise
cool.
struggle with.
Oh, these
Much
look so
like the
good. I am
artillery,
such a sucker
each
for
one of
guard.
these
I really am,
effectively
guys.
gives
I'm
you a
really
little
sorry. I'm
diorama
such a sucker for
scene,
guard.
to play out. You've got like the
This is the kind of this is the stuff that makes me like I love infantry squads and I love heavy weapon teams from the infantry squads. This is just what I really like. I love all infantry armies. That's what I'm really into. I hate tank armies. I'm not a fan of like I hate night armies and stuff like that, like Imperial Knights, like Big Macs. I'm all about the little boys, the little mini mans I can put in my pocket and bring with me to games. I actually this is a very static pose. I kind of like this. His face is a little weird though. This guy's face is odd. This looks like the face of the Shadow Man that stands at the foot of my bed every night. This looks weird. This looks a bit odd. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this face. Although I don't mind the pose. I think the pose is okay. I don't think they'll ever quite match the pose of the Commissar that has his gun up and his hand behind his back. That is like the coolest model, and I think they should have emulated that a little bit. 5 for 80 quid, says Luddite. Jesus. 40 quid for 5.
Yeah,
I don't know. Feels a bit. 60 bucks. 5 for 80. How much are they right now? I actually don't know. I haven't bought heavy weapons in like fucking years. He looks like a vampire. He does look like a vampire.
Which I guess is
He does look like a vampire.
You don't become a commissar to make friends. I don't think.
We can't all be Iram Gorn, can we?
The Sky Sentinel. Sold separately. Sold separately, Sky Sentinel. What the fuck does that mean?
As you mentioned earlier, Eddie,
Explicitly said in the trailer, sold separately, Sky Sentinel.
Yeah,
What the
so
fuck does
it's
that mean,
obviously a
guys?
little bit lighter
What
than
does that
the,
mean? Is there going to be
the
any
Armor
way to
Sentinel.
buy
So,
these
we do
things
have a
outside of the
shop
army
later on
box?
that shows you
Like,
what happens when you choose
'cause
each option in terms of
it
how much
makes
armor it
okay.
gets.
So the first
The
box,
Scout
you're like
Sentinel's got some
making
nice
value,
touches,
right?
so
Because you've got the
you've
codex, you've got
Acadian
the
in
army,
there
right? You're
that's
making
driving
value,
it, which
even
you
though
can,
it's
interchange for the heads and options.
it's
and
not
range for some of
value.
the
It's not
kits.
actually value.
You can see the
Gears
kind
Workshop
of
make a ton of
packs
money from it.
equipment
But if you
on
buy
the
a
side
second
as well,
army
which
box,
is
like
kind of hinting
they've
towards
got you,
scout
because you've
nature.
like
You
bought
can
another
imagine that
codex
these
and stuff.
things range ahead of
Commissar and
the
Tactical
rest of
Rock,
the
£32.
Academic
I don't think it'll
Army
be that
and
expensive. I imagine it'll be like,
camps and things
oh
to,
god, maybe it will be £32.
keep watch on enemy positions.
I think
that sort of thing.
£25. No, yeah,
and
maybe
you can
30
give it
quid.
a chainsword, which,
No, I think like
actually
£20.
in the new rules isn't too bad in combat. It's not too shabby.
I like
It
this
used to be
Sentinel
almost
change.
like
I
a
know
token
people
extra
weren't
attack,
big
but
on
now
the
it can,
Sentinel change. I actually
it's not
kind of
really
like
when
this
fighting
change.
against any dreadnoughts, but it can certainly see off some light infantry or something like that.
Honestly, it's
I
nice
think,
to see some of the
the,
old
the
school
true
Warhammer
ones-
stuff
the
now
true
after
ones
all that
that
Votan
I
business.
think
I'm
it's
liking
gyro
this.
stabilizer to help it.
I love the Armored Sentinel. I always have loved the Armored
going
Sentinel.
through,
I really
more
have.
difficult terrain, that's
The
sort of question
the rounded sort of
and
edges
then
aren't
here
too
you can
bad.
see
I
the
actually
Scout
like this.
Alongside the Armored Sentinel.
I've thought about
armoured
it some
all day
more.
from
I was a little bit
current
middling on it before, but
military
as I've thought
army
about it, I like it.
experience.
Honestly, I think it looks cool.
And
Sentinels have
it's,
always looked a little bit
it's
weird
got
and
heavier arm
spindly.
on the legs, got
It's an
heavier arm around
outhouse
the cabin.
on legs,
Got
says Lana.
Yeah, and you can see
Yeah,
there's,
well,
the
you
difference really
know.
between these two and the current system
Outhouses
kits is
can
the
be
current
cool,
one.
though.
The only difference really between
Outhouses
the
can
armoured
be
and non-armoured
cool.
ones is like a roof, basically, whereas these ones do look like.
I have better
different images.
Sentinel
They-
models from
it
Pulse
looks much
3D.
lighter on
I think that's a really
the
good point,
light version.
Scython. This is actually so
these
Imperial
obviously
Guard have a
also,
lot of
nice
competitors
thing
out there.
for
There's a
these
lot of
Corps
other
players.
people making
like
other
myself, I might be
skulls.
picking up a few of these and painting them purple.
For
with
sure.
graffiti
Guardsmen have a
scrawled
lot of
across them.
competition.
And they look
Guardsmen have a
quite
lot of
similar to some
competition.
those kind of mining
Part of it,
things
it's a
as
bit
well. They've got kind of
ATST.
industrial look
I
as
honestly
well.
don't mind the
No
ATST look
nonsense.
though. It's
But
like the
they
one thing I don't have
reduced
for
it
my
up pretty
Empire
well,
army
I
in
think.
Star Wars Legion is an ATST.
Of course,
Okay,
there's
let me
some
let me
rules
throw
for
myself
the,
over to the side. I love her
codex,
face.
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love
So
her
one
face
of the
there.
things
Now let
that
me throw
is,
myself over
worth
so you can see the
noting
rules.
about the new
Woo!
Astra Militarum army is that currently the way that you do an Astra Militarum force is that you need to pick a regiment, and then once you've kind of
let's
picked a
see,
regiment,
what's it
you're sort of
say?
locked into that force.
Cult of
That's not
Sacrifice.
the way that the new rules work for Astra Militarum. It's much more similar
Oh,
to
God.
If you remember the Imperial Guard armies of maybe
Oh,
second
no.
edition, where you had like a
I
few
do, very well.
few Mordians and you had a
Yep.
few Cadians and maybe a squad of Catachan jungle fighters.
Mm-hmm.
all
Oh,
mixed
they're
together,
making the
kind of
game more
formed into a
complicated,
grand
guys.
crusade
Oh,
under
no.
the banner of a kind of high commander. You'd have some auxiliary units like Ogrins and things like that. So what you do in
Matt
the
says,
new,
sorry, new selling a
Astra
Sentinel
Militarum
for
army
tiny
is that
army.
you
It looks
get
so
all your
derpy.
models
The thing
together
is,
and
Matt,
you
you're not even going to
pull
get the
them from
Sentinel in that
wherever
army
you want.
box.
So you can have
Apparently,
your
it's
shock
sold
troops fighting
separately.
alongside your
Whatever that
Death
means.
Corps fighting alongside your jungle
Well,
fighters.
yeah, they do look a bit
And
like
then you go,
Wargames
the
Travel says. They
theme
look
of the
like
army
zombies in that
is gonna be
picture.
that this army's gonna
Yeah, they do,
specialise
don't
in
they? They look
parade
very
drills,
wild. Like her, she's like licking her blade.
target
I actually
practice
don't
or
mind
heavy
that though.
weapons or artillery
Look
or
at their
something like
teeth.
that.
They look like peasants. They
And
look like
within
Plutonian
that,
peasants.
you
I kind of
can
dig it.
choose, what special rules you want to apply.
Charis
So
Love
basically,
says
you don't need
Imperial
to
Girl
decide on
Phase
your
like
rules
mine when
before you
buying
start collecting
miniatures.
them. There are obviously
This
themes
is
that
me
lend themselves
looking
really
at the new
well to
army box.
existing regiments. So there's a couple of
Ah!
examples up there. So parade drill is a good one. If you have a Mordian army and you like,
Matt
lining
says,
them
I
up
feel
in-
bad for you,
in
Discourse. I
firing
smell
ranks
2000
at
points
the end of
Space Marines.
the charge towards
Never!
you,
Not
this
happening!
is
We're
one of the
going
special
to
rules you
have...
choose to have, which gives you.
I'm going to show you how much I feel strong, how strong I feel
Standing
about
still
this.
with your troops and firing with your las guns. If you have a Death Corps of Krieg army, and you like the idea of having, pushing
guys.
waves and waves of infantry into the meat grinder of war, this allows you to basically benefit
Grimdark
from
fucking
taking
balloons.
casualties and you
Okay,
can hit
hold on.
back harder.
Alright.
So there are
Okay.
regiments that lend themselves to
Okay.
specific rules.
Look
but
at
you
this,
don't
it's
have to stick
gold!
within that regiment. So lots of
It's
people
gold,
will
okay,
have
guys, right?
picked
We're
up
cracking
maybe
this
kill
open
teams
when
last year,
10th edition
and
gets
they'll have a squad
announced.
of Death Corps of
We're
Krieg.
going to have
You can
ourselves
absolutely
some
put those in with
cheap...
your new Cadian,
I
works
said
as well.
champagne, but really it's
Think about all the
Prosecco. It's
classic
like the cheap
stories
girls.
of, Imperial
Champagne.
Guard, in Black Library novels, the Astra
That's what we're gonna
Militarum
have.
often
Whenever
operating combined operations
10th
in
edition
multiple
gets
regiments
announced.
all in one battle zone.
It's getting announced, guys.
friction
It's
between
still
different,
happening.
guard
getting a little
regiments.
nervous, I'm
One
not
of my
gonna lie.
favourite things about the Gaunt's Ghost books, for example. And somebody in the chat just suggested that you should always team up with a friend. Take
8th
the
edition will
argue about
simplify
how to fight.
Warhammer. Yeah.
That would be very
Yeah,
It seems completely right, in
Janice
my
says
mind.
this
Also,
art has big
big
Witch
shout out
Hunter
to the
Codex vibes.
extremely,
It does. I actually
gnarly
really
look
like
of
that.
the
I really
Canadian,
like that art.
Assault Troopers
I will
in
say
this
that some of the
artwork,
newer art has
the
definitely been on
grim
point.
dark aesthetic dialed up to 11.
Someone has definitely been
Yeah,
on
I
point.
think a lot of the
Party
recent Warhammer
time!
40,000
It
have
is!
this
It's the
sort of
big
style and
birthday
the
for
artistic work
Warhammer.
on some of these that has just got that grim
Right,
darkness
everybody's seen the new
absolutely down.
rules. Everybody's seen the new
Obviously
rules
these
as well.
Acadians who
Okay.
lost their planet and have probably been through the
Champagne.
wars for the past few decades.
Woo!
And these guys, rather than just
Let's
being a
pop
bit sad
ourselves
about
back
it,
over
decided
here. It
to
feels
get
more
vengeance.
natural. Cheap girls champagne,
absolutely.
says Lux. Yes,
I-
indeed.
I've seen some questions flying by in the
Jump
chat,
pin.
but there is like 27.
Naked girls with class don't need a glass. Oh, we gotta get a glass going.
My chances of covering them all.
God,
are
I
pretty
hope
slim.
this isn't-
Somebody said.
Jesus, I might have
somebody
fucked
said
up. I
when
hope
the
this isn't-
miniature is going up for pre-order. If you're referring to the Bayard
God,
Revenge
wait, open it.
Warhammer Day.
Oh, it is
that
corked.
should be available for pre-order on the
Oh
website
no,
now.
I don't have. I don't have like an
This
ability to
particular
open
army
this.
set sometime in the not too distant
I don't have a
future.
cork
Keep your
opener.
eyes,
It's not far
peeled and watch warhammercommunity.com.
One second.
I'm sure we'll get you the latest. The normal Cadian shock troopers come on 25mm bases.
So we're getting ready. We're getting ready to open this bad boy.
But that can all be confirmed later.
Link the
I don't
codex.
know, maybe somebody wants to write an article about base sizes. It's not
Right, tell me about the army box. Tell me about the
business.
business model, guys. Right, we've seen the models. We think they
Right.
look cool. Show me the business model. How's this being sold?
Yeah,
pretty
but
wild.
it's
I don't
worth
like
saying
this.
That isn't everything that's on its way for.
Do you mean there might be more
there is
Astra
more
Militarum
stuff on the way for the Astra Militarum, maybe
Okay.
within this preview, and maybe even more after that. So,
Very good.
we've
Oh,
shown
more
you
Astra
the,
Militarum stuff. Wait, hold on.
half, maybe,
Wait.
of the new stuff.
We only got an hour, guys. We only got half an
As for
hour.
this,
So you're
Kingdom
announcing
Fan
10th
army
edition.
set,
You're gonna-
We've mentioned you get the codex.
You gotta do it
the
now.
codex is
You gotta do it
its
now, guys. This
special
is my
edition cover.
stress.
We haven't
My
shown the
stress
cover, trust
glow-
me, it's
uh,
amazing.
glow in the dark
But when you see the cover of it,
bracelet
you'll realise
with
I
my
haven't shown
stress
it yet.
version of this.
And also, there's a transfer
You don't
sheet
need an opener.
for all
Twerk,
your,
twist the cork
units
off while holding
with
it against
marking
your
needs.
palm.
There we go.
Jesus, this
think
sounds very dangerous.
we've covered that
I've
off
actually
in a
never
while,
opened one of
Joe.
these
This
bottles.
is great.
I usually get somebody else to do it
Um,
for me.
Why don't we throw over
You're saying
to
aged
the
wine tastes
Warhammer
better? What,
Studios
than aged
Warhammer 40,000
football
Law
special?
Master?
Kind of
They're gonna tell us
lemonade
all
with
about
the
the
taste
next
of a
big
passion
thing
for
coming along.
sport? Okay, let's see. What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? All right. Let's go. What's 9? Woo! Woo!
Arcs of Omen is a massive narrative campaign event taking place for all the factions in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, and they're named for particular space hulks that have emerged in the Warhammer 40,000 universe.
Yes!
These are space hulks that have been
Yes!
tooled up a little bit. Abaddon
Awesome!
has some
Okay,
assistance,
yes!
fair to say, from a new player who's entered the game, who's turned these space hulks into Arcs of Omen.
Awesome! This is it! This is what I've always wanted. This is the narrative campaign I've always wanted. Is this it? Is this like the Eye of Terror campaign again?
It's probably fair to say it's not going to be good news for anyone not aligned with the War Master.
Oh my
The
god!
introduction of a new fleet of tooled up space hulks with accompaniment from Chaos War fleets.
Come
from
on,
various
yes, be a
chosen
worldwide
warlords
narrative
who have
campaign with
service
our battles
in
actually
the whole
mattering.
scope for
Come
entirely
on.
different types of warfare in the 41st millennium. So you'll find new rules for boarding actions distributed through the Arcs of Omen campaign books as we're taking the fight onto.
Oh no,
space
it's gonna
hulks,
be launched with the
spaceships,
season
orbital
model.
stations,
Oh
anything
no,
you
it's
can
not gonna
imagine
just
in
be a
space.
narrative
We'll
campaign.
fight off the battlefiels of
Come
the
on, guys,
41st
please just make it a
millennium
narrative
into
campaign
those
that's
sorts of
like
environments.
free to
So we'll use some
access.
of the scenery
Don't-
you'll
oh,
have been
no.
familiar with from Kill Team Into the Dark, but scaling it up for a Warhammer 40,000 scale.
Why would you
building
want
action.
this to be in Warhammer
So
40k?
similarly
Why
to
have they
Kill
done
Team
it this
Into the
way?
Dark,
Why have they
you
put it
can
on
imagine
Space
there'll be a lot of
Hulks?
close-range
It's to
firefights
sell the
taking place,
terrain.
and there'll be certain units and
Oh.
troop types that benefit from those sorts of actions, maybe more so than others. So
Oh,
some of the
no.
longer-ranged troops maybe.
Why can't they just do a narrative campaign? Why do they need to sell the terrain? Oh, no.
Terminators, the sort of things that you can associate with Space Hulk clearing actions, that sort of stuff will certainly get a good run out.
Oh, guys.
So Abaddon's
Why do
goal
we live
is
in
to
this, the
take over
decade?
the galaxy, not like Horus did as a vassal or a slave.
This
to
is the
Chaos powers,
season.
but using his own
Yeah,
stats,
Matt
his own
says, oh,
merits,
for
but
fuck's sake, they're
galaxy's a
trying to
pretty
make
big
Into the
target
Dark
to
a
take
must
over, so it's going to
buy.
make certain
They're going to
alliances
sell the
and
terrain
deal with
outside of the
various
box,
power
and they're going to
brokers
make it
that
a must
exist
buy
in the
for
galaxy of the
everything.
41st millennium.
Imagine
We've
trying to
seen
make a
introduction
6x4
of
Warhammer
two
table
unknown
out of
figures
that
to
Into the
help
Dark.
them
And the
out.
terrain isn't that good.
So
The terrain isn't that good. You can't undercoat it because the snibs are too tight. The terrain is actively hostile to build.
And Arcs of Omen will probably go down as the biggest event in Warhammer 40,000 history since the establishment of the Great Rift.
They're saying it's well, yeah. That's a little caveat there. It's going to be the biggest event in Warhammer history. after the establishment of the Great Rift. Like what? So the last 4 years. Like no way, dude. Like it's not gonna be as big as like the Eye of Terror, which was just a worldwide narrative campaign where everyone could play, and that's it. That was it. You just played in the games, and then you recorded your scores, and you sent them off to the website, and everyone could play. You didn't need to buy anything. You just need to have a Warhammer army, and the results of your games made the difference. This is not going to be it. This is going to be an on rails. You've got to buy Gallo Dark Terrain in order to play in specific Space Hulk battles. Buy the new season pass. Oh no, that's what this is, isn't it? This is a paid season pass. This is a season pass model. They've taken the coolest idea the Warhammer, the Games Workshop have ever had, the Eye of Terror, and they have turned it into a paid-for season pass. I hate this century. Oh my god. That is so disappointing. That is so disappointing. Dingo says, mate, you picked your leader for Black Templar. I'll help you out if I can. You made a bet and lie. I'm gonna be fine. There's gonna be a 10th edition. Don't worry. There's gonna be a 10th edition. We're still coming. It's still coming. Thank you very much for the donation, Dingo. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you can see like bits of teeth there.
Oh no. Oh man, I love the idea of a big narrative campaign. I really do.
So the arcs themselves
This is not
are
it.
Space Hulks. They're these enormous, great conglomerations of loads of ships,
Man, like,
mashed together over
like
the
come
millennia
on, like
inside
why
the
can't they
warp
just
and
do
turned
cool
into
stuff for the sake of
enormous,
it?
great floating
Why does
fortresses.
everything have to
Chaos
be
has
like?
kind of
Why does
taken
there always got to be an
them and turned them into
angle on
these
stuff?
enormous
This is
arcs
what I
that are the
hate.
center of Chaos fleets.
Why can't there just be
And
like?
basically they've,
Why can't they just do a
they've set up
narrative
these battles
campaign because it'll
erupting
get
all
loads of
across
people
the galaxy,
interested in
not
the
just
game,
against
and it'll be like a
Imperium,
really
but
cool
all sorts of
experience.
different factions
Like
where
how are they
they're
going to
trying
measure this?
to
Is
grab
this
them
going to
and
be like?
obviously,
Can you add your results onto a
some forces
website,
are
or
trying to
is
stop
this?
them, so the Imperium obviously isn't
Or
a fan of
is
these,
this
but
even
also
going to be
there's,
player?
Eldar and
like,
where they're
based?
bumping into other
Wait.
civilizations in the galaxy. There's battles erupting. So from a lore perspective,
Is this going to be
really key
lore
for- this is the
designed by
next
Games Workshop and then we
major
just
thing that's
play it?
happening for Warhammer
Or is this going to be
40,000.
like a campaign where
The
our
other thing
results
that this
matter?
means, a new
Because Eye of
series,
Terror
a new
was really cool
narrative
because
will
our
also
results
herald
mattered and
new
it
miniatures.
changed what
So,
happened in the game.
There will be lots
It
of cool
changed
new
the course
things.
of the lore. We had an
There'll be lots
impact
of cool
on
things
that.
that
That's
are
the really
tying
cool
into
part.
this as well, and we'll
That's
have a
the
closer
fun
look at
bit.
some of those
It's not
in
just
the
everyone
future,
playing
but
in
not
Space
today.
Hulks.
One of the kind of so I suppose
Oh,
defining
no.
nature of the battles that's happening off the back of the Arcs of Omen is that these great big arcs are either attacking Imperial stations and fleets, or they're trying to be boarded basically by the Imperials and other.
I gotta ask
races
though,
to
like,
stop them.
are
So you've
fighting
got
on
these
in
enormous,
tight
great
corridors
boarding
fun?
action battles that are
Like,
erupting
I think this
all
is like a
across the
central
place.
question that like
So
Games
there's-
Workshop have not asked
there's,
themselves.
some rules to
Is
play
fighting
with
on
inside the
tight
books. So
claustrophobic
there's an
ships
interesting
fun in an
thing
army
about these
game?
books, which is
Where you've got these
kind of come
avenues
directly
of just
from,
you shoot
from
down.
feedback from
I don't
customers,
think
which is that
so.
you don't have any new rules for the core.
Breaking
Warhammer
news is
40,000 game.
Amit, Games Workshop have purchased the entire IP of
For all
One
the
Page
game, really.
rules.
So,
Oh Jesus Christ!
So
I
there's
don't
no
think so.
Crusade rules in these. There's no match play rules in these, and that's.
Like
cool
we
for
says,
people
whatever
to
gets
play
you to buy the
basically
most terrain
that
is what it will
says,
be.
we
Yeah,
don't really want
they know
our
people buying the
rules for a
terrain.
single army
And the
to
terrain
be
is
spread
so
over
overpriced
multiple
for what
books.
it is.
Which
They
is
absolutely
cool.
love
Like,
it.
We hear you. So what you've got in these instead is something even better, which is a brand new way to play Warhammer
This
40,000.
really
It's
calls for a
self-contained
relaunch of Battlefleet
expansion
Gothic,
that
says
basically
Ken. I
allows
mean,
you
like,
to
yeah, in
play,
fairness, yeah, you're probably
boarding
right there.
action battles
I will
of
not be
Warhammer
surprised if there's a
40,000.
lost
So these
Primarch
aren't
in the
kind
heart
of
of Gallo
small-scale
Dark, says Moxie.
skirmishes
Jesus,
that
you
we've seen,
reckon?
things like Into the
Oh
Dark.
my
This is
God, is
full-scale,
Rugel Dorn in
one
there?
army versus
Trapped
another
behind,
army
like, a
across
boulder
the
or something.
inside of a spaceship, smashing each other to pieces, reminiscent. of,
Quirana says this is really
some of the
interesting.
best
So this is like a really
fiction,
important point.
basically, of
The results of the
Warhammer
Eye Terror
40,000. If
campaign
you've
were
read any
literally
of our,
disregarded. They were.
any,
They were.
large
They
amount
were
of
literally
fiction,
disregarded.
there's
And this
probably
that has
boarding action in
always
there
sat
somewhere, and they're always pretty cool.
badly with me.
There's
That has always
there's
happened. I don't think that was good. Like they should
they
should never been disregarded.
Wonderful.
Because
So
there was
I
a very
guess,
specific
it's fair
arc
to
that
say
happened where
that,
Chaos got their
this
ass
heralds
kicked out of them.
something new
Like they got their
exciting
ass
for
kicked,
Warhammer
and then
40,000.
Chaos came back
But we're
and
gonna
beat the
need,
hell out of the
like,
Imperium.
some
And that
new way
Kitty should have been.
to,
They should have. That should have.
gonna need some terrain.
The results should
Yeah,
have stood.
perfect.
But Games Workshop
Segue.
ignored it.
Let's go.
But they could have taken those lessons. They could have taken those lessons and applied it to this new system. Instead, it looks like they've just done buy Gallo Dark Terrain. That's it. Okay, let's see what we got here. What we got here?
Get away from it all on a beautiful Space
Okay.
Hulk holiday.
Okay, this is
from
interesting.
Imperial Cruises.
This
Thanks
is
to
interesting.
our new boarding action package,
Oh, this is the
you can
terrain.
Step right off the boat and experience
They're gonna sell the
trip
terrain
of a
separately
short
now.
and violent lifetime. You'll never escape this labyrinth or run out of things to see and do. All a short walk away through corridors too cozy for travel.
But is this good for
There's
Warhammer
never
40?
a
Is this
dull
fun
moment
though?
when the locals come to put on a show.
Tight corridors
while
and
you're
not a lot of
taking in
room
the
for
sights,
maneuver. Like, is
don't
that
miss
good
the
in a
chain
army
rings of
6x4 game?
civilization around your feet.
Like,
You'll find history in every step. So what are you waiting for? We await your visit on the Orcs of Omen.
Yeah. Terrain set. And special bases.
Boarding actions, an enormous.
Oh god, it's the season model. They sold this as like, oh, it's gonna be a big narrative event where everybody can play and like their actions will matter.
We've seen already
It's a fucking season. It's a season where everything's gonna be themed on like tight corridors.
Bigger expansion of
and
so this is
it. This is the beginning of it. This is the battle pass system. You buy the new book, you buy the new terrain set, you buy the bases that will be relevant only for 6 months. 6 months, you buy into all these, and in 6 months you're gonna have a bunch of new terrain sets. Oh man.
Boards worth of scenery.
Yep.
And combat
Jesus.
patrol battles generally are played.
I don't know about this.
Points, but what tends to happen
the thing is, this
it
stuff
does include
isn't
things
cheap.
monsters
This
and
isn't
vehicles.
like I
You tend to
buy
have
this and
slightly
like it's not a
different
big
force
deal. This
compositions
is like
than
a
you would
really
for
expensive
combat
purchase.
Patrol size game. So you tend to find things like Terminator.
Jinx says Zone Mortalis is pretty fun. I guess they're pushing a 40k version. Well, I actually don't mind
deadly units
the Under Hive. Oh god, what do you call that area? Is that Zone Mortalis? I thought Zone Mortalis was the big wide open area of Necromunda. I actually like that gameplay, but that's like a board game experience. This is not. That is like a small scale experience.
40k, a different type of battle that's underground or in a spaceship or something like that.
40k feels.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a board game experience. It's a very open experience. Jeez, like is that a good board for Warhammer? Like I get it, it's gonna really hurt some armies and really help others. Like why don't I just play World Eaters and go, oh, LOL, I guess you lose. Like this is is this good game design?
Yep, love it.
Like have they thought about this? Like have they actually thought about the implications of this?
Actions box set contains sort of 2 times the content of
Don Jackson says, I think we could make the Space Marine army into a charity army. Space Marine painted by Discord. I would buy it. Money goes to a good cause. Well, thank you very much, Don, for the donation. And thank you for the idea. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm building a Space Marine army. 10th edition is coming, guys. We've got another 15 minutes. It's not over until it's over. It's not over till it's over. But I will take that idea under advisement. I have to think about that, Don, actually. If I am forced for whatever reason to build and paint this like 20,000 army. Like 2,000 point army. That is definitely something I would be interested in because I'd probably play a game with it and then at that stage maybe sell it, maybe like donate it or something for a cause. That could be interesting actually. Thank you for the suggestion, Don. Thanks a lot for that actually. I'll probably talk about this more. Look, firstly, the new Space Marine army isn't happening because there's no way the 10th edition is not getting announced in the next 14 minutes. But if I am discussing this, I'll probably talk about it on my Discord. So I'll probably talk about this in my Discord book with my patrons actually. So this could be a really interesting idea. But thank you very much for the suggestion, Don. Thank you.
140,000 boarding
It's a dungeon crawler, says Dave. So is it going to be like what? You play like 200 points, forces, and fight? Zombie that's saying no 10th. Believe! Believe, okay? Like, believe, look. I will make more Grimdark balloons if I have to.
A little bit of a look in and see how it connects to this theme.
We'll see.
Welcome to the
Okay,
Shadow
right. We got 14 more minutes. All right, here we go. It's more of this more of this Gallowdark stuff. Oh Jesus. Oh God, it's gonna be the new Kill Team box. They are doing Kazarkin. Oh my God, people are gonna lose their minds. It's another Imperial Guard army and Kill Team. Oh no. Oh wait. Necrons. Yeah, Necrons. Okay. Okay, there we are. New Necron models. Sure, I guess. So the Kazarkin are gonna be Kill Team box. Oh my God, you're gonna be able to use them, and they're gonna be in the new Codex, and you will not be able to buy them separately outside of this new Kill Team box. Holy shit! Holy shit! So think about this, guys. You've got a new army launching. If you want to play the new army, you're gonna have to buy a $200 box set. That's an army box to get the Codex and to like actually play any armies, right? You can buy the Sentinel separately, so there's like $40 for a Sentinel, and then on top of that, if you want to play with your Kazarkin, your elite models, you gotta buy another $100 box set in a different product to get your Kazarkin. Who wants to bet these Kazarkin are not sold separately? It's like we're through the looking glass here. Like, look, think about how this is actually being released.
Featuring.
Think about how these models are actually being released and what this actually means.
The Kazarkin.
The terrain isn't even different. The terrain's actually the exact same as the last one.
So this is Shadow Vaults, the first expansion for Kill Team Into the Dark, and effectively allows you to.
Wow. Okay, I expected the terrain to look a lot different, honestly.
Or to
I honestly expected the terrain to look a lot differently. Dingo says, "I'll get the Black Templar Codex, mate. Bet."
There's loads of cool stuff in this box.
That's really, mate. Remember, it's 10th edition. It's 10th edition. Thank you, Dingo. It's 10th edition.
Unit, of Cadians, and you've got a new.
I like the
Necron.
look of the
Aaron, I know
Kazarkin.
you're a
I'm
big
not the
fan of
biggest
thing.
fan of how
I really am, and I'm
monopose
gonna
they look.
start by
The
addressing
lot and like they
addressing
look a lot more
because
monopose than the metal
in terms of
models that I
science,
have.
these are the
Just saying.
elite soldiers of the Gate World
Those were all existing models for Necrons. Oh my god, were they? Oh my god, I think you're right. Oh no, guys. So you're gonna have to buy, like, for real. These Kazarkin better be sold separately, like at release, because I cannot believe that they're actually going to create a new codex with what I would call Kazarkin are very core to the Imperial Guard experience. They fulfill a very specific gameplay function. And if the only way to get 10 of those guys is by buying a $200 box set, like that's outrageous. That's insane. That's insane. Like, oh my god, they're releasing these beautiful sculpts and they're crippling them. They're crippling them with the release models.
Take place. You can imagine them leaping out of Valkyries.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh guys, this is meant to be like a celebration. It feels like a wake. Or it feels like a funeral, for God's sake. Like, this sucks, because I love Imperial Guard. They were like my first big army.
As elite as a human gets.
They were my first big army. Alignment says, yeah, I think only one model of Necrons is new. Oh, that's a bummer, dude. That's a real bummer. That's how they do all their army boxes now, right?
Space Marine killing weapons, basically.
That's true for Necron players or people who are looking into Necron. Going to be a lot of cheap resold Necrons in eBay.
If you've had a play with any of the recent kill team,
yeah, every kill team does have a sniper. The thing is, this is kind of awkward. Like, I don't like the way they're doing this, where every single unit has like a special weapon. That works for kill team. That doesn't work for an army game. Actually, I want my army. I want my squads in army games to be dedicated. I want them to be dedicated to anti-infantry, anti-tank, or like MAQ killers, right? I don't want them to be able to do a little bit of everything. Like, that works in a skirmish game where every single model has a different gameplay function, but not in an army level game. I don't want a Kazarkin kill team. I want Kazarkin squads. I want to be able to buy Kazarkin squads for my Warhammer 40k army. Like, a Kazarkin kill team is cool. Let me make it based on options on the sprue. I don't need it to be sold in a big massive box. I resent this release model. I really do. And it's designed to just eke out cash. Like, think about how much cash you need to spend if you want to start an Imperial Guard army right now, and you want some Kazarkin. And you want some Kazarkin. Buy an army box, a couple of hundred. Buy a couple of Sentinels, like another 100. Buy like another $200 box set to get 10 guys. Awesome, thanks a lot. I may as well play some, like, oh, you can play some kill team. I don't want to play kill team. I play kill team. I don't like it that much. It's okay.
Like the Astra Militarum or the Blooded, you've got more options.
New figures, but pricey. Yeah.
So you can get a few of these.
Also, why the heck are they camouflaged for Force when they're going into a Space Hulk? Well, they're just, it's the Cadian color in fairness to them, you know. It's like, it's iconic. It's iconic. That's okay. Like, there's not a lot of sense being made, but, you know, that's fine. Ultramarines are bright blue, you know. The New York Boys box has a similar problem. Arena, I detest the New York Boys box. I really do. As someone who loves orcs, loves them very firmly, I'm very disappointed in the New York box, for sure.
They get another one. So they can pick
like,
from any of the
and I want to
regiments
put it out there.
so
The new sculpts look incredible. Like, the new sculpts look incredible. This has never been Games Workshop's problem. The new sculpts look really interesting. I can see the whites of this guy's eyes. Although I kind of wish they were more glass, like more like these. Like, that's always the helm I always like. I like my sort of my stormtroopers of an evil empire. I like them to be as faceless as possible. That's how I like my guardsmen. So I'm kind of disappointed to see that you can see the whites in their eyes. I'm not a big fan of that.
These guys will be in the Guard Codex in the Cadia Stands box and then released separately shortly afterwards. So you'll be able
the knee pads for these are a bit better than the little balls.
They're not just sort of having a parade.
So what's new here? What do we got that's new? Ooh, let me throw myself up. Whoa! Okay, what's new? What's new here? Is this new? This new? I actually don't recognize any of these, honestly.
It's a Cryptek and his retinue, basically.
Is all this just the same?
The Space Hulks, looking for artifacts, looking for.
Hey Joey, I want to put an army on the table that kicks ours. Dice willing. Yeah, Dingo, exactly. These guys remind me of Statler and Waldorf from the Muppets. It's Double Man.
You want to do inside
Play, this is not a test. It's super fun. Says Zombie. I've actually heard of it. This is not a test. Let's say for anyone interested, it's a post-apocalyptic miniature war game. It does sound really interesting. I do want to check it out. The new post-apocalyptic game I've played has been
a mix of different things. One of my favorite touches is the
not
the
Zone
smaller
Mortalis.
Necron
Oh
that you can
god.
see there, the
I
guy
played
just to the
Fallout.
left
I
of
played the Fallout
Cryptek.
miniature game,
He
which is
is
fun.
an Apprentech.
The Black
He's
Blatter
basically
says
a
all
Cryptek in
old
training.
Necron. All
He's
these
like
are
an
old.
apprentice
Okay.
to the Cryptek.
Okay.
And he's like he's
I'm
not
not really
quite got
that
the
familiar with the
arcane skill, but
Necron model
he,
line,
he kind
honestly.
of knows his way around.
We have a little climby
some
boy.
kind of dark
Okay,
physics,
I like the
and
little
he's got
climby
a
boy.
kind
Yeah.
of cool staff as well. He
Is
can
it
look
wrong
after
that I
himself in
find the
combat.
Necron subordinates quite adorable?
Bases
Well,
look a
I
little
think there
wide.
is a sort of,
Yeah,
like,
they do.
humorous tragedy
Can I
to
just
the-
can I put it out
to the
there? I don't think I've
Necrons
ever
in
given my
terms of
opinion
how
on
they
this. I
hierarchy
hate
themselves.
different bases in the
What's
same
quite
army.
sad, obviously, is that the Cryptek
I
will
hate it.
probably never die, right? 'Cause
Like
he's a Necron,
like
so
or in the
he'll
same
never
squad, I
actually
should
get to
say.
be a
I
Cryptek,
don't
he'll
like
just
it.
kinda
It makes
stay
me
as a,
uncomfortable. Like
secondary
it flares
support
something
guy
up like
for
fundamental like
eternity,
in
which
me.
is a little bit
Yeah,
sad.
I don't know. I like it's like
Necrons
an
are the
OCD or
last
some
bit,
kind.
they
Like
are the facts,
there's
yes.
something about it that
Imagine
really
the two
doesn't.
worlds
I
being
do not
plundered
like at all.
for, I don't know, a billion years since they went to sleep, and there's a lot of stuff missing.
Okay, so
I don't blame them, sending out extra.
yeah,
my
I gotta be honest, guys. So
Exactly,
far, pretty
right.
disappointed. I can't wait.
And
I just
these are
hope
some
that the 10th
serious
edition
foes to
announcement that'll
fight
be happening in the next
against.
seven minutes
As
will be absolutely incredible. That's what I'm hoping for.
Despotek, which is the fellow in the center right now.
I'm really
just
hoping
looks
that's the
like
case. Zona Alpha, thank you,
final
Frozen
boss
Throg.
level
Yeah,
when you
Zona
compare
Alpha.
the
I
two
haven't played it,
guilty
but it's
directly
He's
it's
a
a game I'm
literal
like
death knight.
I
Yeah, it's
have
wonderful.
actively been
So
trying to find
there's
minis for
this kit is based
in order to
on
build
the
a force to
existing
fight in it
Immortal
because I
Death
really
Knight
want
kit,
to play it. I really want to
but
play
you
it.
can obviously make that kind of more interesting.
I got like so many
character
games in my
the middle,
backlog.
and you
David
get
Bull
some
says
other
they've turned
multi-part
Necrons into
options
comic
for the Necrons
relief.
as well, which is
Yeah, they did
something
do
nice,
that.
'cause a lot of
I
the
look,
Necrons are
I'm a
quite
fan of the old school Necrons where they didn't have a
they are
personality,
semi-wrecked,
but I
so
don't
they
think that's
never warriors,
popular. I
right?
think most
That's
people
kind of
prefer
a
them
thing,
with personality, and that's
but
fine.
the warriors inside
I'm
the
okay
Cryptek
with
Circle
changes.
have things
I'm
like
okay with changes
different
in the game.
optics.
I'm
So
actually
if you look
okay
at
with that.
the
So long
Death
as it
Knights,
makes
they've
for a
got
funner
different choices
product.
for heads, you can imagine
And there's a lot more people who
specialist
prefer the new
tracking
Necrons than the
equipment
old,
and
so
seeing
I
through
have to I
backwards in
concede
time
that
and
to
all
them.
sorts of weird and wonderful,
Enjoy, you know. I
extra
wasn't
depth
because I was
in
never like
kits that
super
they've got.
into the Necron. I wasn't like
absolutely.
super
Somebody
duper
asked,
into them.
what was the base size on the?
Dave says there's no 10th edition. See you next year. No, Dave. No.
Some
You
people just like to know
don't
the
don't
base
be
size.
worried. Don't be
I
worried.
can't
It's coming. It's
judge.
coming.
There are also some awesome little extras in this set as well as.
I like
models
these. These are
and so on.
kind of cool. I like
These
these. These are pretty
very
neat.
handy little.
Little drone
robots.
servitors.
I think they're actually described as robots. I'm not just making that up. You have
Wait, these
a
are robots?
heavy bolter turret sentry.
That's
and
not
a robot
allowed.
Crawler machine.
You're not allowed a robot. Liga says
does look
immortal
like it's
robots are
going from the
quirky and
Champion
funny.
Robot Wars.
Like I mean, in fairness,
I
they
for
are
one just want to
characterized
stick
now
the
as
little,
pretty quirky and funny. Yeah.
turret down
Mr.
at the
Man
end of
have
the
certainly
robot.
cheated since I was a kid, says Deep Red.
So these are some of the
Yeah.
extras that you get in
I love the
with
Mr. Man and the
scenery
Little
base
Miss
that comes
series.
with this new set.
Ahmed says, so
a lot
pole
of the
dancing
scenery is
Necrons,
kind of
great
expansions and
35th,
stuff that
yeah.
you've got in Into the Dark, but
I'll
then
be
if you
honest,
look at the
guys.
frame,
So far,
kind
I've
of
been a
give
little
you
bit
a bit more
disappointed.
variety.
Like the
And these
sculpts
things
have all
do
been
stuff in
great,
your
but
games and allow you
the
to
business
play
model
slightly
is
different scenarios and missions
worse.
and that sort of stuff. So they give you
It's
a
gotten
very,
worse. Like it's worse than last year.
space hulky
It's
flavor
worse than the year
to your
before. It's
Kill Team games,
become
even
more
so
money
than
grubbing.
battling down the
This is very
corridors.
reminiscent of the like, and the
story.
problem is that like Magic
yeah.
recently had their 30th edition,
coming
30th
soon,
anniversary
Shadow
edition.
Bolts, the new Kill Team.
And that
Coming
they
very
sold,
soon.
they're selling $1,000 for 4
and
booster
here's a
packs.
juicy piece of
And that got a lot of
information,
bad
which
press.
is around
Everyone's
the same
talking
time
about
this
that.
comes out. I think it's the
And
same-
I think
there
that
is
this
a
will be
Black
far
Lives
more
Matter
accepted by the
all
Warhammer
about
community.
Magic.
I think the
You can
Warhammer
buy-
community will just
and
look
I-
at this
I
and be
had
like,
it
I'm
for
happy.
Christmas recently and it's
I'm
excellent,
happy
so,
with this. I'm happy with an army box and having to
good
buy Khazar
from
separate, like in a $200 box set, and like I don't even know. Are the Imperial Guard coming separately? We don't know. They haven't been announced that way. They've been announced as an army box.
We've been asking in the chat, can you please show us something for the World Eaters? All right then.
Oh, we're getting World Eaters now. This is just a side thing. We got this. This is over in 4 minutes, like 2 minutes. Then we got 10th edition announcement. Then we got 10th edition. Yeah, it's World Eaters. Personally, I'm not super excited for this, but I know there's a lot of people out there who are really looking forward to these. They're gonna do really well in the new Shadow Vaults, because the new Shadow Vaults are all about tiny little corridors where if you turn around, then you're in melee. So they're gonna do well in the new edition, the new season of Warhammer. God, there's so much to talk about on this. Looks okay. It's not super to my taste, but it's fine. An unstoppable charge. Yeah, it looks all right. It's not like listed has more than 1 foot on the base,
hero?
so that's
Hero
good.
model?
Dingo says
Model
Discourse Black
character.
Templar
World
Army
Eaters,
coming.
the
I still have
Lord
hope. There's
in
3
the
minutes.
Carcass,
Still 3 minutes.
a incredible Khorne Berserker champion riding a
Still 3 minutes.
demonically possessed lump of angry metal.
Yeah, this guy's pretty much just a wrecking ball of pain.
Lyman says, I think
so
she should
he
paint Dark
is,
Angel.
Lord
Stop
of
telling me
Incarnate
what
is
I
a
should be
name you might have
painting.
heard before.
There's
If
no.
you
Stop
read
telling me that I
every
what
inch
army
of
I
your
should be
current
painting.
Warhammer
There's no.
40,000 lore,
I won't
you've
have
heard
to
the name
paint
pop up a
and
couple of
build
times in
2,000
reference to
points worth of
planets that have
Space
been
Marines in a
destroyed,
single day.
Maybe in previous Chaos
Because
Space
10th edition is
that sort of
coming.
thing. But we
got 2 more
haven't
minutes,
seen a model
guys. That's a
like
lot
this
can
for a
happen in
long
2
time.
minutes.
This
A
is
lot can happen in 2 minutes.
A Khorne champion who's been blessed
Is this
by
Age of Sigmar
Khorne
compatible?
with a
Says
Juggernaut,
Dave Doe. That's
and
actually a really
just
good
because
question. I'm
his
not sure.
Juggernaut
Lord,
wasn't quite
I don't
violent
think
enough,
so because he's
he's
like a
put
Space Marine, so
chainsaw
I
on the
doubt.
front
I
of
doubt
the
so.
Juggernaut just to make absolutely
Demons
sure that
tend to
he hits
be
something.
compatible
It's
for
definitely
between the
carved in
two sets, but
half.
Space
The
Marines, Chaos
Juggernaut
Space Marines,
itself
not
is,
so.
like, full of momentum and power. It's very cool. We've seen
4
similar
packs of
miniatures
fancy
recently
Magic
for
Gathering
Age of
proxies
Sigmar
to feed
Demons,
my
but
family for
that
10 weeks
Juggernaut
disaster.
arguably is even
Dude, for
more
real. Like, I've
arguably
got a lot
spiky
of
than
thoughts
some
on
of those
that. I don't know
ones.
whether I should make a
The
video
Chaos
on it
Lord
or not.
himself on the back,
I might do,
is
actually. Although I will
every
forever
inch,
have
Khorne
destroyed my
back, so he's,
relationship
like,
with Wizards of the
very,
Coast.
very
Not that I have much
spiky,
of a
this kind of
relationship.
teeth
What I'm starting to
and
discover is that
skulls
actually all these companies
and
really
the
detest me.
helmet itself is a massive symbol of Khorne. The axe is
Because
pretty hefty,
I'm really
and
not
it looks
like
it's
I'm
gonna
really
make
not
an
up for a
extra
lot of
10
these
years,
changes
Yeah,
that
a
like
lot
make
of
them
people in
so
the
much
chat
more
have been,
money.
pointing out that
I'm really
in
not
some
up
ways
for it
seems
because
a
I
little
think
bit
they're
familiar,
really
like
objectively
reminiscent
bad for the
of
hobbies
a
that
model
they
from
exist within.
yesteryear,
It's
and of course
Adeptus
he does,
Astartes. Okay,
we've
sorry,
talked about some
Alameda.
glow-ups,
Adeptus
and
Astartes.
here is
I will
one.
not have to remember that.
It's
Dude, bring
a
back the
sort
old
of
model. The old model
retelling
looks
of
way
the
better. Look at that
classic
thing. Look at that little chunky boy. He's like a little
Chaos model.
square. You can fit him in a box of
and
Tic
just, I
Tacs.
guess,
Come on,
shows,
bring him back.
How far we've come. My favourite thing about the new model is
Do Blood Angels Red covers really well. Well, thanks a lot, David. I'll never need to apply that knowledge. Lee Sweeney says, "Do Black Templars in Hello Kitty style colors?
So one of my friends did this
With a pink tab bar could look pretty cool, but I'll never know because I'll never have to paint them." Eliminate says, "Oh yes, I also second Howling Griffins." Howling Griffin, actually don't know this. What have I missed, this partner? You've missed the launch of a new army box with Imperial Guard within it.
I had 2 units
And Sentinels sold separately, apparently, so that's the only way we're going to be buying Imperial Guard. Kazargan are in a Kill Team box, and the Gallo Dark, by the way. You're going to have to buy Gallo Dark terrain and fill a 6x4 table with Gallo Dark terrain. So enjoy that, and I hope you're not playing a tie, because you'll never, ever get to shoot anybody, except when you're already in melee. So enjoy that one, and have a bit of fun there. You could break a window of that old model, says Lannis. Yeah, you probably... It is a brick. Like, if you threw that at somebody, it would not be pleasant for them at all.
It would be dope. Yeah,
it would look very, very cool. That's kind of his jam, right? That's where he sits, leading the faster demonic charges.
Angry Badger. I love it though.
Running at people with a chainsaw. Sometimes it's about getting on something that's running at people with a chainsaw.
All right, so
that's the World Eater tactics.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carter asks, "Why do I play this game?"
That is a good place.
You have to look, maybe be a little bit introspective about why you play the game. For me, I play it because I actually do sort of enjoy the core gameplay, and also I like my armies. I build stories around my different armies. I'm a big fan of that. I like the setting. That's why I play them. But I play a variety of war games though. I play like a variety of war games, and I will say that gameplay wise and business model wise, there's other war games out there that do it better, honestly. And even if you want like a very safe, sort of commercialized product, similar to Warhammer but not quite as predatory, Star Wars Legion would be my recommendation. But obviously you need to sort of like the IP. Okay, right, 10th edition.
Where have we gone?
We're going to 10th edition.
A lovely celebration of Warhammer Day.
It has been a celebration of the olden days. Now we're going to 10th edition.
Reminisced about all of the glorious things.
Yeah, reminisce about everything except for the editions I started in. There is no 4th edition, 10th edition.
Excellent sort of hobby and game that we all love.
Let's go.
And we've unveiled the Cadia Stands army set.
Let's get ready for 10th edition. Let's get ready for 10th edition.
New Astra Militarum
we're just going to have to go on.
soon.
10th edition con. Okay.
And
right, get ready. Let's get ready.
Spearhead for the new Astra Militarum range.
Let's get ready. Let's get ready, guys. 10th edition's coming.
40,000 as Abaddon leads his sort of dastardly mission to sort of throw the Imperium into turmoil.
Jeez, there's my computer there. I don't want to do it there. There's plugs there. How do I open this without it spilling absolutely everywhere? Ruining everything.
Okay.
That's a bunch of books here. Oh, Jesus. This room is not a good room for opening champagne in. All right, 10th. Here it's coming. Come on, 10th. Come on, 10th. Come on, 10th. Come on, 10th.
Invocatus. It has been quite the time.
It's been fun. It's been nice talking about Warhammer 40,000's 35 years.
I agree. What are you most excited about coming up?
10.
Ooh, I mean,
10th edition.
I think
10th
I'm quite
edition.
excited about the next Kill Team box. Actually, I think
I'm with you.
I'm really really enjoying Kill Team at the moment.
Yeah.
I've got some Corsairs on my table right now, and I think I'll get some games with them in, and then on to Kaiserkin after that.
That seems fair. I'm weirdly excited about the artillery pieces for the Cadian army. I'm going to look at the possibility of like just an artillery company and see if I can just bombard people.
Definitely do that.
I assume I'll die as soon as the enemy lays
10th
hands on
edition.
me.
Come on,
Yeah,
come on,
first
guys.
turn.
Come on, show me the
volleys
10th.
of fire
Show me the
back.
10th.
Yeah, you never know. So, what remains is for us to thank you all for coming and joining us.
No,
from
no.
all the places
10th
in the
edition
world that we have.
remains.
Thank Raph, who has pressed all the buttons and made the stream work.
No,
not leave
no,
the moderation.
no. 10th edition. Come on, come on.
To all the difficult questions, whoever told me the base sizes, and most importantly, all of you for making
Look, guys, all the hints.
40,000 preview online.
All the
Something special.
hints.
We're going to leave you
All the
with a
teasers.
little cheeky tease. So we'll sign out until next time.
No.
See you again soon.
No, no. Okay, this is 10th. This is 10th. This is 10th. This is 10th. It's gotta be 10th. It's gotta be 10th. It's gotta be 10th. This is it. This is it. This has gotta be 10th. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Big 10. Big 10. Slap it on his face. Go. Uh, 10. 10. 10. Well. How the hell did I open? Goddamn thing. I'm gonna be honest. There was a. I gotta need a second, guys. Okay, so, right. Okay, right. Okay, guys. So, I think there's some reflection to be done. Perhaps some promises were made at a previous time. It seems like 10th edition might not be coming. I'm as shocked as you are. Let me get this. So this doesn't feel very celebratory. More commiseration drinks. We're gonna drink some cheap champagne. Okay. So oh God. Oh, it's too early. So there was no 10th edition announcement. I mean, I wasn't totally wrong. I said it was a 99.9999% chance. Obviously, physics intervened. The 0.00001% came in and made a change. So for whatever reason, Games Workshop, I think, have perhaps done this to personally spite me. I think that perhaps they wanted to trick me. So at the beginning of this stream, guys, I made a promise. Thingo Dundee, thank you very much for the donation. It says enjoy the champagne. It's Black Temple Army at the very beginning of this stream. Okay, let's get full screen. Let's go back. Let's go back. So at the very beginning of this stream, I made a promise that I would build and paint an entire 2,000 points worth of Space Marines in a 24-hour period if 10th edition was not announced today. I am very afraid to say that, unfortunately, 10th edition was not announced today. I think they must have forgotten to do so or something. I think there might have been a mistake somewhere. They missed out on 4th edition when they were talking about it on the stream, so I think that maybe they just forgot. So maybe they'll just do it next year, I guess. I suppose. Now, what I will say is, I'm kind of surprised that no starter set. Like, I thought, like, in the wildest world where 10th edition wasn't announced, I thought we were going to see like a 9.5 edition or something, or like a new starter box with a new codex. And yeah, no starter box at all. So I guess I gotta build and paint a new 2,000 points worth of Space Marines. I've never played a Space Marine army before. I've never painted a Space Marine army before. And it's not my wheelhouse. I'm pretty vocally against Space Marines. Jesus Christ, I'm getting champagne everywhere. I've been pretty vocally against Space Marines. So yeah, I guess I guess it was just a very foolish bet that I made. Very expensive foolish bet. I'll just put the football special to one side. I think I'm gonna be on the booze for the rest of tonight, guys. I think I'm gonna be on the booze for the rest of tonight. So happy 35th anniversary to Warhammer. And my most foolish promise yet. Oh God, I don't have an airbrush. I don't have an airbrush. I don't own an airbrush. So I don't know, Ultra or Black Templar, says Gonzalo. It'll probably be, I think I'll probably choose Black Templar, because I kind of like Black Templar. They're like the most bearable Space Marines for me. I kind of dig the whole they worship the Emperor thing. But I'll make a custom chapter. I'll make a custom chapter, I think. Just making Firstborn. Cheap on eBay, says Carter. No, I feel like that would be on Sporting. I think I would be like, I'm gonna make like a proper army, I guess. Like, if this isn't gonna be, I'm not gonna get away with like just doing like a couple of tanks or whatever. This is gonna be a full 2,000 points. That was what I said whenever I first agreed. Tinko says, I'm sorry, mate, but you bet your intentions. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes we can't get everything right, you know. Unfortunately, I think the tinfoil might not have helped. I think the tinfoil wasn't as good a solution as I thought. Osborne, in fact, meant that they were never going to announce the 10th edition alongside a new codex for 9th, says Neil. Yeah, maybe not. So 8th edition, for the 9th edition was announced, I think, in May, and then it came out in July. So I think that's when we're actually going to see 10th edition now. I think we're going to hear an announcement around May, and then there will be a summer release for 10th edition, unless they decide to go all in on the season model, because we saw the Games Workshop have decided to go for this, like, Gallo Dark season model, which is kind of wild. Which is kind of wild, honestly. It kind of made me a little bit nervous. Thank you very much for the donation. Sick Mary says, print out a Space Marine army from Atlant Forge. Fulfill your promise and still don't give GW your money at the same time. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea, actually. I don't know. So, yeah, I'll have to think about that. Thank you for the suggestion. Could 3D print it. I 3D printed a Sisters of Battle army. I 3D printed and painted them from using the one-page rule sculpts that are not gone. So maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do a Space Marines. Anthony Halton says, Discourse, please don't torture yourself. Just blame it on the soda. No, I'm a woman of my word. Okay, I made a promise. I will keep to my promise. Make it the Red Templar, says David. Ooh, make them red. So what do you guys think of the announcements? Leaving 10th edition to one side, they're forgetting to announce 10th edition. What do you guys think of the announcements? My overall impression was beautiful sculpts, terrible business model. I think this is going to end up being worse for consumers. I think we're all going to find out, like, anyone who wants to play Imperial Guard are going to be spending proportionately far more money on models than they would have spent 15 years ago or 10 years ago, right? I think that if you want to start an Imperial Guard army today, what's going to happen is you're going to need to buy an army box, and then you're gonna get the codex bundled into that, and then you're gonna need to buy some sentinels, and then you're gonna want to buy some you won't buy Khazargan because it'll be like $200 box set. Maybe in like 6 months the Khazargan will be released separately. That's how long you'll have to wait. So if you're someone who is susceptible to FOMO, which someone like I am, I get susceptible to FOMO, and I know there's lots of people out there. This is going to be a really tough release for you. If you're like into Imperial Guard and you also are susceptible to FOMO sales and tactics and predatory tactics like those, this is going to be a really hard release, I think. Like personally for me, I really want those big artillery pieces and stuff, the heavy weapon squads. I really want those. But the only way it looks like I can get them is in a big massive bundle where I can buy 10 guardsmen, a new commissar, a command squad, and those things I actually want for like $200. It's pretty wild. Florian says the Necron kill team looks kind of crappy. Yeah, so we saw the Necrons only got like one new sculpt. That sucks. It's been bundled together. You're not going to be able to buy that separately because why would Games Workshop want customers to be able to buy what they want like separately? The Ordnance List set does look really good, Time though. I really am looking forward to that. I really am. Like, I really want those models. They look really good. Oh, God. Okay. This is very cheap. It's very cheap Champagne. Apart from that, we got the Gallo Dark terrain. Not exciting to me. Whenever there was a brief moment there where they announced it as this new narrative campaign, and I genuinely thought they were going to be doing the Eye of Terror campaign. Like something like that, where basically, so this is what happened back in 3rd edition. For those who don't know, in 3rd edition, there was a campaign called the Eye of Terror campaign, or it might have been the War of Terror campaign. I can't remember the exact name, but it was like the Eye of Terror. And it was themed around the idea that Abaddon's crusade was coming out of the Eye of Terror, and the Imperium were trying to hold it back, right? And so the actual campaign scenarios where there was a big meta map, you could choose which planets that you would attack if you were Chaos, and Imperium players and Chaos players were fighting amongst each other. Now, there were armies like Eldar and Tau, and they were sort of like allocated, like they were their own forces. There was like, I can't remember if they were bundled in as the Forces of Order, but basically the Orcs were doing a big wah at the same time. They were like attacking the Tau. It was this really interesting dynamic. Thank you very much for the donation. Don Jackson says, I think we can all agree it'd be okay if you 3D print this army and then a vote for a charity cause. I know a tons of us would pay for a proxy army. That's really cool, Don. Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna totally think about that. I think that's definitely something to think about. Obviously, this promise was made a little bit spur of the moment, so there's some details I need to get down. But yeah, no, like, that sounds like really cool. That sounds really cool. That's a really great idea. Thank you for that suggestion. Back in the Eye of Terror, there was basically a WA going on. So, like, Orc players were, like, fighting as well. And what would happen is players would be fighting each other over planets. And they were organized. There was 2 forums. There was, like, the Imperium, like, the Forces of Order forums. And there was the forums for the Forces of Chaos. And they were strategizing. And they were deciding which planets to attack and defend and where to put their resources. And then that would happen. Battles would be fought, planets would be lost, and there was a cool storyline that emerged organically from that. The Chaos forces attacked the Imperium, they got absolutely blasted back. The Imperium grew really arrogant. The Forces of Order were like, haha, that was really easy. Like, Chaos can't beat us. Like, we have the advantage. And they got really, really, really complacent. And what happened was, Chaos outplayed them. They out-strategized them on the meta map. They began to pick at them in certain places where the Imperium was kind of weak. I can't remember the exact details. I think I will do a video on this, actually. Like, now that I'm talking about it, I'm really passionate about it. I think it's a really cool campaign. I think it should be used more often. Thank you very much for the donation. Dingo says, made for your Black Templar army. Sucks to lose a bet, mate. Hint, never bet if you can't win. There was a 99.99999% chance I was going to win, Dingo. It was very unlikely for this event to occur. Thank you very much. And so that was the sort of narrative campaign, and there was like a full story. There was a through line of that story where Chaos came back and kicked the Imperium's ass because the Imperium grew complacent. Like, How appropriate is that? Like, how appropriate is that for the Imperium? Like, to grow complacent and get their ass kicked. I thought that was really cool. But Games Workshop didn't like the results of the story, didn't like the results of it, so they just ignored it. They just, like, wiped it out. They did, like, a new narrative book, like, a novel, and then it just, like, ignored all the events of the campaign. Because it didn't go the way they wanted. And so it was like, all right, well, what was the point? So, there was a brief moment there where I thought they were announcing that they were going to do a new narrative campaign like that. And I was like, is this their opportunity to do that again, but this time do it right and actually follow through with what the players do, you know? Like, create an actual... How cool would that be, guys? Imagine if Games Workshop had come out and said, we're doing a meta map campaign. Your battles that you play are going to be recorded, and you can strategize together on, like, a subreddit and decide where you're going to actually fight, and what those fights will have results on a huge meta map. And you're all going to fight each other, and it's going to be really cool, and you're going to determine the storyline for Warhammer 10th edition, based on how well you do. Does Chaos win? Is Chaos on the ascendant? Is the Imperium pushing back? Are the Orcs having the biggest wow ever? Is the Tau expanding their empire? Are the Eldar in a better position? You determine. That would be really cool. That would be like a really cool event. Just sign up, fight battles, record your battles, strategize with other players, and, like, make attacks and stuff. And then release the new batch of lore based on what happened. But instead, what we got was Games Workshop are pushing the lore forward based on these Gallo Dark stuff so that they can basically take terrain sets that are useful for Kill Team and sell it again to Warhammer 40k players. And release that terrain, make it really expensive. It's a whole new terrain type as well. It's something that they know will sell because the Zone Mortalis terrain sold really well, which is a bunch of walls and pillars. They know it's going to sell really well, and then what they're going to, then they're going to make players have to build 6x4 tables on this completely new type of terrain. This is a quantity of terrain that no one else has ever got, and it's also going to require a lot of it. You're going to require a lot of these for the great corridors and stuff. Think about how many boxes of this you're going to need to actually make a 6x4. Think about boxes like local game stores are going to need to buy, or clubs are going to need to buy, like pool their money together and buy. It's going to be so much money for Games Workshop. And they're going to determine all the lore, and they're going to push it forward in the way that they want to push it. And that is super disappointing to me. Like, that was really disappointing. Again, I stress, the models themselves look cool, but I just think that there were so many missed opportunities. I'm just not a fan of the way that they're selling these models at all. I'm just not a fan at all. But maybe I'm the only one. I like the reveal, says Pac-Man. Yeah, like the actual models I think looked really cool. I think the models look really cool. Impulse control problems, Discord says Zombie Dad. I think that most people who are in miniatures have some level of impulse control problems. I'm gonna be honest. I think we all struggle a little bit sometimes to I think FOMO does work on a lot of people. And I think that people who are into miniatures have kind of self-selected to have those kinds of issues. Because Games Workshop really preys on them. They're very predatory. And I think that if you're someone who can actually control their spending very easily, you won't have a pile of shame. But let me ask you a question. How many hobbyists do you know that don't have a pile of shame of some kind? They're very rare. They're very rare. They're very rare. The people I know who don't have a pile of shame are the people who can't afford to buy any more miniatures. Like, who can't physically afford. They've got, like, a kid, and they've got, like, losing responsibilities and stuff. I know people who can't buy Warhammer because they have a family. They have, like, a wife and kid, and they're on, like, they might be on a really good job. I know someone who's a civil servant. They're on a really good job. They're a senior civil servant, and they can't afford to play Warhammer. Like, come on. Like, that's wild. That's wild. The price points are too high. Frozen Throg said Infinity had a campaign not long ago, Der Gamma Takeover. That's really cool. Dead Zone, I think, did it as well. Dead Zone do it. I love them. I honestly love them. I really do. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a video on this. Vest gives me the vibes of a very official client. Yeah, I feel kind of like I'm running for office. I feel like I'm an MP, I'm an MP, like Lord Binface or something. I really do. I feel like I'm an MP right now. What is the current campaign called, says Ozrule? I think it's going to be called something like Gallo Dark something. It's the Gallo Dark season or whatever. It's a season model. So we're going to have 6 months here of new Gallo Dark terrain. You're going to constantly get new Gallo Dark terrain to fill up your 6x4 table so that you can play a game where shooty armies have no chance at all. Like, I remain, like, the gameplay itself looks really suspect to me. The gameplay itself looks really suspect to me because I've played these like really tight corridor games. I played a Fallout campaign that was very tight corridors. Let me tell you, melee weapons are very good in those kind of games because unless you build the map specifically to have really huge sight lines, it's just not the same. There's too many walls that you can't shoot through. You can't see through. Your line of sight is blocked, which means if you're a melee guy, you can go stand over here and then hold there. Like, how are TIE going to breach these things? I guess they're going to have to rebuild their armies, right, to be relevant. The Vesca, yeah, Zombie Dad says, yeah, I just found out I have ADHD. Yeah, good luck with managing that and stuff like that. It's always nice, I think, to know, though. Because there's lots of people out there with undiagnosed stuff like that. Lots and lots of people. But so it's always good to know, I think. My hobby pile is worth drooling over, says Dingo. Yeah, like, I've got a big pile of shame. I got a big pile. In fact, actually, I think my pile of shame would maybe put some other people to shame. At some stage, I'm going to do a YouTube video on it. Everybody else has done, like, a YouTube video on their pile of shame. I see some of these videos, and I go, pah, that's nothing. That's nothing. I've been in this hobby for 20 years. You should see my pile of shame. Garzini says, my pile of shame is now digital. I have 28.5 gigabytes of STL files, most of which have never been printed, let alone painted. That is not a surprise to me. that is not a surprise to me. It's like the new pile of shame is the digital one, because I've got a very similar thing. Like, there's so many good deals and discounts and stuff online, and then you buy them, and you're like, I'm gonna print that at some stage, but I just don't print it. Spending $50 on a little plastic tank that can do nothing makes me simply that I don't want to spend my money for that, even if I can't afford it, says Lux. No, that's fair. I think that this is kind of where, this is sort of where, okay, so here's a little bit of a hot take, all right? We all ready for the hot take? So Magic the Gathering, I mentioned it earlier on stream, they for their 30th anniversary, and the entire discourse about the 30th anniversary has been completely dominated by conversation about this new product. Their new product is, and has overshadowed all of their other products that they're releasing for their 30th anniversary. In fact, the 30th anniversary thing has been completely overshadowed by this new product. They're selling 4 booster packs, 4 randomized booster packs for $1,000. Now the cards inside there are proxies that you're not allowed to use in tournaments, and they're like of old Black Lotus, like old cards that used to be really popular, like, you know, kind of nostalgic, and also like very valuable in the secondary community, right, in the finance community of Magic the Gathering. So they're doing that. They're selling that. And I think the really important point is that they're proxies and aren't allowed to be made for the game. Because if they were made for the game, like if they were made to be played with, this would be absolutely anathema to the community and would be totally laughed out. But as of right now, you have people arguing in favor of it. And this, I think, is what happens when you have a product that is collectible, that is divorced from any other context. Now, what I mean by that is, it's very important that Warhammer has a game around it. If you just bought Warhammer minis just for collection's sake, it would all collapse in on itself. And there's no end to the price that they could charge for those things. The reason why they can charge $1,000 is because there's no point in these products. They're just to have. They're just nice to have. Collectability, okay, so collectible products that are divorced of meaning are absolutely wild. That's where things are really dangerous. It's why I've always been against Games Workshop being like, oh, we just sell miniatures for miniature's sake. I'm always against that idea, because you could sell, there's no rational price point for a model like that, because you can justify any price point. Oh, well, it's just collectible. You don't need it for anything. Boom. It's $1,000. But, like, in no real world do we really want $1,000 things. Like, we don't want anything to cost $1,000 in this. There's a giant manta that Games Workshop Forge World sells for $1,900, right? That's an outrageous price. People are like, oh, you get a lot of resin for that. Yeah, you sort of do, but it's an outrageous price. Like, that's too much. That's far too much. 60 cards for $1,000. Yeah, exactly. $60 for $1,000. Yeah, packs. So 4 booster packs. So 4 booster packs that are randomized as well. So you might not even get like the Black Lotus card or the cool card that you want, you know? You might not even get them. They're official proxies, which is just crazy. But this is what happens when you divorce meaning from collectability. The prices can just go absolutely skyrocket. It's why it's really important that Warhammer has a game. It's really important because that creates this incentive for the player base to be like, this needs to be playable, it needs to be accessible in some way. You create this wrinkle where people need to play with other people, so they need the game to be relatively accessible for other people to get into it. Yeah, like 4 laces for 1K. It's absolutely absurd. It is. It's really wild, and it's dominant. It's completely. I think it's ruined the 30th anniversary for Magic the Gathering, because no one's talking about 30th anniversary of Magic the Gathering now. They're all talking about this goddamn like $1,000 booster pack. Like, how absurd is that? That's absolutely wild. That's absolutely wild. That's an insane amount. that's an insane amount of money. You could get yourself 5 3D printers for $1,900. Yeah, you could, Lux. You could. I mean, the thing is, like, I compared getting started with 1-page rules, if you don't own a 3D printer, with just buying a new Warhammer army. Not even a big army, but like just like a kind of 1,000 points, I think, is what I went for. 1,000 points Beastman works out as more expensive than 1,000 points of 1-page rules, and you have to buy the 3D printer separate. Like you don't own a 3D printer yet. Like I don't have a 3D printer. Should I get into Warhammer? Should I get into 1-page rules? And 1-page rules works out to be a lot cheaper. So yeah. I might not even get, actually. Likelihood you get what you want is super low. Since they're making the original packs, you'll be stuck with terrible rows. I will say this much to Games Workshop. I will praise them for this, and it's like damning will lukewarm praise. At least they do not sell bundle boxes like that, where the elements of them are like randomized. I don't put it against, like, beyond Games Workshop, though. They do sell the Space Marine Heroes. The Space Marine Heroes, which is 8 different random poses inside these boxes, and if you want to get all the poses, you have to buy 10 of them. And they'll guarantee it. And they say this like it's some sort of favor. Like, oh yeah, if you buy like a huge, like if you buy like 10 of the boxes in a rack, you buy like a rack's worth of them, like a little kind of pack, then you will get all of the poses. It's like, but there's only 8 poses, you're making me buy 8 of them. This isn't a good deal. This isn't good for us. It's not good for us at all, but it's a company that is designed to extract profit rather than to actually just make a playable, fun game experience, right? Like that's where collectibles sake, you start getting these gacha elements and stuff. Ruckus Muckus says, $1,000 booster packs, lottery tickets, not gambling, I swear, Mom. Well, it's funny you say that, because in the UK, I can't remember the results of it. Weren't loot boxes? I know, were they regulated in some way? Online loot boxes regulate in some way. But booster packs are the exact same. Like, they're the exact same mechanic of this. You don't know what you're going to get inside. I don't like booster packs. See, this is the thing. I love the idea of opening a booster pack and being like, oh boy, what am I going to get? I actually like that. That's kind of fun. I think that's fun in and of itself. But I detest the impact that it has on the community, for sure. Captain Quiz says, the problem with 1-page rules is that there isn't a 1-page rule store to meet people for pickup games at all. Ding, 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 Captain Quiz. 100%. That is the big problem with 1-page rules. Because it's an online community, which means that it's kind of hard to find games. Like, and as much as there are loads and loads of people who play 1-page rules, they're dispersed over like the geography of the world, which means that it's really hard to get games. It's really hard to get games in with people. Now, depending on where you are, right? Like, I know one of my patrons told me that basically there is a competitive scene for Turnip 28 in their local store. They are playing a tournament of Turnip 28 in their local store. Turnip 28, the game about having turnips be on everything. Everything's a turnip, and it's like a Napoleonic post-apocalyptic game where everything's a turnip, and you put null oil and everything. And there's like a tournament scene for that game in there. So it all depends on where you are. Like, your local scene might have a different like thing going on. You can get people, like, there's stores where like all of them are playing Mythic Americas, right? That's really big. You can walk into one store and everybody's playing Star Wars Legion. You walk into another one, everyone's playing like a Song of Ice and Fire miniatures game, right? Like, it's kind of local scenes develop. Because you get people who proselytize games. And that's how I think everyone, like, anyone who's like a really hardcore wargamer, if anyone who's like, I'm a hardcore wargamer, I think you should pick a game and proselytize for it in your local community. I think you should find the game that you're really passionate about and try to get people into it. Try and create more diversity in the space. That's what I do. Like, I play new games, different games, and I try to proselytize about them in my local community. I get friends into them and stuff like that. So, Gorkev says, I love Turnip 28. Yeah, I'm going to review it at some stage on the channel next year. Next year, by the way, guys, you should expect a lot more reviews on the channel for different games, because I'm going to like get more of a filming space for like 6x4 tables and stuff like that, which means I'll have more capacity to actually review games and play them and things like that. So you should, that'll be coming next year. I'll be doing a lot more reviews, a lot more comparisons between games and stuff. I think that'll be really big. Daedalus says Turn 28 has a really cool and unique aesthetic. Not seen anything like it. Yeah, that's what's so beautiful about it. It's so weird. That's what I love about it. It's just so weird. I dig it. It's got that Goblin Core vibe about it. I just love. Zach Wheeler says, just make your own Black Lotus in crayon. A proxy is a proxy, same value. Commission the original artist. Who was the original artist of Black Lotus? Commission them to redraw it. And be like, yeah, could you draw this for me, please? Tim Mead says, the Gambling Commission has said the Gambling Act 2005 does not cover loot boxes. However, the Commission has said it is concerned about the blurring of the line between video gaming and gambling. Okay, so that's where it is. Where the hell is my... Oh, there we go. Gotta get some more. 24 karat. This is like the tackiest bottle of champagne ever. The tackiest bottle, and I love it. Oh god, the string is gonna fall. So, I wish everyone a happy Warhammer birthday. I hope you're all having fun. I saw that Warlord, by the way, this isn't the only, it's not the only birthday happening today. Warlord Games have also had a birthday. Warlord Games have also had a birthday. They're doing a 15% off in all their range, but what I've found is that most local stores, like most, like third-party stores, are cheaper in my experience. But if it's not the case for you, it might be worthwhile checking out their website. They're in a big sale at the minute, 15% off all their products. Because it's also their big anniversary as well, which is kind of an awkward timing for them. It's kind of wild actually, because Warlord game was made up of a lot of like ex-GW people. Rick Priestley famously created Bolt Action, right? Worked one of the creators of Bolt Action. He was either a founder or not. I still have never gotten the clear idea of whether or not he's a founder to Warlord or whether he just joined later on. Dingo says, what we need to do, play games via internet, imagining playing with anyone, anywhere. Dingo, if you're interested in that, Tabletop Simulator. Anyone out there, if you're interested in digital games or like existing war games, Tabletop Simulator is the thing you want to get. There are all sorts of mods. Sorry, I'm a little bit tipsy now. There's all sorts of mods out there that are basically different war games. I have played a lot of war games in there. There is an incredible Batman the Miniatures game mod. If you're ever interested in Batman the Miniatures game, there's an incredible mod there with the actual with this sort of, what would you call it? The blessing of night models themselves. There's that mod. You can play Batman the Miniatures game there. It's got all the new stuff and it's got all the cards. It's got loads of models done by the brilliant Captain Blue. But Star Wars Legion as well has an incredible mod. I played an online tournament. I played like a tournament on Star Wars Legion. It's a great mod, really good. Lord of the Rings Battle Companies has a really good mod. I assume that Warhammer does as well. I've never played Warhammer. Necromunda doesn't really have a great mod as far as I'm aware. But I gotta assume, like, look for them. You'll find them on Tabletop Simulator. And there's Discords. Discord communities will be where you want to go. You find Discord communities, often they are collections of like Tabletop Simulator players. A lot of them are hidden because the companies don't like them. But I think they're great. You can play these games. If you're interested in like a war game, but you're not sure whether or not you'll enjoy it, play it on Tabletop Simulator. The experience will never be as good, right? Because you're not playing with I think the tabletop games, basically, they really work with the tactile experience of being on the board, right? I think that miniature war games are a very aesthetic experience. They are a very tactile, physical experience. Building up the experience of actually playing them. You know, you paint your models, you're building it all up. It's all about anticipation and getting to the table. Tabletop Simulator doesn't have that because you're just like, you're copy and pasting like models and you're using those. It's not quite the same, but it's a great flavor. It's a great taste of a game. And also, if you like, so Infinity as well, I think has a really good Tabletop Simulator mod. What I find is that often people will buy models and build, like, they have a model collection and they'll play on Tabletop Simulator. Like, because they love the hobby element of the games, but they'll end up just playing Tabletop Simulator because they don't know anyone around them who plays, like, the game that they're playing. So that's just something to think about, you know, where you get, like, a lot of those elements. Somebody Dad says, I really like physical tabletop games. Me too. I'm all about physicality. I'm all about the curves. I'm all about the physical, right? I'm a visual creature. I'm a feel-based creature. I really love it too. I don't like playing a Tabletop Simulator as much. So I totally agree with you. But in a pinch, I will. If I want to try out a game, I'll play Tabletop Simulator. I've played like Magic the Gathering on Tabletop Simulator. I play a lot of Arkham Horror on Tabletop Simulator, the card game. I actually stream that on Twitch every Wednesday. So follow me, Discourse Games on Twitch, if you want to see me stream some Arkham Horror, the card game, because it's fucking incredible. It's a narrative game where you go through the storylines, the horror game, stuff like that. I have so much fun. But I stream that. Now, I also happen to own, like, a lot of Arkham Horror content. Like, I own a lot of cards, and I'll play them physically as well. But, like, if I'm streaming it, like, I need to stream it on Tabletop Simulator, because, like, I'm not putting a webcam on my cards and stuff. It's just awkward, you know? Tabletop Simulator Alternative 2D Vassal, says Florian Hubner. Thank you very much for letting me know. 2D Vassal. I've never heard of that one. Vassal says, Lord Beer, what a blast from the past. Eric says, look up Tactical Tortoise for TTS stuff. Cool. Tactical Tortoise, look him up for TTS stuff. Thank you very much for the donation. Dingo says, what we do need to play. Oh, it gains value to not matching anything anywhere. Yeah, so Tabletop Simulator, dude. I would totally recommend it. I really would recommend it. Florian says, Vassal is still very popular for chip war games and Warhammer Underworlds. There you go, guys. You ever wanted to play Warhammer Underworlds but don't want to commit to the game? Check it out on Vassal, apparently. I actually might check that out on Vassal, because I would like to try the game. Have you tried Vagrant Song yet, says Dave. I haven't tried Vagrant Song, no. I haven't tried. What I've been playing a lot of recently, like, in terms of, like, board game space, I played Twilight Imperium recently. Oh, there you go, guys. Thank you very much for following Andrew Hulk to my Discourse Games, Twitch, twitch.tv. I played Twilight Imperium very recently. I really had a lot of fun with that. I've been playing through a campaign in real life as if this isn't the realest of lives. I've been playing a lot of Arkham Horror physically as well. That's been like a ton of fun. I'm a big fan of board games. And the thing I like about board games is they're very much an accessible product that you can play. They're more accessible than war games. But they're kind of war game adjacent, right? They're kind of war game adjacent. I think that board games are like the gateway drug into war games for sure. I think the board games are the gateway drug into war games. I'll tell you what, though. Let me ask everybody a question. Because I want to know about this. I'm starting to get a little bit drunk now. I'm like, okay. You're at like the birthday party with me here tonight. Has anyone kickstarted anything recently? Because I'm currently waiting on there's been a couple of Kickstarters that I've basically been very tempted by. There is a Relic Blade Kickstarter I'm very tempted by. There is a there's Idols of Torment as well. Looks like a very interesting game. Very interesting war game. I'm very tempted by as well. Been very tempted by them. I think that the Relic Blade Kickstarter actually has ended now. Unfortunately, I kind of missed out on that one. But I'm very tempted. I'm also waiting on a Blood and Plunder Kickstarter that I did like a couple of years ago. Thank you very much for the donation, Kenton. Says, every stream I'll comment and ask about making a video on how to play Warhammer on the go for deployment using physical bits like cutouts or stuff. Thank you very much, Kenton. I really appreciate that. I'm making a video on how to play Warhammer on the go for deployments. That's really interesting, using physical bits like cutouts and stuff. So I do have a video idea that I think you'll really like. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to say it right now, but I'm building it. There's a video that I'm coming out with, Kenton, that I think you'll really, really enjoy. And it's very similar. It's not exactly that idea, but it is very adjacent to that idea. So I hope you'll enjoy it. Let's see. My brother got a 3D printer. We're excited to print a bunch of proxy armies and get to play stuff like Grimdark Future. One of the things that I discovered with a 3D printer was that basically I found it so freeing, so liberating, where suddenly I could just print anything I wanted, and it just felt so good. Like, you're opened up to a whole new marketplace of models. You really are. Anyone out there who has struggled with miniature agnostic games, like, I feel you. I actually struggle with them. I think there's downsides to miniature agnostic games. I think there's upsides, and I think there's downsides as well. I think that we focus a lot on the upsides. One of the downsides, though, is that, like, it's kind of hard to, like, figure out what models you want to buy. There's so many miniature makers out there. You're not sure about the quality of them. Not all of them are going to fit exactly. I was speaking with someone in my Discord recently, and they were struggling with 5 Parsecs from Home. 5 Parsecs from Home is a miniature agnostic war game. It's a book, and it comes with a bunch of, like, alien species inside it. And those alien species don't correspond with any miniature lines. There's like these feral creatures, or like there's all sorts of like different aliens that like don't look like anything. They don't look like any miniatures that are out there. So that's a real struggle if you're buying them physically. But if you're 3D printing models, there's like so much more variety that it's possible to find those types of models. And so that's what I say. Anyone who's struggling with miniature agnostic games, I would totally 100% recommend that you check out 3D printing. And it's unfortunate that it's kind of hard to get into right now, not only for the money, but also for the like the fact that like it's kind of dangerous. Like, you know, like working with resin and stuff has a barrier to entry. You don't want it around kids, you want it around like animals. You won't need to wear a mask. Like, there's all these downsides to 3D printing. But as it gets more accessible, it gets cheaper and stuff, I think that they're working out the kinks in some of the toxicity of resin and stuff like that. I think that as local game stores move into 3D printing stuff, it's going to get better and better and better, guys. I'm really looking forward to it. This is like the thing I'm most excited about in this space, is 3D printing. I'm really excited about it. Captain Quiz says, just got the Black Scorpion miniatures Kickstarter. One of the models arrived totally demolished. I'm really sorry to hear that, Captain Quiz. That really sucks, because I think Black Scorpion are, like, they do some of the most beautiful miniatures in the hobby. I like, honestly, I think that some of their miniatures are way more. In fact, actually, you know what? You know what? I think that Games Workshop could really take a lesson from Black Scorpion miniatures, for the dynamic poses, right? Like, Games Workshop are, like, really into making their dynamic posed models. But I think so many of them are too dynamic. They're too much. They're too much. Black Scorpion managed to make very dynamic posed models, but they're interestingly posed, but they're not too crazy, because they're traditionally sculpted. And I think that, honestly, they're really beautiful. I think they blow a lot of the Games Workshop sculpts out of the water. Thank you again for the donation. Thank you so much. Says, make money for a better drink. Can we get Starbucks next door? I am not near a Starbucks, I'm afraid to say, but thank you very much for the donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Kenton says, yes, thank you. So aside from just sounding like a Friday night where you've scored, I don't know what that was in relation to. I don't know what I said that elicited such enthusiasm, but yes, indeed. Red Ouroboros says, I did the Relic Blade Kickstarter, looking forward to it. It looks really cool. Right? My problem with it was I wasn't 100% sure what I was getting, what tier, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to get, because I have a bunch of Relic Blade stuff, so I wasn't sure, like, what I wanted to get, and in my confusion, I hurt myself. So I just ended up, like, not buying in at all, because I went, and I was like, I wasn't sure. I just didn't have the time. Like, I'm so busy, I just did not have the time to really investigate and, like, look into it. So maybe, hopefully, I'll see, like, whenever it comes out, like, for retail, I'll see, maybe I'll pick it up at that stage, because I really like that Relic Blade. I actually think Relic Blade's really cool. I think it's a really nice, accessible game for, like, people who are coming from Dungeons and Dragons and things like that, which I think is increasingly more relevant these days. I kickstarted the Samurai miniature from Fireforge Games, says Frozen Throg. Oh, that was, like, last year, wasn't it? I remember those. They looked really cool. Oh, and drink. Did I miss it, says your friendly neighborhood lamenter. Unfortunately, we all missed the announcement of 10th edition. We all missed it. Unfortunately. Games Workshop kind of forgot. Danny says, Inks, in-country modern military skirmish game made by veterans, Kickstarter. Very cool, very cool. Do you guys ever notice this? There's, like, not a lot of modern games, like games that are set in the modern day. And I have a theory about this. I think there's not a lot of modern military games, or, like, games that are set, like, in the modern day. Like, criminal game, you know, you're playing as gangsters and stuff like that in, like, the modern day. Which is kind of weird, right? Because it's actually kind of a big genre. But the reason why they don't do it, I think, is because, basically, if you're making a sci-fi game, people can proxy in Warhammer models, like Warhammer 40k models. And if you are making a fantasy game, people can proxy in Age of Sigmar models. If you're making a modern game, that's it. You can't, there's nothing, like, what do? You have to buy, like, the models from, like, and who's going to buy that? Like, 3D printing is made it a little bit easier, but it's really hard to get modern day models. It really is. And I think that's partly because there's not a lot of modern day games. But I think that's really cool. Like, I actually really like the modern day games. One of my favorite games is the Batman Miniatures game. And that's because, like, the models are just dudes in suits. Like, I actually am a really big fan of guys in suits. Like, generally speaking, I'm a big fan of it. I really like models. Eric says, if anyone wants some of the Chaos Demons, Eamon G has a lot of stuff for free on Cults 3D. Only downside is they're not supported, but he's got a Patreon for $8 with all the files. I love the Patreon model. I love it so much. I think it's, like, the future of wargaming for, like, the indie scene. I think the Patreon model is really cool. It's really cool. If I were to make a war game, I don't think I would use Kickstarter. I would use Patreon. I think it's better for consumers because people can buy in, they get access to everything, and then they can choose to support you or not. And I think that's really cool. I think it's a really cool, innovative model that treats people like adults. I think most people will support things if they think it's worth supporting. You just have to make a good product, guys. That's the trick. That's the big trick. You got to make a good product. Got to make it worthwhile. So no rules announcement system. Unfortunately not. What we've discovered is, Tim, that there is a new season of Warhammer, which is not exactly what old Discourse here was hoping for. And in fact, actually, that means that, are we going to be off course for Warhammer 10th edition? Let me think. So 6 months, right? A season officially lasts 6 months. So if this starts, say, in November, how many months is that? So we got November, December, right? November, December, January, February, March, April. May. It's May. 10th edition coming. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have May. I think that's gonna be the announcement of Warhammer, the new edition of Warhammer in line for a June release. Boom, we got him. That's 10th edition. That's when 10th edition is happening. 10th edition is happening next year, 100%. I know I was very certain about 10th edition happening today. I was like 99.999999999% chance that it was going to happen. This time it's 100% chance. Not even physics can stop this. It's happening next year. So I think it's May. May is going to be the announcement. June will be the release. Whew. Niall Murray says there is Spectre rule set for Modern Skirmish Gaming. Yes, Spectre is a cool one. I haven't played it, but I've seen it definitely. Wargaming is real, says Dingo. 100%, dude. 100%. Dingo says, will Black Templars meet? You said, unfortunately, you lost the bet. I've given. Yeah, no, Black Templars, I'm thinking, is gonna be the army. I did promise. I made a bet at the beginning of this stream, basically saying that if 10th edition was not announced today, I would build, paint, and play with a 2,000 point Space Marine army, because I've never done that before, and it's against everything I believe in. It's against every fiber, every strand of DNA in my body will be screaming out in horror. So I have promised to do that, and you will see a video on it at some stage, I guess. I guess I'll make a video, because I'm going to make a video of me doing it all in 24 hours. Because I'm going to do it in 24 hours. I'm going to tell you though, guys, like that's it. I did a Sisters of Battle army earlier this year. Was it this year or late last year? It was like relatively in the last like year, and it was hell. It was really tough. I lose interest in things. Like I hyperfixate on stuff and then I move on. And trying to force myself to do something that I wasn't hyperfixated on was really tough. Was like really fucking tough, because it's just like I wasn't like super interested in it, but I made myself do it, and it was really, really hard. And it was like also like it was the endurance quality as well, knowing that I had to do it. And then the army ended up not getting used. That was like the big twist. They ended up not even being necessary. That sucked. But I will say this much: it is nice to have like 2,000 points worth of sisters that I can just pull out at any time. That is nice, because I struggle to like finish 2,000 point armies. I really do. I'm like midway through a Gene Stealer called Force. I'm midway through a Beast Army Force, like Beastman Force. Like I suck at like finishing things. I really do. The girl who cried wolf, says Duffy. No, believe me this time. It's definitely coming next year. It's 100% coming next year. I was only 99.999% sure last time. I actually don't like the Patreon model. I just want to buy this thing, says Frozen Vlog. Well, the thing about the Patreon model is that you can do that. You subscribe via Patreon, then you get all the stuff, and then you leave. Right? Like, you buy all the stuff and then you leave. And I think that, like, that usually gets you all the stuff. I think that's, I don't know, I think that's really cool. I like it personally. I get that it's not going to be for everybody, for sure. The problem is that, like, there are, so I think that it's more appropriate for, like, indie companies. Like, I agree with you that if you are, like, a company like Games Workshop, just sell a model. Sell the model and I will buy the model. Without a doubt, that is me. Like, I'm all for that. Okay? I'm all for that. But if you're like an indie company and you genuinely require like support, like crowdfunding of some kind, Kickstarter can get you a lot of money, but it's all at once, and it puts a lot of pressure on consumers because there's like a kind of FOMO element, like you're kind of gonna kind of miss out. Patreon, on the other hand, I think is just better because it doesn't delve into that FOMO element. It doesn't ask people to overspend. You know, it asks people to just give what they can, not overspend. Kickstarter directly incentivizes you to, like, spend as much as humanly possible. There's so many people out there who have bought into Kickstarters, and then, like, 2 years down the line, a massive box of, like, minis have arrived, and they've been like, oh, yeah. Like, because I've had that. I don't know about you guys. I've had that experience. And then it's, like, a product that you play, like, once. With Patreon, you can cut your losses. I think that that's just like the best accessible model, and that's just what I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of the model that I think is best for consumers. But if you're like just a company that like doesn't need crowdfunding, just sell the models. Just sell the models, guys. I hate all this army box bullshit. I hate all this fucking like everything has to be combined. You've got to buy all in. You got to go all in, right? This is for the true fans. You got to go all in. Sentinels sold separately? That's today's message? Sentinels sold separately? Like, Sentinels were always sold separately. Like, what are you talking about? Why are the Kyrian Guardsmen sold separately? Like, this is wild to me. That this is normalized now in this hobby. That this is the way things are now. That we have to buy army boxes with every single new release. Games Workshop used to make enough money. Games Workshop still make enough money. Like, they made enough money in 2004. They made enough money in 2005. They don't need to create these predatory practices of bundling things together and relying on FOMO. They don't need that to make money. They don't need that to make enough profit. They're doing it because it makes them even more profit. Because it works. Because I'm going to feel FOMO and I'm going to have to ask myself, am I going to buy it? And I might answer either way. Someone else might answer another way. But they'll end up buying a lot more than they otherwise would have. And this makes a ton of money for Games Workshop. And I hate to see it. I hate to see it. I mean, we're one step away from randomizing what's in these boxes. Oh, some people will get the purple guy. Some people will get like the special edition model. And other people will get this other special edition model. So if you want to make sure you get all the special edition models, you better buy the box a couple of times. Everything is Mass Effect DLC, says Zach. This is kind of the big deal to me. So this is like this is the really scary thing. This is like the thing that keeps me up. I watched this happen before. I've watched this happen in video gaming. Everyone was critical of all the DLC, all the loot boxes, every single step of the way. People did not like it. And what happened? It got worse and worse and worse. It became normal. New games began to creep out with it. Right now, Games Workshop are the only company pushing forward a lot of these predatory practices. But I'm really concerned for the hobby as a whole, because if it works for Games Workshop, who's to say it won't work for Warlord? Who's to say it won't work for, like, Wargames Atlantic? Now, I'm not going to say those companies are going to do that. I'm just saying, like, who's to say it won't work for them as well? Because the evidence will be people are buying this. And just because people are buying it, I don't think makes it a good thing. I don't think it makes it, like, actively good just because it creates more shareholder dividends. Like, that may be Games Workshop's goal. And I think people forget this, right? Games Workshop's goals are over here, right? Our goals are over there. We are, by necessity, adversaries. Like, we are. Like, as consumers, we're adversaries of Games Workshop. We should be trying to demand the best amount of value that we can possibly get. We want the maximum amount of product for the cheapest amount possible. Games Workshop want the exact opposite. They want to sell us the least amount of product for the most amount of money possible. Our goal, we do not have the same interests. We do not have the same interests. Now, we converge in some places. Like, obviously, everybody wants the miniature wargame hobby to be as... Well, no, not even there. I was going to say, everybody wants the miniature wargame hobby to be as big as possible. Games Workshop don't. I want that. I presume that most people who play Warhammer want that to be the case. Games Workshop don't. Games Workshop want to extract the maximum amount of money from people. They want to make the most money possible, which isn't necessarily the same as having the biggest wargame hobby ever. Because to have a bigger hobby, what would happen is they would lower the prices. They would make the bundles like a lot cheaper. They would make the miniatures a lot cheaper. They'd make it easy to play. They'd make my friend, who is a senior civil servant, who can't afford to play Warhammer, they would make the products accessible to him. They would make the products accessible to my other friends, one of them who works in a grocery store. They would make it accessible to him. He can't afford to play Warhammer. He doesn't have the same responsibilities as my senior civil servant friend, but like he can't afford to play Warhammer based on his wage. They would make it accessible to these people. Those are like 2 more people we'd be playing I could play with. Right? It's not in Games Workshop's interest for us to have the biggest possible hobby. It's in Games Workshop's interest to make the most amount of money possible. And if they can sell like one box that would take the place of like 10 people buying one squad of Kyrian Guardsmen, they'll do that. Our goals are we are adversaries. Like, we are. As consumers, we're adversaries with the producers in a lot of ways. Like, we need to think about ourselves in that way. We need to demand better. We really need to demand better. This conciliatory, oh, well, I understand it from Games Workshop's point of view. Like, you can understand it from Games Workshop's point of view, but when are we going to hear people talking about our point of view? When are we going to hear people talking about the consumer's point of view? You go on, like, any subreddit, you go on, like, any thread of anything where Games Workshop have made a decision that is actively worse for us, for consumers, and you will find people making excuses for the the company? Well, from Games Workshop's perspective, like, they'll make more money this way. Oh, from Games Workshop's perspective, it's really hard. Like, I don't care. Like, where's my perspective? My perspective is, you're selling me a bundled army box. What used to be a single squad of infantry. Now I've got to buy 2 infantry, a bunch of heavy weapon teams, a command squad, and a commissar in order to get, like, some guardsmen? In order to get the models that I want? That's outrageous. That's crazy, you know? Like, I think that's absolutely astounding that this has become normalized in Warhammer. And I wonder, what is the press going to look like? Are people going to criticize this? Because I'll be honest, I feel pretty much out in the cold here, guys. I feel like I'm out in the wilderness being the only person going, I think this is bad. I've been around for like 20 years. It used to be that whenever a new army released, they would just sell the new models. I remember the range refresh for the Dark Eldar. Do you know what got me into the Dark Eldar? They did a range refresh. They sold new Kabbalite warriors, they sold new witches, they sold a new raider, they sold a new, oh god, what are they called? Pew 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 pew, those ones. The big lance, heavy weapons on top of the raiders, on top of the raider model. They just sold those. They just started selling those. They came, you could pre-order them. They came into the Games Workshop store, and you walked into the store and you said, I would like a squad of Kabbalite warriors, please. And they said, sure, here is a squad of Kabbalite warriors. You were like, oh, awesome, thank you very much. I bought the new Kabbalite warriors, I bought a squad of witches, and I went home and I built them, and I went, these are really fun, I'm going to buy more. And I did! I bought more. That used to be how it was. Now, how it is I have to commit to a $200 purchase in order to play the new Guardsman stuff. What the hell? What the hell? What's your thoughts on this? Am I like alone in the wilderness here? Is this not just like wild to me? Somebody that says I agree with you. Thank you very much, Zombie Dad. Red Obora says $50 for a codex made me walk away from 40k. I'll play other stuff. I think there's big changes that need to happen to Warhammer. I will have a video out tomorrow talking about all what I would change about 10th edition. And let me tell you, it's a heavily compromised vision. There would be big changes if I could have it, like very big changes. But I've done this video under the assumption that we're still dealing with Games Workshop, so it's very compromised, the visions. Eric says, I live in the US. Doesn't it make more sense for me to buy GW products from the UK and have it shipped to me? I looked at Magnus and he's $105 in the UK and $160 in the US. I often give prices in the US dollars. People often say that I'm like cherry picking. They're like, oh, you're giving like the worst prices. You're giving the worst prices. Why are you giving it in US dollars? Why don't you give it in UK pounds? It's cheaper in the UK. Well, like, by that argument, why aren't I giving it in Australian dollars, right? Because Games Workshop have historically treated their overseas customers very poorly. They pick, like, basically a really bad exchange rate, like 10 years ago, and they work off of that. For the US, I will say. They'll work off of that, and they don't update it for, like, 10 years until they can make, like, a better exchange rate for themselves. Yeah, like people like America and Australia just get a worse deal. They just get a worse deal. And like, I'll tell you, in the UK, it's too expensive. I can't imagine buying the products in America and Australia. I really can't. I find those prices absolutely outrageous. No wonder Horus Heresy was popular in Australia, back when it was just a Forge World Resin product. Because the prices of Horus Heresy as Forge World Resin products were just as expensive as normal hard plastic sculpts in Australia. That's like, how does that make sense to anybody at all, except for some of the warped imaginings of the Games Workshop executive team? The problem is that you'll never see a reduction in price because people are paying that price. They will never ever lower price. Games Workshop perceive themselves as a premium product line. They are premium models, so they will never ever lower prices. That means that they're like some sort of discount bargain bin stuff. Ugh, no, I don't think so. So yeah, I feel for you. And by the way, I use the US dollars because the majority of people who watch my content are from America. So I use American. That's why I talk in dollars a lot. And it's kind of weird for me because I know most of the prices in pounds because that's what I just regularly deal with. But I talk in dollars. So on the videos. Let's see, the Glen Self sale. If you don't like the cheap box, you won't buy more. That is a good point, right? So you buy the box of like Guardsmen, you're like, oh, actually, I'm not really enjoying this. Because they get you to buy in. They get you to go all in all at once, right? Like, they get you to go all in all at once. They make you commit. They make you commit to an army. Games Workshop don't want people going, I might play Guardsman. I think I'll buy the Codex. Then they look at the Codex and they go, oh no, actually I don't really like that. What they'll do is they will say, if you want to buy the Codex, you got to spend $200 on this bad boy. You got to spend $200. You got to give us enough money that made it worthwhile for us to make these sculpts. The problem is that it was always worthwhile for them to make those sculpts. It was worthwhile for them back in 2010 when they released the sculpts and let people just buy the models. But now they just want more money. RV Dammit, thank you very much for the donation, says, did you sign the GW NDA? If so, praise the Emperor's troops. Thank you very much. You might be surprised. You might be surprised to hear this. I did not sign the Games Workshop NDA. This might be shocking to you, I know. In fact, I haven't signed an NDA with any company. I don't think. I'm thinking not. No, I haven't signed an NDA with any company at all. I'm not opposed to the idea of signing NDAs. I haven't signed it with any company. I just haven't. But I don't really canvas companies for stuff. I sort of just, like, I buy things. Honestly, I buy most of the stuff that you see around. Like, I buy things. Now, I do get some stuff sent to me. I got Frostgrave. I got some Frostgrave stuff. So Osprey Games will send me out the blue books and stuff here and there. And obviously, I'm massively I'm biased, therefore, in fear of them. I mean, it helps that I kind of like their products already, but like 100%, like I am kind of biased because they do send me out free stuff. Not really superly, because like, I mean, I'm not like chomping at the bit to get, you know, the new like Frostgrave stuff. I kind of want it because the Hope Eternal was the newest book for Stargrave, and it looks really interesting. But I got that sent out to me. But I don't like actively reach out to a lot of companies. I reached out to Mantic Games to try and get some of the starter sets for their games, because not next year, but soon I'm going to be doing like unboxing streams to like do quick reviews of games. And I wanted to do some of the Mantic games because I think that Mantic are like a very big competitor for Games Workshop. If you're like into Warhammer but you don't want to pay Warhammer prices, I think Mantic Games are like a pretty good alternative. So I wanted to get some of their products, but I didn't sign like an NDA or anything. I don't like have any obligations to say anything nice about it. I was just like, can you send me out this box? At some stage I'm gonna unbox it on stream, and they're like, sure. That's it. But with Games Workshop, like, this is the thing with Games Workshop stuff. I can't afford to buy new Games Workshop products. That's why I don't like physically review anything on this channel from Games Workshop, because I can't afford to buy new Games Workshop products. Now think about that for a second. My name is Discourse Miniatures. I can't afford to buy new Games Workshop product. I have a YouTube channel about miniatures that talks a lot about Warhammer stuff. And I can't afford, like, I can't justify it to myself to buy these things. Thank you very much, Red Ouroboros. Here's a little towards your new Space Marine collection. Thank you very much. I'm gonna need it. Oh, God. Why did I make this promise? I don't know why I made the promise. Like, I'll be honest, guys. I think I might have been a little bit overconfident. I think I might have been just a teeny bit overconfident. Might have been a little bit teeny tiny bit overconfident. It was a big It was a big bet. It was a big bet to lose. There was no upside. There was like no like, and I will get X if I win. It was just nothing but like, I guess I gotta do like a 2,000 point army now. Jay Buggo says the new Black Templar diorama is 77 Australian dollars. Oh, no, even better. Even better. 77 Australian dollars. Are you happy? Are you celebrating the new Warhammer year? Yay! Like, that's an absurd amount of money for, like, a diorama, you know? That's an absurd amount of money. I'll tell you this much, though. I have, like, no interest, really, in that diorama. It looks technically good, but it's just, like, it's another guy stabbing an orc. Like, come on, when are the orcs gonna do the stabbing? When are the orcs gonna get to do the stabbing? Yeah, the USD price feels bad, says Kevin, yeah. For sure. Command Line Cody says, instead it's like Stockholm Syndrome. People defend their commercial exploitation by GW. It's expensive because their minis are so good. Yeah, there's like lots of really good minis out there. I think anyone who says that Games Workshop are like unabashedly like the best miniatures in the hobby space have not played a lot of games, honestly. They haven't worked with a lot of minis. Like, I would say that the Games Workshop miniatures are comparable to Infinity. Like, I think that. I like, hand on heart, I honestly believe that Infinity Miniatures. Can you tell I've had a lot of, I think I'm halfway through this bottle, but I can't tell because it's made out of gold, because I was being real classy. I was being real classy for the 35th anniversary. Oh, Jesus, I just spilled a bunch of it. For the 35th anniversary, I was being really classy. So, oh jeez, this is my sister's chair. It's not even mine. Let me just wipe this off. So yeah, the the Infinity miniatures are really cool. I really like them. I think they're really dynamic. I think their poses are really nice. Now, obviously, they're monopose because they're metal miniatures, but, like, I mean, what can you do about that? Knight models as well create very beautiful miniatures. Very awkward to assemble. I will say, very awkward to assemble. But the miniatures are amazing, amazing. They're absolutely dynamic. The fidelity on those miniatures are incredible. Now, the actual production of those models, not that great. I'll be honest. You gotta do, like, a lot of work on them. But the sculpts are incredible. Like, Games Workshop do not have a monopoly on beautiful miniatures at all. They don't. We are used to broken promises, says Zombie Dad. Not today! There will be no broken promise today. Well, apart from the lag of a 10th edition. But it's coming, guys. Blood for the Blood God, Disclosure for the Disclosure Throne. Yep. Thanks, Zach. Asher says GW was the best in the past, no longer, though. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Games Workshop don't create very beautiful sculpts. They do. They create beautiful miniatures. They create incredible miniatures. They create really evocative miniatures. And their setting is incredible. Like, there's a lot to praise about Games Workshop, but yes. I think that they're overrated. And I think that I think the IP really sways people. Like, me personally, I look at the new Imperial Guard sculpts and I go, wow, they look great, right? Because I'm a really big fan of them. But then I look at the World Eater sculpts and I'm like, whatever. Because I really like whatever it is about the Imperial Guard that, like, touches my brain in, like, a very inappropriate way. Like, it works, right? It does so. Whereas whenever I look at the World Eater sculpts, I'm just like, whatever. It's subjective, right? Like, this is the thing I think people have a problem with. Saying that the miniatures are the best in the world is a very subjective statement. It's a very subjective statement. You have to be into the style of Warhammer minis, for one. I'm personally not really into the very over-detailed, over-designed miniatures. I think Infinity sculpts look better because they're cleaner. Because they look better as actual like people. They're realistically sized. One thing that will get me super excited about a mini, tiny hands. Show me tiny hands, and I will be like, oh baby, yeah, I like tiny hands. I would date Charlie's uncle, you know. Well, actually, I wouldn't, but for other reasons, because I like the small hands, you know. I'd be like, take the fake hands off. Let me see the tiny hands. I like realistically proportioned sculpts. I like Infinity miniatures because they're realistically proportioned. Same with the Knight models ones. I'm not a big fan of like cartoony, kind of old school, kind of like heroic scale sculpts, which means that necessarily Warhammer models are like not as impressive to me. But I kind of grew up in Warhammer models, so I also have a sort of like a nostalgic element for them, you know what I mean? But like it's just a very subjective experience to say what the best models are. I think the fidelity of Warhammer models are really good, like, and I think that's the case. But I've said this before. This is like describing the graphics of a video game and saying it looks like the best game. But there's games like World of Warcraft has been out for like 20 years. It's not the highest fidelity game, but it has an art style that's really evocative and is timeless. It has a really big art style. It's an incredible art style. And there's other miniature war games where their miniatures have a really evocative art style. And I think Games Workshop have a really cool art style. I think they have a really cool sculpting design philosophy, but it's kind of been mired in problems recently, in like the last couple of years. Breda Boris says Amalfo are wonderful miniatures. They have a really good, they've got a really cool look to them. Liam Ing says Wargames Atlantic has those nice hands. Yeah, so I've been building a bunch of Wargames Atlantic stuff. Now, full disclosure, they did send me out some things. They sent me out some Aztec models and things like that. And that's fine. Oh my god, what the hell is this? This is like, God, I used this in a video earlier. Okay, so ignore the Jesus. Okay, there's a little bit of soccer juice on this. Hold on. So I did get sent out some like Aztec models and some other stuff. Some Mordian, basically like kind of the equivalent of Mordian Iron Guard by Wargames Atlantic. But separately, I bought this. I bought this myself, the Eisenkern Panzerjäger. Because I was like, oh, cool. They look really cool. And they're really fun to build. They're very customizable. They're like the old school Games Workshop sculpts, where you kind of get to decide how they're posed. Now, they're posed all pretty neutrally, I will say. But you get to decide that, you know? And I really enjoy that. I really enjoy building them. Mechanicus makes my brain sing, says Zombie Dad. Yeah, like, exactly. I do think Mechanicus look really cool. I do think Mechanicus look really cool. Like, I've got a friend who really likes Eldar. I don't really like Eldar. I like Dark Eldar, but I don't really like Eldar. I'm not, like, really a big fan of Eldar. But they really like Eldar, you know? They just do. Like, it's like horses for courses. I can't control that. Niall says, used to be 3 Sentinels in a box and 20 Kidians or Katakan. Right, so correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but didn't it used to be, right? This is like 2004, 2005. Didn't it used to be you would get 20 Kidian inside a box? You get 20 Kidian inside a box, and it would be like £15. Anyone in the UK, is this correct? And then, just at some stage, they switched it, so you only got 10 in a box for £15. Isn't that the case? Did this happen in the mid-2000s? Am I remembering this correctly? I feel like I'm getting old. It's like, it's all the editions of Warhammer and stuff are all starting to coalesce in my mind. I got them recently as well, says William Hanks. Oh, cool. JDU says, hi, I'm new here. I need to know what is with the hunt. Well, it's the 35th anniversary. It's the birthday of Warhammer. We're celebrating. I'm having a party. I'm like your drunken aunt. You know, like at the Christmas party, at the birthday party, that's me. I'm like your drunken aunt. I'm going, it used to be better back in my day. I remember when I was pretty. I remember when I was pretty. And 2004, that was the year. That was when I peaked. Bruce Throg says Eldar are just Space Marines, but sleek. Yeah, they do have a very big power armor thing going on, but they're elves, you know. Garcia said, didn't the Kidians also have a weapons team in it too? I think they did. I think they did used to have a weapons team. So it looks like they're actually getting rid of the weapons teams inside the actual like squads, like the troop squads, which is really interesting. And they kind of, did you see how they sold it in the stream, guys? They were like, now, what we're doing is we're letting you as a miniature. We're letting you choose between whether or not you want to have a weapon team inside your squad or not. Because if you don't, then you can build the Kidian shock troops. But if you do, well, then you can just simply buy the new heavy weapon team, five heavy weapon team squads. And it's just like, oh, right, thanks. It's this player choice then. That's how they justify everything. Seriously, I want everybody here, whenever you hear any change that's for the worse, listen out for choice. Listen out for the term choice. Choice often is the reason for making things worse, right? Basically for making them more money. Because they knew the choice isn't real. So now they're selling, I think they're going to be selling, if they sell those guardsmen separately at all. Right now they're selling 2 of them in an army box. God, I can't get over it, guys. Sentinels sold separately. Imagine having to, like, say that. Of course it is! Isn't everything? God. I can't get over that. That, for me, is, like, is the takeaway from the new guard stuff, is Sentinels sold separately. That is a term. I'm gonna get that on a sticker. Sentinels sold separately. Nothing else is. Everything else is an army bundle. That's it. 5 heavy weapon teams for $75. They haven't given out any prices yet as far as I'm aware, but yeah. Right? Like, it's going to be 5, right? And they're probably going to be able to be taken in squads of 6 or something. Jesus. It's going to be wild. Not a fan. And then Khazarkin are being sold in a Kill Team box set. So if you want the Khazarkin, give me $200 basically, so you can have 10 bottles. I popped up for a while. Is Discourse Radar's just asked Pixie? Dude, I'm really, yeah, I am, I think. I think I might have to go off stream soon. I'm actually really blocked. It was a good celebration. It was a good birthday. I've accidentally committed to things that I did not want to commit to. But there were some good suggestions about making it like a charity thing. So I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna discuss that with some patrons and stuff like that. We'll see how it works out. Wine aunt title acquired, says William. Yeah. You got me. Frozen Throg says, just pack in the damn Sentinels, you cars. But it's not even that. It's not even like putting the Sentinels inside the army box that I've got a problem with. It's like the fact that they have to like specify that these days, like really tells you everything you need to know. It's kind of like that classic statement, you know, is what is the saddest sentence in the English language with the fewest amount of words, and it's baby shoes for sale, never worn. right? Like, that's the saddest sentence in the English language. And I think in the Warhammer world, the saddest sentence in the English language is Sentinels sold separately. Because there's so much that sentence suggests. You can infer so much from that, right? You can infer so much from that, right? So hold on. Like, what is that word? What is that sentence doing? It's saying the Sentinels are sold separately. Okay, right. So wait, hold up. So the Sentinels are sold separately. So are the guard so is that it's implying then that the guardsmen aren't sold separately? It's implying that the commissar isn't sold separately. It's implying that they're all sold in a bundle. And it's kind of implying that they're never going to be sold separately. Like, so, but then, like, why have they shown the Sentinel and, like, the picture of the army box? Like, why is that changed as well? Like, what's going on with that? 6 weapon teams from Wargames Atlantic for what, $35, says William Inks? Yeah, like, so I will say that if you are interested in guard squads and stuff, I will say Wargames Atlantic is probably the company to go to. Wargames Atlantic sell miniatures that are Imperial Guard miniatures, and they're really good, and they are really cheap. They're really affordable. You get like 20 guys for like $20. It's like really good. It's kind of like old school Games Workshop in a lot of ways. That's what I think of whenever I think of Wargames Atlantic miniature sculpts and stuff. I think of like 2005 to like 2010 Games Workshop sculpts, where like all the models were like superposable. They're all kind of designed to be built. Like the building experience is really fun. I really enjoy that. Glenn Sub says, doesn't Sentinel sold separately mean that the Sentinel isn't in the box, but they're showing it with the army box to make it look like more? Yeah, it does. That does mean that. It does mean that. But it means that there's no way to buy anything else. Like, you can only buy the Sentinel separately. You can't buy anything else separately. So you got to buy everything else together. Oh, I wanted nothing but, like, all I want to buy, like, seriously, all I want to buy from that is the heavy weapon team, like the new heavy weapon stuff. I want to buy that. That's really cool, but I can't. I'm gonna have to make a decision now whether I want to buy the army box. I have to make that decision. It kind of sucks. I don't know, guys. Like, sometimes I wonder, like, should buying army boxes and stuff like that, should buying these kind of early access models, should it be more controversial in the community? It feels like it's very normalized these days. The difference between sold separately and not also sold separately is upsetting. Yeah. Also sold separately is very upsetting. There's a little word there, also sold separately. I'm gonna tell you right now, right? I get a lot of hate. I can't explain to you guys how much hate mail I get. How many people tell me to kill myself, okay? On a very regular basis. I get a lot of hate, right? Because I cover Games Workshop products, but I'm not fawning about it. Like, because I like the models, but I hate the business model. So I'm often very critical in my coverage of Warhammer stuff, right? I'm often very critical in my coverage of that. And I think, honestly, that's just my honest, sincere opinion. So, like, it is what it is, right? Like, I'm not going to modulate my opinion just because, like, I'm worried that people will dislike me for that. I'm going to give you my opinion at all times. But what that means is that, like, as much as my coverage could have been two ways in this army box, right? It could have been, oh, Imperial Guard are really cool. I'm really looking forward. Like, you guys saw how excited I was. I really like those new sculpts. I was really excited for those new sculpts. And that could have been the coverage. It could have just been me saying, I'm really excited for this. I really like this. But unfortunately, they're being sold in such a way that is now the story for me. This is now the most important part, is how the models are being sold, how this reflects a change in how miniatures are sold, what this means for the wider hobby. That's more important to me than just a new release. You know, like, the new release is like, fine, whatever. But this is like, okay, wow, this is actually really important. Because I want a healthy hobby. Like, I want a healthy market. Like, I want a healthy miniature wargame hobby. I am happy to, like, accept that maybe some new product isn't for me, but I want the hobby to be accessible and healthy. And if it's not that, if I see these things changing it in certain ways that make it worse, that to me is more important than simply, I like these new sculpts. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, is this a wild idea? This feels very, like, reasonable to me. It always felt very reasonable to me. But I don't see anyone else really talking about this stuff, so I sometimes feel like I'm like just losing my mind, like I'm the only person out here. Hugs to you, screw the incels attacking you, says Lee Sweeney. Well, thank you very much for the hug. I don't think it's like incels or anything. I just think I think it's like people are just hostile, I think, because people see, to me, I'm a big fan of Warhammer, and I'm a big fan of, like, a lot of the products that Games Workshop sell. Like, I'm a fan of, like, a lot of those products. But I haven't, like, I've been around for so long, and I've been kind of alienated from a lot of the lore and stuff, and I've kind of accepted the wider wargame hobby. I haven't accepted Games Workshop's branding as like a part of my identity. You know, I don't describe myself as just a Warhammer player. I'm a wargamer, which I think is healthier, personally. But I think there's a lot of people who have accepted the actual branding of Games Workshop stuff into their like self-identity, and what that means is that when you insult a product from a company that someone has accepted as like part of their, like, the brand is their identity, then you're in really dangerous territory, because it's almost as if I'm insulting them. And I think that's really dangerous. I think that this is actually going to be, I think this, I honestly, like, I don't want to overblow this, but I think this is like an existential threat for humanity. Okay, like, I don't want to overblow this, but I think it is. Like, you can see it with Disney, you can see it with, like, Games Workshop, you see it with, like, Hasbro, like, even in Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. People are beginning to align themselves a lot based on, and they're identifying with brands, and those brands are selling themselves. It's like lifestyles, and there's almost like a moral value, you know, there's like a moral quality to your enjoyment of a brand. And that is, like, really dangerous, in my opinion. Like, people should not be deriving their sense of self from brands, I don't think. I think people, like, I think hobbies are okay, because hobbies are just, like, they're hobbies, you know? Like, they're activities that you enjoy. But it goes from, like, an activity that you enjoy to your identity. That's when it gets really dangerous. Because then if someone like me, I'm like, okay, I don't like this army box. I don't like the way this is, like, doing things. Like, if I basically attack a Games Workshop, right? If you want to put it that way, if I attack Games Workshop, if I'm critical of, like, something Games Workshop are doing, then that's me being critical of someone's sense of self-worth. That's me critical of, like, it's like a moral judgment that I'm casting a moral judgment on their lifestyle. And, like, I think that's really, like, bad, because it actually shuts down a lot of criticism. I really do. Neil says, don't ever change discourse. Well, thank you very much, Neil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Command line says, Tim, well, being a fan, retaining your critical thinking skills. Yeah, it's all about, like, you can be a fan of stuff. Like, obviously, so, this, like, Total Biscuit used to always go on about how, like, fans are, like, means fanatic, and, like, that's really bad. And I kind of agree, like, maybe you shouldn't describe yourself as a fan, but I can't help it, you know? It's, like, it's a very useful word. I think that the really big, insidious thing in the wargame hobby is people referring to themselves as, like, Warhammer hobbyists, or Dungeons and Dragons, like, hobbyists, or, like, Magic the Gathering hobbyists. I think that's really insidious, because it's obscuring what you really are. I think that when you call yourself a fan of a franchise, it helps delineate the relationship that you have with a company. You are a fan of a franchise. There is no such thing as a Warhammer hobbyist. Can I just put this out right now? There is no such thing as a Warhammer hobbyist. There are Warhammer fans. There are people who are a fan of the Warhammer franchise. There is no such thing as a Warhammer hobbyist. That does not exist. That concept does not exist. All these arguments I see about whether or not you need to buy miniatures in order to be a Warhammer hobbyist is ridiculous. You are not a miniature wargame or a wargame hobbyist if you don't buy miniatures, if you're not interested in miniatures, if you don't play with miniatures or paint miniatures or engage with miniatures in some way, okay? But that's fine. You don't need to be a wargame miniature hobbyist. You can be a Warhammer fan and not collect miniatures. That's fine. But you're not a Warhammer hobbyist. It's not a hobby to simply enjoy the products of a company. That's not a hobby. That's just being a fan of a company, okay? That's all that is. There's no Disney hobbyists out there. There's no Magic the Gathering hobbyists. There's people who play Magic the Gathering because it's a card game. It's a collectible card game. You're a collectible card game player. This is true of, like, all these hobbies. But for the last, like, 10 years, we have all, as a collective community, been absolutely sold a lie to by the marketing departments of all these massive companies to believe that there's something morally virtuous with engaging in their branded activities. As if this is some sort of, like, what would be the word? Exceptional behavior. Oh, I'm a Warhammer hobbyist. No, you're not. You're a wargamer. You collect miniatures, you build miniatures. That's what you do. Like, you might only buy from Games Workshop, might only be Warhammer stuff, but, like, that's not, this is, like, my personal thing, right? This is my personal, like, hill that I will always fight on. Oh no, my hat, my precious hat. This is, like, my personal hill that I will always fight on. This is the thing that, like, I honestly perceive this to be, like, a huge problem in the wargame hobby. Hello there, Errol. How's it going? Sorry, I've had a lot to drink. I've had a lot to drink today. I've been a lot of promises. You're watching me collectively get drunker and drunker and drunker. I'm descending into the depths of madness. I'm an Aldi hobbyist, says Zombie Dad. Yeah, I'm a Minion hobbyist, is me. That's me. I'm a Minion hobbyist. I buy all the Minion stuff. I buy all the Minion merch. I watch all the Minion movies. I'm a Minion hobbyist, for sure. Gamer Rage. This is some old school YouTubing right now. Getting all the old, call me cynical discourse. Gamer Rage. It's just, it makes me mad. It does. It makes me angry. It really does make me angry. Because there's these conversations that occur. I see them online all the time. Can you be a Warhammer hobbyist? You don't collect a miniature? Dude, why you ask? This is the most inane question I've ever heard of. Like, there's no such thing as a Warhammer hobbyist. So no, you're not a Warhammer hobbyist either. Like, do you collect miniatures? Yes, you like miniature. You're a miniature hobbyist. Good. There, done. Bam. We need to like build our our senses of selves on like the things that we do, not like on the products we consume. But this is kind of like, this is it, right? This is our reality now. We are all we're judged upon our consumption of things, you know? Discourse Drunk says MSG Morris. I am, dude. I am. I'm a bit of a lightweight, I'm not gonna lie. And I have had quite a lot of this very cheap Prosecco. I called it Champagne because it made me feel classy, but it's not. What is your favorite miniatures appearance-wise if you wanted to paint? Oh god, it would be Black Scorpion sculpts. I actually have a bunch of Black Scorpion sculpts that I bought at UKGE. And let me tell you, I haven't painted them yet because I'm intimidated by them. I'm really worried about screwing them up. I think specifically the Tombstone. Let me throw this up now. I think the Tombstone models look really cool. So these are the models I think look really evocative. I think they look very dynamic, but they look neutral enough. Let me let me see if I can make this bigger. Yeah, here we go. Like, look at these models. I think these models look incredible. I think these look dynamic. I don't know about you guys. I think they look dynamic, but also kind of like neutral enough where they're not like absurd. I just love the style, the aesthetic of these guys. I think they look incredible. I think they look absolutely incredible. You've got your Old West females as well. I think they look really good. The female leader actually looks great. Like, she looks awesome. I love this. This is all hand-sculpted models as well. This wasn't digitally done, I don't think. These are all hand-sculpted. I think they look incredible. I have a bunch of these models. And I'm intimidated by them. I actually think that they're easy to paint. I just don't, I don't know what colors to paint them, and so I'm intimidated. I'm just super intimidated. Let's look at I want to look at oh god, look at this mod. Can I just show you guys like an incredibly beautiful miniature for a hot second? Can I just show off my love of some really beautiful miniatures for like a little moment? Look at this miniature. I have this miniature, and it is absolutely beautiful. It looks incredible. Very little cleanup. I'd really recommend it. Just so good. Like, look at the style. It's dripping with this. Symbiote Mullet, thank you very much for the donation. Says, good afternoon, D to the escorts. Random banana. Thank you very much. Chin Chin. Oh, God, well, it's not afternoon anymore. No, I'm sort of getting, it's almost 5 p.m. for me, so I'm almost ready to be allowed to drink. It's good. It's good. I think this looks incredible. I absolutely love this. I love these mercenaries as well. There's something I love about the kind of dark fantasy. I love, like, dark, muddy fantasy. That was always my favorite part of Warhammer fantasy. I always loved the kind of, like, people... oh, God, I'm trying to remember there's a Verhoeven movie, which is, like, Blood and Fire or something like that. Blood and Steel. And it is the quintessential Warhammer fantasy movie. There's not a single bit of magic in it, but it's just all about people fighting in the mud. And I think that's just Warhammer fantasy all over. I just love these guys. I love people that are built proportioned pretty realistically. Like, this is what a medieval tough guy would look like. He'd have a bit of a belly. He's a bigger, broader guy. I think that looks really cool. I love these types of models. And to me, that's what makes a really beautiful model. He does not have to be, like, leaping over a wall or standing on a rock, right? To look like a pretty dynamically posed model to me. I think these look great. I don't know. I think these look great. I am aware that I think I'm in the minority here. I think I'm in a big minority. Tim says, you like the Wild West aesthetic? Yeah, I do. I actually do. So as a kid, I used to hate Wild West stuff. As a teenager, I hated Wild West. I was never interested in it. But as I got older, I started to get really into it. I love Wild West with a dash of fantasy. Not like too crazy. But like with a dash of fantasy, I like my Wild West. Gorka says, I wish the Black Scorpion Giant was still available. I don't know. I haven't actually seen that model. I haven't seen that model. You'd love the Wild Bill of Sculpts in Infinity, says Larpier. I'll check that out. William Inga says, yeah, I prefer when my models don't have eternal matrix poses. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm okay with the occasional, like, I understand that they look really cool for, like, press releases and stuff, and, like, Warhammer community posts, but I like my, I like my, see, I'm still of the opinion that models are game pieces for me. Like, I use them in gaming. I want them to be gameable, and I just want them to look cool, and I don't want them to look too much, like, too much. Flesh and Blood, says Niall. Great movie. Thank you very much. That is exactly it, Niall. It is Flesh and Blood. That is the... If you want to know the vibe that I love in Warhammer Fantasy, watch Flesh and Blood. Not a single... It's not a fantasy movie. It's like a historical kind of movie. It's like set... like swords and steel and stuff like that. That is the vibe I love of Warhammer Fantasy. It is a wild story that goes in all sorts of directions you would never expect. And it's just about a bunch of people trying to live their lives. And I think it's incredible. It's a really good one. MSG Morris says, hell, I live in the Wild West. As I've gotten older, I've become more and more infatuated with Americana, and I think that it might be kind of like tied in as well. Justin says, the amount of tactical rocks there are in GW models, especially in the Votan models, is insane. You'd think they preemptively placed those rocks in the battlefield to pose. Yeah, like, I'm beginning to see shortcuts. These are shortcuts to help make the models look more dynamic. It's like, oh, well, we don't want it to just be flat on this thing. Give it a rock, right? We don't want it to be flat in the base. Give it a rock. These are shortcuts the sculptors can take for sure. I honestly, I've been going off Games Workshop sculpts more and more. Although I will say, those Guardsman sculpts looked really good. I really like those Guardsman sculpts. So it could be a stylistic thing. I'd love to know who the sculptor was of those Guardsman sculpts. I really would like to know the sculptor of those. And I know it's not the Games Workshop design team. I know there was someone who sculpted them Games Workshop, so tell me who it was. Yeah, Garzini was Flesh and Blood. Yeah. Silva says, you're not in the minority. If everyone has a dynamic pose, it doesn't look special, and it's paint to paint. I think they look okay for skirmish games, but so I'd still prefer games to air, like sculptors to err on the side of like just fun poses, you know? Yeah, like I just want models to look evocative. I don't want them to necessarily look like they're in the middle of the Olympics. Zach says, I'll check that out in a marathon with Witchfinder General and Excalibur. Dude, nice, Zach, nice. Those are, like, that's a really cool, like, I was gonna, triple feature, to watch, 100%, dude. That would be, like, that's an awesome, watch along, I think. Those are 3 really good movies. You got yourself some Vincent Price at his prime with Witchfinder General, and then Excalibur, which is just a fantastical movie. That moment where he goes, I must have her! I must have her! Oh, excellent. And like the opening sequence, oh, it's so good, dude. I often quote that. Those are 3, like, those very specific vibe to those movies that I think doesn't really get done anymore. I think the closest thing was probably The Green Knight from, I want to say Ari Aster, but I don't think it was. But it was from A24 Studios, did The Green Knight. I think it had a really cool, very weird fantasy vibe to it. My favorite Kiss Bash model is Typhus holding up and Nurgling with a helmet. That's really cool. That's really cool. Okay. I'll be honest, guys. I really need to go to the bathroom. So, I have a feeling that I'll lose a bunch of, like, viewers if I go to the bathroom. So, what I'm going to do is... I've been drinking so much booze. I'm so drunk. So, yes, getting my Mordheim vibes. Yeah, that's what Mordheim always was really cool about, I think. There is a game coming out from Blackside Studios called Yafsiga. I actually they sponsored one of my videos, Yafsiga. But I think that has a very similar vibe to Mordheim. I think it's got that kind of like darker, kind of like weird fantasy, magic-y kind of stuff going on. It's kind of like, if you've ever watched the movie Annihilation, it's basically that, but a fantasy version, where there's this weird color out of space that has kind of emerged around this area, and it's eating things, and this is like a skirmish war game. And it's like set during like a kind of fantasy medieval world, and it's this skirmish war game where it's these people who have ventured into the kind of weird place, and it's where all these saturated colors and stuff are. It looks really interesting. So I would recommend that. I'd recommend that game. It looks really fun. It's a diceless game as well. It uses cards, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, like it seems like it has a very similar vibe to Mordheim, which I'm really excited for. I did it on their backroom. They do. It's kind of like their Kickstarter equivalent. I guess I kickstarted that. I backroomed it. That sounds very rude. Good luck, says Tim. Don't fall. Yeah, thanks everybody. What do you think of the new Shadow Vaults box? The new Shadow Vaults box, I like the idea of Necrons versus Khazarkin. Okay, so here's like my thought process on it. I like the idea of Khazarkin versus Necrons. I think that's a cool pairing. I like the idea of getting a bunch of terrain. I think that these walled terrains are in theory good, because I think people really want that type of terrain. But I know that those specific walls, at least the ones that were in the last box, were really bad to paint, because if you spray painted them on the sprue, which was the easiest way to spray paint them, it meant that they wouldn't fit together. So you had to scrape the the primer off off the little connectors, otherwise it wouldn't fit. It's that tight. So I think that their actual the build quality of them is really bad. However, the Khazarkin being in this box means that as a guards player, right, I have to buy this massive box for a different game in order to play with my Khazarkin in Warhammer 40k. I also have to buy a bunch of terrain that I probably don't want. I also have to buy a bunch of Necrons that I don't want in order to play with Khazarkin. If I don't want to do that, I'll have to wait for Khazarkin to get released separately in 6 months after the Codex was released. In 6 months' time, Warhammer 10th edition will be announced. This isn't good. This isn't good, in my opinion. It's not good. I detest this new model, this new season model for the Gallodark. This is my first impressions, guys. My first impressions are I detest the new Gallodark season model. I don't like the idea of fundamentally changing the game in this way just for a season, so that armies are like worse. Some armies are worse. Some armies are going to be incredible, and also you have to buy a bunch of terrain that are only going to get used for 6 months. Because let's be honest, after 6 months of this kind of gameplay, you're going to be over it. You're going to be over it. This is just a battle pass. They're asking you to buy into a battle pass. I'm not a fan of it. They're adding wall rules to big 40k. Can I ask everybody a question? Is this what Warhammer 40k needed? Was it more terrain rules? Yes or no? More terrain rules for Warhammer 40k? What, like, who sat back and was like, know what I'd love to do? Yeah, what would you love to do? I'd love to play with more terrain in Warhammer 40k. Oh yeah, but how are we going to play with more terrain? How are we going to get people to play with more terrain? Why don't we just made them? Why don't we just made that the thing? We just made wall rules. Awesome. Now people have to buy our really expensive wall terrain. Cool. Like, that's wild. That's wild. What do I think of the new Necron model? Looked cool. Looked alright. But I honestly, I couldn't even tell you what one was new and what one wasn't. So, like... I don't collect Necrons, so... another edition, I'm so done with this, I'm overdone, like toast made with a blowtorch, say K-Dog. A new edition isn't coming out, unfortunately. I was wrong, and I have to pay the consequences of that, but there will be a new edition in May, more than likely, I think. Who doesn't want to carry a library around with him, says Alex. A very good point. Games Workshop could have filled the Library of Alexandria. I say we burn it down. Chaos Carl says, absolutely not, there are way too many rules already. Exactly, dude. Like, I mean, this is just, it's the opposite direction of what Warhammer needs to go in. I don't think this was what was necessary. I don't think this is exciting at all. I don't think this is gonna, and my problem is that I'm, like, it's not even as if this is gonna open up loads of cool gameplay opportunities. I'm nervous about the gameplay opportunity. I don't think that this is going to result in a good game. Like, actually, I think the jury's out on whether or not it was good for Kill Team. Like, I don't think the Kill Team is a fun game in Gallodark. Never mind Warhammer 40k, which is a very specific game. I think this is like I think this is a weird choice. I think that was a weird choice. But, look, I'm kind of repeating myself now. I'm getting very drunk, so I might end up, like, falling over at some stage. So in order to protect me against the indignity of that, I'm going to now have to bid everyone adieu. Thank you so much for joining me today, guys. I really appreciate y'all joining me. Thank you so much for the donators, for the super chatters. Thank you so much. If you were here, then you saw me make a historical promise, which was that I'm going to now paint a 2,000 point army of Space Marines and play with them at least once. Yeah, I'm going to do that now. The first ever I've been in this hobby for like 20 years, and I've never played a Space Marine army. I've never built a Space Marine army, and I guess this will be it. So thank you so much. You all saw it here. You're all hitting history, and also I'm very, very drunk. Thank you very much for joining me, and I'll catch y'all next time. Look forward to my next video tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. And, yeah, thanks a lot for the chat. I really enjoyed this. Have a good evening, everybody. I'll see you all. One second. Let me blow you out. Yep, there we go. All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.